Welcome to the podcast. I hope you enjoy my stories. Welcome to Hell by James Byron Love. Copyright 2025. All rights reserved. Now let's get into this original sci-fi story.
Welcome to Hell. The sun, if you could call that molten ball a sun, beat down on the horizon in a shade that looked like rusted iron mixed with despair. Lucian Varro squinted at it not because the light hurt his eyes, though it did, but because it seemed to mock him. One could almost hear the planet whispering, "Welcome to your personal purgatory. Enjoy the stay." He adjusted the strap of the weather-beaten pack over his shoulder, trying not to feel the futility of its weight. It was heavy enough to remind him that comfort had been stripped from his life, and light enough that he could still carry it, like some cosmic joke about endurance. The landscape sprawled endlessly, an ocean of ochre dust interrupted only by jagged rock formations that jutted up like the teeth of some long-dead beast. Every step he took sank slightly, dust puffing around his boots. It was the sort of ground that made you question whether your boots had soles at all, or if you were simply walking through a fine, powdery grave. Lucian had long since stopped trying to remember the coordinates, the star system, the galactic sector. He had stopped remembering a lot of things, including whether remembering them would even matter now. The first thing that struck him was the silence. He wasn't talking about the absence of sound. He was talking about the complete, bone-deep quiet that made your own thoughts sound like enemy fire. In a place like this, even the whisper of wind was a threat, a conspirator, reminding him that movement had consequences. He stopped for a moment, squinting against the glare, and muttered to no one in particular, "Oh, fantastic. Just a desert. No sign of intelligent life, no shade, just me and my charming luck." His words were swallowed immediately by the emptiness, leaving only the faint dust motes to bear witness. Lucian's arrival had not been gentle. The ship, he wasn't sure it qualified as a ship, exactly, had disgorged him onto the surface with all the ceremony of a garbage chute. No welcoming committee, no soft beds, no warm greetings. Just him, the dust, and the oppressive sun that seemed determined to turn him into a charcoal sketch of a man. The hull had been scratched and dented, a testament to previous misadventures, or perhaps the carelessness of those who decided he belonged here. Lucian ran a hand over the edge of the ramp, noting the deep grooves as if the metal itself bore witness to the suffering it had delivered. "Excellent craftsmanship," he muttered, "if you're into slow torture with style." He had expected some sort of guard or administrator, a briefing officer at least, to explain why he had been unceremoniously delivered to a planet that smelled like burnt metal and regret. Instead, there had been nothing. Just an empty docking bay, the hiss of decompression, and the faint metallic tang in the air that reminded him this place wasn't exactly a natural formation. Not that he'd had many chances to be anywhere natural in the past decade, but he liked to think there had been something resembling civilization in his memory. Civilization was clearly not on this planet. Lucian's boots crunched against the dust as he moved toward a ridge that promised a view. He needed perspective, literally and figuratively. He had always found it better to survey a place before making any foolish decisions about it. The ridge rose gradually, like a spine emerging from the ground, and Lucian pulled himself up with one hand, gritting his teeth against the effort. "I always loved mountains," he said, voice dry, "and yet here I am climbing a pile of dust. Poetic." From the top, he could see the expanse of this desolate world stretch endlessly. The sun had climbed higher, turning the landscape into a shimmering, heat-blurred canvas. There were no signs of life, though he knew better than to assume that absence meant safety. He exhaled, the air tasting faintly of ash and despair, and scanned the horizon. Something shifted. No, not something, someone. Figures moved in the distance, small and dark against the light-reflecting sands. He squinted, adjusting to the glare, trying to determine if it was a mirage or reality. The movement was real. And then it hit him. Guards. Or workers. Perhaps both. Perhaps neither. Lucian wasn't entirely sure how this planet distinguished between them. The figures moved methodically, almost mechanically, with a rhythm that suggested they were bound to invisible rules or obligations. He had been briefed, or thought he had been, on the conditions of his mission. That briefing seemed like a lifetime ago. The memory of it felt like a film reel projected through fog. The executive's office, the sleek wood paneling, the mission orders delivered with an almost casual cruelty. The words had stung then, they stung now. He remembered the phrases clearly enough: observe, participate, report. Simple. Direct. Yet every action he had taken since had been a testament to the absurdity of those instructions. Observation had turned into survival, participation into a test of morality, or the lack thereof, and reporting seemed an impossible luxury. Lucian ran a hand through his hair, already dusted with fine grit, and muttered, "Observe and participate," they said. "Should be fun," they said. He smiled faintly, bitterly. Fun was the last thing that came to mind when he considered the heat, the dust, the endless monotony, and the lurking sense of purposelessness. But that was Lucian Varro for you. He had always found humor in the bleakest of circumstances, wielding sarcasm like a blade. And he would need it here. He approached the figures. They hadn't noticed him yet, which was either a mercy or a mistake on their part. He ducked behind a rock formation, taking note of their movements. Each step they took kicked up small clouds of dust that shimmered in the sun, and their shadows stretched unnaturally across the ground. Lucian noted, not for the first time, that this place had a way of exaggerating everything. The sun, the dust, even time itself felt like a cruel distortion, stretching minutes into hours, hours into days, and days into a blur of monotonous suffering. As he watched, he realized that the figures were more than mere silhouettes, they were guards. Their uniforms were faded, almost blending with the landscape, but the cuts and straps revealed them as instruments of authority. The guards didn't walk like men, they walked like instruments, calibrated and precise, yet devoid of true purpose. Lucian's internal monologue ran rampant. Mechanical zombies with badges. Perfect. He allowed himself a smirk. The kind of humor that came from acknowledging absurdity without hope of resolution. Movement behind him. A flicker in the corner of his eye reminded him he was not alone. Lucian spun, reaching instinctively for his sidearm. Nothing. A mirage, or perhaps just dust stirred by the wind. He exhaled sharply, shaking his head. Congratulations, Varro. You're already losing it, he thought. Humor remained his lifeline, even in the creeping sense of paranoia that this planet inflicted like a second skin. He found a spot to rest, leaning against a jagged rock. The dust had infiltrated every crevice of his clothing, every fold, every inch of skin exposed. Even his hair carried a gritty tang. He pulled a small canister from his pack, sipping water that tasted faintly metallic, and considered the absurdity of it all. He had been chosen, or condemned, to this place, this trial, this little corner of the galaxy that seemed designed to test his endurance, his patience, and perhaps his sanity. He didn't feel honored. He didn't feel ready. The guards, now clearly aware of their environment, continued their march. Lucian noted patterns in their movement, subtle cues that suggested hierarchy and protocol. He had been trained to observe, trained to exploit weaknesses. The irony was not lost on him. This mission demanded that he use skills honed in ward zones and boardrooms, yet the battlefield was a desert, the enemies faceless, and the stakes obscured by layers of bureaucratic absurdity. Brilliant, he muttered, nothing like a little existential fun before lunch. As the sun climbed higher, the heat intensified. Sweat trickled down his back, soaking the straps of his pack, and the metallic tang in his mouth worsened. He adjusted his stance, shifting weight from one foot to the other, and allowed his mind to wander to darker, funnier thoughts. He imagined the executive back on that sleek, polished planet, sipping some pristine beverage, congratulating themselves on a perfectly orchestrated experiment. Lucian smiled, a thin, bitter curve of lips. Congratulations. You've trapped me here. Your point? He rose from his perch, dust kicking around his boots. He needed movement, observation, action, even if all he accomplished was maintaining a sense of dignity. He had learned quickly that the planet would strip away pretense, patience, and pride if you gave it half a chance. The landscape was a predator of spirit, patient, methodical, and indifferent. Survival here required humor, attention, and the ability to stare at absurdity until it cracked like glass under pressure. Lucian Varro stepped forward, each footfall deliberate, careful. The guards had noticed him now, or perhaps it was the sheer audacity of his existence in a place that seemed designed to erase it. He didn't care. Sarcasm, wit, and a refusal to bend completely. They were his only weapons. Even against the sun, the dust, and the slow erosion of time itself, he would wield them like a shield. He would watch, he would endure, and he would survive. The first section of his arrival had not been violent. Not yet. But it had been revealing. The world he had entered was not merely hostile. It was sentient in its cruelty, structured in a way that punished, observed, and toyed with him. He could already feel the pull of its rhythms, the way monotony became oppression, and oppression became an instrument of quiet madness. He looked at the horizon once more, squinting, imagining the far side of the planet. Somewhere out there were secrets, lies, or answers, probably all three. He smiled faintly. Of course there are. What else would make this hell worthwhile? Lucian Varro's arrival on the dust-scorched expanse was complete. He had survived the landing, assessed the environment, observed the guards, and maintained his characteristic sarcasm in the face of overwhelming bleakness. And somewhere deep inside, he allowed a flicker of anticipation. Not hope, never hope, but a keen awareness that this place, this prison, this hell, had a rhythm, a system, a game. And if there was one thing Lucian Varro knew how to do, it was to play games, though he doubted very much that the rules were fair. He moved forward, dust puffing behind him, and prepared himself for the absurdity that lay ahead. Lucian leaned against the jagged edge of a rock that looked like it had been spat out by the planet itself in a fit of spite. The sun was merciless, but he had learned long ago that complaining to the sky was an exercise in futility. Still, the heat gave him the perfect excuse to think, which, in this place, was dangerous enough to almost count as rebellion. He squinted at the horizon and let his mind wander back to the briefing, the one that had landed him here in a place that smelled faintly of rust, dust, and bureaucratic cruelty. It had all seemed deceptively simple at the time. Executive office, pristine wood paneling, the faint hum of artificial ventilation, the kind of place designed to remind you that wealth and power were sterile but very effective predators. Lucian remembered the briefing officer, a man who looked like he had been ironed flat under a lifetime of mediocrity, delivering his lines with the solemnity of someone who thought words themselves carried weight. The orders had been concise. Observe, participate, report. Simple words, almost elegant in their cold efficiency. So, observe what exactly? Lucian had asked, a smirk playing on his lips. Everything, the officer replied, voice clipped. Nothing escapes notice, Varro. Nothing. And yet, simplicity was never his strong suit when the universe had other plans. He remembered the way the officer had paused, as if savoring the impact of each word, the careful selection that hinted at consequences more severe than death. Lucian had suspected immediately that the briefing was a test in itself, a measure of how well he could endure absurdity under the guise of authority. He had suspected, though perhaps hoped wrong, that this was less a mission and more a punishment, an experiment in patience, wit, and survival. Lucian's mind wove between memories and the present, as if time itself was stretching across this dust-choked landscape. The thought of punishment brought a smirk to his face. If this was punishment, he had to admire the creativity. Being dropped on a desert planet with guards who moved like ghosts and workers who shuffled under rules invisible to him was punishment with style. Torture had nothing on monotony, and monotony had nothing on heat and dust, that stuck to everything in ways nature had never intended. He remembered, too, the details that had seemed trivial at the time but now loomed like ominous foreshadowing. The executive smirk when he delivered the mission dossier, the way his eyes flicked toward Lucian with the faintest glimmer of something predatory. Perhaps amusement, perhaps disdain. Lucian had noticed the little things that betrayed far more than the briefing itself. Like the faint scent of alcohol lingering in the air, or the way the officer's hand hovered unnecessarily over a panel of unknown functions, as if anticipating sabotage from a man who had yet to leave the room. And of course, there's always the colonel's wife, Lucian muttered to himself. What a subtle touch. Sleeping with the colonel's wife had not been the smartest career move nor the most ethical. But it had been the only thing that made the executive pause, the only thread that might explain why the mission briefing had been delivered with such subtle malice. Lucian had not been entirely surprised when he had been assigned here. In fact, he had half expected a planet with a name like Hell to be on the itinerary. He shifted his weight and let a faint laugh escape, the kind that carried both humor and a little despair. Substantial bonus, they said. Should be fun, they said. What else did they say? Oh yes, don't get yourself killed, and ideally, don't question the mission too loudly. Lucian's hands flexed against the grit of his gloves. Words on a briefing sheet were harmless enough, until you realized that every word might be a trap, every line a thread in a net designed to tangle your life into chaos. The mission dossier had been brief, but the implications were anything but. Observe, yes. But observe what? Participate. But participate in what? Report. But to whom, and for what purpose? The questions had piled up in his mind during the long ride to the planet, growing heavier with each passing light year, until by the time he had been dropped here, they were almost unbearable in their intensity. Almost. Lucian had long ago mastered the art of tolerating unbearable things with a sardonic grin. It was easier than crying. He thought of the officers and executives back on that sterile, polished planet, sitting behind their shiny desks, confident in their control. They had no idea that he could trace their motives with a simple glance, that he could sense the contempt hiding behind their perfectly rehearsed smiles. It amused him now, in retrospect, that they had assumed control and authority could dictate his reality. Authority had failed him before, and here it had failed spectacularly. He allowed himself a grin. "Thanks for the assignment. Truly delightful," he muttered, voice low, almost conversational with the desert winds. And yet, even in his amusement, there was a gnawing unease. The briefings, the orders, the careful orchestration, it all hinted at something deeper, something lurking beneath the thin veneer of mission protocol. Lucian suspected, though he could not prove, that the planet itself was part of a design, that his assignment was not a mere coincidence, but a deliberate orchestration by unseen hands. If that was true, then every step, every observation, every act of participation was already predestined. The thought did not frighten him, it intrigued him. Danger was a familiar companion, and intrigue had always been his preferred flavor. He crouched, brushing dust from his uniform, and allowed himself a rare moment of reflection. The briefing had left gaps, vast spaces where logic seemed to evaporate into absurdity. Those gaps were where the real story lived, and he intended to find it. If there were answers to be uncovered, he would uncover them, though not without commentary, of course. Humor was his weapon, sarcasm his shield, and patience, begrudgingly, his tool. He imagined telling the executive, if ever they were foolish enough to ask, that their elegant orders had resulted in little more than a desert tour and a great deal of dust in unexpected places. The memory of the office's artificial warmth made him shiver faintly. Here, the heat was real, the sun unyielding, the dust omnipresent. Every sensory detail was exaggerated, heightened to a point of discomfort. It was a deliberate test, he realized, though he didn't know by whom. A test of endurance, yes, but also of perception. Could he read the subtle cues? Could he detect the mechanisms that controlled his environment, even if they were invisible? Could he find order in chaos, purpose in absurdity? Lucian smiled faintly at the challenge. "I like my odds." He remembered the words that had made him uneasy at the time. "This is not a standard mission. You may find yourself outside the bounds of your training." They had said it casually, as if casually were enough to soften the implication that everything he knew might fail him here. Training had prepared him for combat, negotiation, espionage, but not this. Not dust, heat, endless monotony, and the subtle threat that the planet itself might conspire against him. Lucian had felt the edges of that unease sharpen almost immediately, and he had learned quickly to mask it with humor. Sarcasm, after all, was cheaper than tears. "And if I survive this," he muttered aloud, tone dry, "I suppose I deserve a medal, or maybe just a drink that doesn't taste like iron filings." And humor, biting and sarcastic as it was, had become a lens through which he viewed everything. He remembered joking to himself during the long ride. "If I survive this, I'll deserve a medal, a vacation, or at least a drink that doesn't taste like metal." Now, leaning against a rock, the sun burning his skin and dust sticking to his sweat, he realized the joke was ongoing, but the punchline had yet to arrive. Lucian shook his head and let his thoughts drift to less pressing matters, the kind of trivial, human reflections that reminded him he had been something more than an operative once. He thought of the smell of rain on earth, of cafes and crowded streets, of laughter that didn't carry an edge of despair. Those memories were both comforting and cruel, like a delicate teasing from a friend who remembered far too much about your failures. Here, there was no comfort, only the stark, unrelenting reality of the planet. He sighed, exhaling a mix of dust and thought, and muttered, "Oh, how the mighty have fallen. Welcome to hell, Varro. Please keep your sense of humor intact. It's the only thing that matters." The executive's smirk returned unbidden in his mind, as if etched there permanently, a reminder that control was an illusion. Lucian found himself smiling faintly at the thought. The man had believed that sending him here would be punishment, a test, a demonstration of authority. Lucian, however, had already discovered that the true punishment, and the true power, was in endurance, observation, and perspective. And humor, always humor. Even if the planet itself seemed determined to crush it. Dust swirled around him, catching the sunlight in sparks of gold and copper. Lucian stepped forward again, boots crunching, mind racing. He had the orders, the memory of the briefing, and the faint, indestructible sense that he was both observer and participant. He would use all of it. Every sarcastic comment, every wit-laden observation, every moment of cunning. And when the time came to report, he would have a story worth telling, even if it was only to himself. He glanced at the distant figures again. Guards or workers, it didn't matter at this point, and allowed himself a smirk. The game had begun. The mission unfolded, and Lucian Varro was ready. Not hopeful. Not resigned. Ready. And sarcastic as hell. Lucian Varro had thought he knew the limits of shock. He had survived firefights, betrayals, endless hours of mind-numbing surveillance, and enough bureaucratic absurdity to fill a dozen lifetimes. And yet nothing had prepared him for the mirror. Not the reflection he had expected. Not even close. The first time he caught sight of it, he stopped mid-step, boots scuffing against the dust-laden floor. There was a flicker of recognition. Of course there was, he thought, but it was immediately followed by confusion, and then, reluctantly, fascination. The body staring back at him was his, yet not. Skin that had once been plain and human now shimmered faintly with hues that reminded him of copper wire and wet clay. Muscle and bone were restructured in subtle, impossible ways, almost like the planet itself had decided to redesign him for reasons beyond his comprehension. Lucian frowned. He ran a hand over his cheek, expecting flesh. It was there, yet different. Denser. Warmer. He flexed his fingers experimentally, watching the movement ripple in ways that were both alien and vaguely mechanical. The mirror reflected the dust and grime of the room, but it was the creature within that fascinated him. He half expected the reflection to speak before he did, to comment on its new existence, but it remained silent, patient, and entirely indifferent. "You're me," he muttered, voice low, sarcasm creeping in despite the absurdity. "And I'm you. Fantastic. Just fantastic." He didn't know whether to be angry, amused, or terrified. Probably all three, in that particular order. He examined his reflection carefully, noting the changes that were obvious and the ones that were subtle, hiding just below the skin's surface. His eyes, still his own, mercifully, betrayed none of the alterations, though they caught the light differently now, reflecting more sharply, as if the iris had been enhanced to record every nuance. The truth of it sank slowly, like a stone in syrup. The transformation wasn't cosmetic. It wasn't a joke, a punishment, or even a subtle test of endurance. It was functional. His body had been altered for a purpose, one he had yet to understand. He ran his hands over his chest, feeling muscles that weren't supposed to exist, tendons that snapped with unfamiliar efficiency. His skin tingled, almost humming with latent energy, and he realized with a creeping sense of both awe and horror that this was no ordinary body. He had been modified, optimized for tasks that would doubtless be unpleasant, dangerous, and, knowing the people behind this, probably absurdly convoluted. Lucian's eyes drifted to his hands again, flexing and rotating them, the reflection moving in perfect unison. He half expected claws, spikes, or some other elaborate appendage meant to terrorize the uninitiated. Nothing so dramatic had been added. He let a small laugh escape, sharp and sardonic, shaking his head. They really outdid themselves this time. A custom-built me. Lucky me. He couldn't help but imagine a boardroom somewhere, executives nodding in satisfaction over their ingenious solution. He clenched his jaw, imagining his sarcasm as a middle finger stretched across the void of space to the people responsible. And then, almost imperceptibly, the body reacted. Not consciously, not in response to a thought, but in a way that suggested it was already learning him. His muscles tightened and relaxed in anticipation of motion, reflexes that weren't entirely his own firing with precision. He stepped back instinctively, startled, as if the reflection had moved before he did. The sensation was eerie, like meeting a twin that had memorized all of his tendencies and quirks, and decided it could improve on them. Lucian frowned again, biting the inside of his cheek. This was unsettling, and he hated feeling unsettled. He walked to a nearby wall, fingers grazing the rough texture, testing control, and found that the body responded as though it had a will of its own. But a cooperative one. It was capable. Efficient. Deadly, if necessary. Lucian raised an eyebrow at his reflection, the first real expression he had managed since the transformation began. "Well, aren't you just a bundle of potential misery?" His wit was dry, threaded with disbelief. He had always found humor in the worst of situations. This one was no exception. Lucian flexed his jaw, thinking back to the briefing, to the executive's carefully chosen words. "Observe." Participate. Report. The reflection in the mirror now gave those words a sinister edge. He had been prepared, he thought, for danger, for combat, for moral ambiguity. But this was something new. It was a literal physical redefinition of himself, an involuntary upgrade that left him both awed and unsettled. He rubbed his temples, wondering what part of him had been left unaltered, and if any part of him had survived the procedure intact. He ran a cautious finger over his forearm, noting the texture, the subtle shimmer under the dust. Nerve endings that didn't exist before buzzed lightly at the touch. The skin was resilient, flexible beyond human tolerance, almost like living armor. Lucian's mouth twisted in something between a grin and a grimace. Armor. Great. Just what I always wanted, because I didn't have enough to worry about already. His sarcasm was a shield, but even he knew it couldn't mask the intensity of the moment completely. Stepping back, he considered the implications. This body could move faster, respond quicker, and endure more than any human body should. That fact was both comforting and terrifying. The mission briefing had suggested high stakes, but it had never suggested this. There were consequences now he had never imagined, responsibilities he didn't ask for, and the unspoken certainty that the people who had done this didn't care about his comfort, only his effectiveness. Lucian turned away from the mirror briefly, surveying the room. Every detail was amplified in his perception, colors slightly more vivid, shadows sharper, and textures pronounced. He could feel the dust in the air, the faint heat rising from the floor, the subtle vibration of machinery somewhere in the distance. His senses were alive in ways he had never experienced before, and he realized the transformation was not merely cosmetic, it was functional. He could do more, see more, anticipate more. The realization was intoxicating and terrifying in equal measure. He returned to the mirror, studying himself with the meticulous attention of someone who had survived on observation alone. The sarcasm returned. Well, Lucian Varro, I'd say you're looking positively upgraded. A smirk tugged at the corner of his lips, despite the unease curling in his gut. Humor had survived the procedure if nothing else, and for now that was enough. The reflection remained, impassive, as if waiting for him to accept the new reality. Acceptance was not immediate. Lucian flexed, turned, and moved with exaggerated care, testing limits, pushing boundaries, exploring nuances. There was no pain, only adjustment. The mirror offered no reassurance, only reflection, but Lucian could feel a growing understanding between himself and the body he had been given. It was a strange intimacy, meeting one's own potential in flesh and bone that was at once familiar and alien. Finally, he allowed himself a quiet chuckle, the first genuine sound since he had arrived. Welcome to your new body, Varro. Hope you like it. You're stuck with it now, whether you approve or not. The words carried the bite of sarcasm, but underneath them was something else. Curiosity, determination, and the faintest spark of excitement. If he was going to survive this planet, this mission, and whatever hell awaited, he would need all of those. Lucian stepped away from the mirror, letting the dust settle around him, and felt a strange, defiant thrill. The transformation had been invasive, shocking, and unnerving, but it was a tool now. A weapon. An opportunity. And Lucian Varro was nothing if not opportunistic. He could survive. He would survive. And somewhere in the process, he would make sure that the people responsible for this had reason to regret ever thinking they could control him. For now, though, he would start small, by learning every movement, every strength, every subtle capability of the body staring back at him. He would make the transformation work for him, not against him. And yes, he would mock it every step of the way, because sarcasm, wit, and dry humor had survived everything else. The sun had barely crested the jagged horizon, but it already burned like molten silver across the endless dunes. The heat clawed through every layer of clothing, every sliver of skin not protected by reinforced armor, and yet, strangely, it wasn't just the temperature that was oppressive. There was a rhythm to the place, a pulse in the sand and rocks that whispered subtle warnings, the kind only recognized after hours of squinting into shimmering distance. Shadows were deceitful, stretching impossibly long, then snapping back as though they had their own intentions. The wind carried no comfort, only grit, fine particles that settled into eyes, mouth, and hair, a constant reminder that survival here was not optional. Movement became ritual. Every step, every glance, every measured breath was calculated, not for speed or efficiency, but for a careful understanding of the land. Footfalls kicked up clouds of dust that settled almost immediately, erasing any trace of motion, as if the planet itself insisted on invisibility. Strange structures loomed in the distance, metallic, angular, and disjointed, like someone had tossed pieces of a crashed satellite into the sand and left them to rust. Approaching them revealed more oddities. Flickering lights that didn't correspond to any discernible power source, doors that resisted touch only to yield reluctantly, and panels that sometimes hummed a low, threatening tone for no discernible reason. Each anomaly was a puzzle, a small, insidious test of awareness and patience. Observation became second nature. The workers moved methodically through the sun-scorched fields of dust and stone, their motions almost mechanical, yet tinged with the kind of resigned determination only born from centuries of futility. Their eyes, when they lifted from labor, did not meet the horizon or the sky. They sought something else, something invisible, perhaps even imagined. Guards walked a narrow loop, but there was no real threat in their patrols. It was theater, a performance of authority designed to impress both the watchers and the watched. Lucian learned quickly which moments were scripted and which were genuine. The distinction mattered. Life in this place was less about brute force than cunning, less about survival than understanding the hidden rule. Anomalies became a study. Small things at first, the way shadows sometimes flickered when no sun moved, the almost imperceptible hum in certain metallic surfaces, the way the dust occasionally resisted settling, suspended in patterns that were too regular to be natural. One panel in a long corridor would always flicker in a sequence, blink, 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 just before a worker stepped into view. It might have been coincidence, but intuition whispered otherwise. Every sound, every pattern, every hesitation in movement became data to collect, to analyze. There was no guidebook, no mentor, only the planet itself and its inscrutable rhythm. "Blink again and I'll assume it's a greeting," Lucian muttered, squinting at one flickering panel. Daily survival routines emerged, half instinctual, half improvised. Hydration was critical, rationing the thick, metallic-tasting liquid provided in small canisters, savoring each swallow as if it were ambrosia. The sun dictated activity. Exposure during its zenith was deathly, so movement became pre-dawn and twilight affairs, the hours in between reserved for observation and study. Even mundane tasks like finding shelter became exercises in strategy, choosing the right rocks to shield from solar reflection, the right angles to avoid both glare and the sudden, punishing gusts that tore at exposed skin. The landscape was not merely a backdrop. It was an active participant, testing limits, pushing endurance, rewarding only the perceptive and adaptable. Interaction with other beings was equally layered. The workers spoke rarely, but when they did, the words were measured, almost cautious, as if language itself was under surveillance. Guards were predictably unpredictable, performing tasks with exaggerated attention when observers were present, and abandoning them when convenient. Lucian noted patterns, memorized faces, cataloged behavior. Which guard was likely to flinch under pressure, which worker would avert eyes but slip a helpful comment if approached carefully. Survival was not about confrontation. It was about understanding the ecosystem of people as much as the ecosystem of sand and rock. The alien physiology added its own complications. Movements that would have been simple in a human frame now required attention to new angles, new balances, and the peculiar mechanics of elongated limbs and reinforced muscle groups. Hands, once familiar instruments, now felt foreign in grip, strength, and sensitivity. Reflexes required recalibration. The body, it seemed, was a puzzle in itself, and the mind had to adapt just to avoid injury or draw unnecessary attention. Sarcasm became a mental shield, the internal voice a means to maintain sanity, to argue with oneself about the absurdity of learning to walk again on a planet that might very well despise existence. Even rest was tactical. There were no beds, only platforms or hollowed-out rock, sometimes covered with tattered canvas. Sleep had to be measured against the heat, the occasional patrol, and the faint but persistent disturbances in the environment, shifts in the sand that suggested movement, flickers of light that suggested observation, sounds that suggested more than wind. Dreams, when they came, were vivid and sometimes cruel. Memories of the office, the executive's smile, the impossible heat, and the flickering lights, all blending into scenarios that forced decisions, rewired reactions, and left a lingering taste of unease upon waking. Yet, through all the challenges, a rhythm began to emerge. It was fragile, a fragile illusion of control, but it existed. Observation, movement, survival, and study became intertwined. Even humor, dry and bitter, snuck into the corners of thought, a necessary indulgence. He found himself muttering sarcastic commentary at panels that hummed too much, at guards who took their theater too seriously, at the merciless sun that insisted on baking every surface. Marvelous, he would whisper, squinting up at the sky. A vacation destination without the leisure, the comfort, or any form of actual leisure? Humor was an anchor, sarcasm the lifeline, and wit the only real weapon available when firepower was irrelevant. Patterns emerged not just in behavior but in the planet itself. The sun's angle hinted at subtle changes in topography, hidden gullies, or unnatural depressions that might conceal passages or hazards. Certain metallic outcroppings seemed deliberately placed, their orientation off by just enough degrees to suggest intention. When the wind howled and dust whipped into eyes and mouth, it was more than a nuisance. It was a signal, part of the planetary logic waiting to be decoded. Everything demanded attention, nothing was truly idle. By the end of the first full day, tentative strategies had begun to form. Routes were memorized, shadow patterns noted, and an internal ledger of human behavior compiled. Every patrol route, every worker shift, every environmental hazard became a variable in a complex equation he intended to solve. The planet was not merely a setting. It was a puzzle, a living entity with rules hidden beneath the apparent chaos. The realization was both humbling and invigorating. A cruel kind of opportunity wrapped in a blanket of relentless heat and dust. And somewhere, deep in the mind, sarcasm lingered. A constant, defiant refrain. Brilliant plan. Drop me here, alien body, son from hell, and let's see how long I last. Excellent foresight, really. Bravo. Wit became both shield and hammer, a way to dissect absurdity while preserving a shred of dignity. It wasn't just survival anymore. It was understanding, adapting, and maintaining the stubborn belief that even in the most hopeless circumstance, one could still observe, comment, and occasionally outwit. Settling in, therefore, was not about acceptance. It was about vigilance, calculation, and small rebellions of intellect against a world designed to crush spirit and bone alike. Every movement, every observation, every sarcastic internal quip became part of a strategy to endure, to learn, to survive. There were no allies yet, no enemies clearly defined, only the planet, the workers, the guards, and the endless sun, a quartet of adversaries and companions in equal measure. And while the horizon offered no promise, no rest and no mercy, there was a faint, stubborn pulse in the sand. A challenge. It could be outwitted, analyzed, maybe even survived. And if nothing else, that pulse became a kind of conversation partner, responding to attention, mockery, and insight with an indifferent, yet oddly satisfying consistency. By nightfall, when the heat receded slightly but the air thickened with the scent of dust and metallic ozone, the first genuine, if begrudging, rhythm of life had emerged. Sleep was still tenuous, movement still calculated, observation constant, but there was strategy now. There was method. And in the midst of all this, somewhere beneath layers of heat-induced delirium, sarcastic humor, and weary calculation, Lucian Varro began to feel the tiniest spark of control in a world that wanted none to exist. Not bad for a first day, he muttered to the dunes. Try topping that, hell. The day began exactly like the last one, and the one before that, in a precision so maddening that it seemed less natural rhythm and more cruel mimicry of routine. The sun had barely climbed above the horizon, yet the heat radiated like a cruel spotlight, forcing sweat to run down every angle of the alien body, collecting in places that were still learning the peculiarities of this new form. Standing on the observation platform, the first thing noticed was the workers, already moving with methodical precision across the jagged landscape. They were ants, yes, but ants with purpose, and purpose always demanded attention. Lucian Varro had been assigned the luxury of overseeing Sector G9, a section of the labor grounds that seemed arbitrarily chosen, like someone had thrown a dart at a map and said, they can handle this. Every guard had their own sector, yet none had freedom. All were bound by invisible chains of obligation, observation, and theater. The duties were simple in theory: patrol, monitor, record, ensure workers didn't die, revolt, or escape. In practice, it was a ballet of monotony, with a dash of existential horror. Steps echoed across metal grates, the clanging amplified by the wind that never quite stopped, dust whirling in perpetual motion. The guards moved in a loop, a pattern that was as meaningless as it was meticulously enforced. Lucian couldn't help noticing how absurd it all was. Here he was, endowed with alien strength, agility, and endurance, tasked with observing beings who were already trapped beyond hope, all while pretending authority mattered. His internal monologue ran rampant, fantastic. Paid in survival. Mission, undefined. Thrill of a lifetime, really. Every morning followed the same scripted chaos. Doors clicked open with a mechanical precision, sensors hummed warnings at intervals that seemed designed to irritate, and every panel blinked with cryptic signals that required attention, but no one knew why. Even the guards participated in the absurdity, marching along invisible paths, occasionally pausing to check panels that did nothing, or glancing at workers who would have been just as trapped if no one had been watching. There was a comedy in it, a dark, biting humor, but it required perfect timing and mental endurance to appreciate fully. Lunch, such as it was, consisted of rations that had the consistency of compressed gravel mixed with bitter oil. Lucian's taste buds were still adapting to alien metabolism, and the rations were a punishment disguised as sustenance. Eating became a tactical exercise. Chew slowly, swallow cautiously, and make mental notes of which nutrients didn't immediately cause nausea or hallucinations. Conversation among guards was minimal and perfunctory, as if speech itself was an expendable commodity. Occasionally, a guard would attempt humor, an offhand comment about the lovely view or the friendly sun, but it fell flat, met with blank stares or, worse, nods of agreement. It was the kind of humor that was only funny because the alternatives were worse. Observing the workers was slightly more interesting, though not much. They moved with a precision born of necessity, a rhythm imposed not by the sun, but by an ingrained understanding of what would not get punished. Some carried tools, others dragged cumbersome loads, and all obeyed the invisible logic of the planet's ecosystem. The true measure of their resilience was in the small, almost imperceptible deviations from routine, a glance that lingered too long, a whispered word caught just at the edge of hearing, a hand lingering on a piece of machinery for a fraction too long. Lucian noted it all. Observation was both duty and entertainment when nothing else mattered. Patrols required vigilance, yet the monotony was brutal. One could walk the same loop for hours and see nothing new, nothing threatening, nothing alive beyond the occasional worker and fellow guard. The platform offered a high vantage point, yet the horizon was endless and unforgiving, giving the illusion of freedom where none existed. Occasionally, the wind would lift the dust in great waves, creating ephemeral patterns that looked like movement, only to settle into nothingness, reminding him of just how arbitrary perception could be. Every false alarm was a lesson in patience, every real anomaly a jolt of adrenaline that reminded him the place was alive, in some sense, and did not particularly care who noticed. The physical exertion, while taxing, was secondary to the mental one. Every patrol was a rehearsal, every gaze a calculated assessment. Lucian's alien form made many tasks easier, climbing the observation towers, sprinting across dunes or hefting tools and equipment. But adaptation was still a constant effort. The body required recalibration for endurance and precision, reflexes needed to be tested under alien environmental stress, and senses had to be sharpened to catch the subtlest of irregularities. Every gust of wind, every flicker of light, every minor shift in the terrain was a potential hazard, or opportunity. He treated them all with equal suspicion, internal commentary running in sardonic undertones. Marvelous. Alien body, alien planet, same tedious duty. What could possibly go wrong? Occasionally the theater of authority became painfully literal. Guards were given minor tasks, seemingly ceremonial, like inspecting panels that only blinked or checking fences that could not possibly hold anything back. Yet each action had weight, a psychological consequence, the illusion of control, the suggestion that their presence mattered. Lucian observed it all with a mixture of fascination and contempt. To be a guard here was to be both participant and victim in a cruel play, each day scripted, yet with improvisational hazards thrown in by the planet's peculiar physics and the enigmatic purpose of the mission. Humor, a weapon and shield, persisted in his mind. Sarcasm whispered through mental commentary as a method of endurance. Patrol the desert, watch ants work, marvel at the sun. Outstanding performance metrics, truly. Wit became an internal coping mechanism, a constant reminder that the absurdity of the situation could be catalogued, examined, and occasionally laughed at. It was the only rebellion allowed, the only freedom guaranteed by the rules of observation. One could endure, observe, and, if clever, mock, but never interfere. By midday, the heat reached its zenith. Sweat-soaked armor, limbs ached, and the sun's glare turned every surface into a mirage. It was a test of patience and endurance. Workers moved in slow, careful rhythm, while guards mirrored their motions, walking in loops that seemed purposeless but were, in fact, the essence of control. Lucian noted how behavior mirrored function. Workers, constrained but alive. Guards, free in theory but bound by rules that mocked freedom. The planet itself, indifferent but demanding respect. Every shift, every task, every glance carried a weight disproportionate to its apparent meaning. Occasionally, tasks required improvisation. A conveyor jammed, a panel malfunctioned, or a minor dust storm obscured visibility. These moments demanded quick thinking, alertness, and occasionally, a well-placed sarcastic observation that could either amuse or irritate nearby guards. Lucian took to these interruptions like a cat to shadows, finding subtle joy in navigating chaos within the monotony. Even minor victories, restoring a panel, redirecting a work group, or simply outmaneuvering a gust of sand, offered the faintest hint of agency in a world designed to remove it. By the end of the day, the ritual repeated itself in reverse. Guards returned to stations, panels flickered off, the workers were corralled for rest or maintenance, and the sun began its slow, unyielding descent. Fatigue was immediate, and yet it was not purely physical. There was a gnawing exhaustion in constant observation, in processing patterns that might never reveal their purpose, in maintaining an alien form with alien capabilities in an environment that challenged every expectation. Humor and sarcasm became lifelines, commentary like a thin rope tethered to sanity. Well done, hero. Witnessed the industrious ants, patrolled the infinite sand, survived yet another day of scripted absurdity. Clap yourself on the back. In this endless cycle, Lucian began to map both the world and himself. Daily life as a guard was far more than repetitive. It was a study in endurance, observation, and subtle influence. Every loop walked, every panel checked, every glance at a worker, was a piece of the larger puzzle, a rehearsal for challenges he did not yet fully comprehend. And through it all, the inner voice, sharp and sardonic, kept him anchored. If nothing else, he would not allow the universe, or the mission designers, to crush his wit, his perspective, or his ability to mock the absurdity of existence. Duty, in this place, was survival disguised as observation. Guards were neither oppressors nor victims but something in between. A commentary on the absurdity of control, a living paradox that required attention, endurance, and a touch of cynicism to navigate. And while no single day promised clarity, victory, or even understanding, Lucian's sarcastic commentary, acute observation, and alien adaptability ensured one thing. He would endure, study, and in his own way, survive the ritualistic theater of being a guard in hell. The workers moved like shadows tethered to invisible chains, their motions precise yet strangely organic, as if each step was a compromise between instinct and imposed order. At first glance they seemed mindless, mere extensions of the barren landscape, pieces in some cruelly designed machine. But it didn't take long for Lucian Varro to notice the subtleties. A flicker of defiance in a glance, a hesitation that suggested thought, a posture that whispered of hidden strength. Watching them was a study in contradictions. They were simultaneously insignificant and remarkable, broken yet unbroken, trapped yet remarkably alert to the nuances of their environment. He had learned to observe without interference, the way a chess player might watch pawns move across a board, aware that even the smallest shift could change the game. It was tempting, of course, to intervene, to correct mistakes, to offer guidance, but the rules were clear. Guards were watchers, not participants. Any deviation invited scrutiny from the higher powers behind the mission, and those powers were as opaque as the horizon itself. Lucian leaned against the observation railing, arms crossed, and allowed his gaze to trace the workers' routines, cataloging details that might mean nothing or might mean everything. Small acts fascinated him. One worker, barely older than a child in appearance, but carrying the weight of years he could never truly measure, paused to straighten a crooked tool before continuing. Another whispered to a companion, words caught in the wind, invisible to every other guard. A third, in the shadow of a shifting dune, executed a subtle gesture that looked meaningless until repeated twice more, like a code in motion. These were not mistakes. They were signals, conversations hidden beneath the surface of obedience. Lucian noted each detail with a mixture of awe and sardonic appreciation. The ants have their own secret language. How quaint. Who knew survival could be so poetic? Their interactions were a study in resilience. Some workers carried burdens far heavier than their frames suggested possible, yet did so with a grace that mocked the guards' own clumsy attempts at authority. Others moved in synchronized patterns that hinted at training, heritage, or sheer instinctual intelligence. Lucian's mind catalogued each anomaly, each deviation from the apparent monotony. Patterns emerged, small clusters of resistance and collaboration, woven into the fabric of enforced labor. It was subtle, almost imperceptible to anyone not paying attention, but Lucian had learned to see what others overlooked. And then there were the oddities that defied explanation. A group of workers once paused mid-task, seemingly to stare at nothing. For 3 minutes they did nothing but stand and watch a barren patch of sand, unmoving except for the subtle rise and fall of chests. When they resumed work, it was with an intensity that suggested the pause had been deliberate, not accidental. Lucian replayed the moment in his mind countless times. Meditation? Secret ritual? Insane, synchronized rebellion? Or maybe they just liked the view. Hard to say. Definitely worth a note. Humor became his constant companion during these observations. Without it, the starkness of their existence, the relentless heat, and the oppressive monotony would have crushed him outright. He imagined commentary, half internal, half whispered to himself when no one was listening. Look at them go, tiny cogs in a cosmic joke. And here I am, privileged with alien strength, watching ants do their daily performance review. Truly, the universe has impeccable taste. Wit was his shield, sarcasm, his lubricant for navigating a world where absurdity was as common as dust storms. Lucian began to notice hierarchy, or what approximated it. Some workers moved with authority, not official but intrinsic. They directed others with subtle gestures, nudged them toward efficiency, or offered corrections with imperceptible signs. Their authority was not enforced by threat or violence. It was earned through competence, endurance, and a quiet confidence that came from surviving in this hellish landscape day after day. He recognized a leader among them, a figure who moved with deliberate precision, whose glance could redirect a dozen others without a word. Observing this dynamic was like watching a complex organism at work. Every member contributed to a collective strength far greater than the sum of individual efforts. The intelligence embedded in their actions was equally fascinating. Some workers used minor tools in creative ways, improvising solutions that a guard might have dismissed as impossible. One even fashioned a rudimentary pulley system using scraps of metal and rope, a clever application of physics that would have earned accolades in any off-world engineering contest, if one existed outside this prison. Lucian allowed himself a rare sardonic smile. Resourceful little critters. Shame we're not on the same team, isn't it? Resistance took many forms, and Lucian catalogued them all. Some were overt, a sudden defiant halt in work, a sneer toward a nearby guard, or a whispered challenge. Others were subtle. A tool deliberately misaligned, a supply subtly redirected, a shared glance that suggested complicity. None of it could be labeled rebellion in the conventional sense, yet each act carried weight. The workers were testing boundaries, probing the limitations of control, and quietly asserting existence in a place designed to erase identity. Observing this delicate dance became a personal study, one that demanded attention and patience. Yet for every spark of ingenuity, there were moments of despair that reminded Lucian of the stakes. He watched one worker collapse under the sun, the body trembling with exhaustion, only to rise again after a long pause. Another carried a load so heavy it bent the spine but refused to set it down until forced by sheer incapacity. The worker's suffering was not mindless. It was deliberate, endured, and often defiant. They carried the weight of this world not just on their bodies but on their minds, preserving a sense of self even when every external factor screamed erasure. Lucian noted it all with a mixture of admiration and grim amusement. Stubbornness as art form. Very efficient, very infuriating. Social dynamics also emerged in subtle ways. Some workers clustered into small groups, sharing burdens and glances, while others remained solitary, relying on instinct and internal rhythm. Occasionally, these groups would briefly synchronize their movements, a fleeting moment of coordination that suggested planning or tradition. Lucian found himself studying these patterns as though decoding a language written in body motion, a silent poetry of endurance and adaptation. Ants with secrets, ants with style. Brilliant. He also observed emotional nuance. The workers were not blank automata. Subtle facial expressions, body language, and micro-reactions conveyed frustration, relief, or satisfaction. One small smile, almost invisible, flitted across a worker's face after a minor victory, a successfully completed task, a clever solution, or perhaps a shared joke among comrades. Lucian's sarcastic commentary continued silently. Smiling ants. Delightful. I hope someone's taking notes for the next morale report. The more he watched, the more Lucian recognized a form of communication layered beneath the obvious. Workers passed signals in the tilt of a head, the placement of a tool, or a pause in motion. It was a system invisible to the untrained eye, yet profoundly effective. Every interaction became a message, every hesitation a clue, and every seemingly meaningless gesture a potential code. The planet was not just a prison of bodies, it was a crucible for mind and spirit, and these workers had begun to carve space for themselves within it. Even with alien perception, it was difficult to discern intent, and that was part of the fascination. Every act could be survival, subversion, or a combination thereof. Some workers appeared to play roles, performing tasks with exaggerated precision to avoid attention. Others took risks, testing limits with subtle gestures that defied command. Lucian catalogued these behaviors meticulously, his internal commentary sharpening into full-fledged sarcasm. Oh, do go on, little engineers of endurance. Impress me with your silent rebellion. I'm all eyes, all ears, and apparently all sarcasm. By the end of the shift, patterns had emerged, though always incomplete. He could predict some movements, anticipate small deviations, and even detect minor alliances. But the workers retained an essential unpredictability, a spark that refused to be fully quantified. It was that spark, the small flickering flame of autonomy and cunning, that fascinated Lucian, and simultaneously frustrated the architects of this cruel environment. For all the apparent order, chaos lurked beneath, and the workers were masters of it in ways the guards could barely perceive. Observation, in this place, was an act of survival. Humor softened the edges of monotony. Sarcasm kept the mind sharp. Wit provided a private rebellion against the absurdity of existence. Lucian Varro understood that to endure this world, he needed to see it fully. Every gesture, every hesitation, every glance, and every whisper held meaning. The workers were not merely components of labor. They were active participants in the ongoing experiment, shaping reality through subtle defiance and careful observation. And while he might never intervene directly, he could appreciate, and secretly cheer, the brilliance of their silent strategies. In the end, it was clear. The workers were far more than they appeared. Beneath layers of dust, exhaustion, and obedience, intelligence thrived. Resilience persisted. And every act of subtle defiance, every quiet assertion of self, was a reminder to Lucian that control here was an illusion, however meticulously crafted. His duty paradoxically became both observation and quiet admiration. The workers moved with a rhythm that mocked the system, challenged expectation, and hinted at secrets not even the architects of this hell could fully grasp. By the time the sun reached its peak, and the heat became an unbearable press against skin and armor, Lucian realized he had spent hours cataloging, analyzing, and quietly enjoying the subtle theater of worker existence. Sarcasm remained a companion, humor a lifeline, and wit a shield. He had seen enough to understand that nothing in this place was random, yet everything remained unpredictable. Observation was survival, understanding was power, and amusement, bitter, dark, sardonic amusement, was the only genuine luxury in a world built to erase it. The sun hung like a giant judgmental eyeball over the dust-choked plains, baking everything in sight. Lucian squinted through the mirage-shimmering heat, feeling it crawl under his skin like some microscopic interrogator. He wiped sweat from his brow and muttered to himself, "Lovely. Just what every sentient being dreams of. A free, all-you-can-burn buffet under a celestial spotlight." A gust of scouring wind lifted grit into his eyes. He spat and hissed, "Oh, marvelous! Did the genius in charge decide sand in the eyes was part of orientation training?" He stumbled over a cracked ridge of baked soil, glaring at the horizon that seemed to stretch forever, mocking him. Somewhere in the distance, a cluster of workers trudged along, their movements mechanical, shadows stretching thin and skeletal in the heat. Lucian had been watching them for hours, cataloging every twitch, every subtle glance. He couldn't tell if they were utterly broken or just playing him, but either way, it gave him something to do besides fry slowly alive. "Varro, you staring at the sand again?" came a voice from behind. He turned to see Kale, another guard, wiping sweat from his neck with a rag that had clearly been borrowed from someone's non-existent linen closet. Kale's grin was as sun-baked as the ground. "Heat getting to you, or you finally found the meaning of life in that dust?" Lucian gave a mock salute, dry as the cracked earth. Oh, I found it. It's right between misery and why the hell did I ever sign up for this. Careful, Kale, you might not want to approach that kind of enlightenment unprotected. Kale laughed and shook his head. Some days I envy the workers. At least they have a purpose, sort of. You're just decoration. Decoration, Lucian echoed, pretending to admire the title. Yes, I am the gilded scepter of boredom. How fortunate you are to witness such artistry in despair. He swept a hand toward the horizon, where heat waves danced like mocking spirits. Behold, the endless wasteland. Our canvas. Our existential dread painted in ochre and dust. Kale groaned. You need a hobby, man. Or therapy, or both. Therapy requires someone to listen, Lucian replied, voice dripping with sarcasm. And hobbies require energy. I am running low on both. But thanks for your concern, dear colleague. He paused, scanning the landscape. A distant rumble caught his attention. At first he thought it was the shifting sand, but no dovey. It was deliberate, mechanical. Somewhere far away, the planetary surface hummed with hidden machinery, buried beneath layers of sand and steel. He muttered, of course. Even a worker stumbled nearby, a thin figure weighed down by some heavy load, dust curling off the edges of their clothes like smoke from a dying fire. Lucian squinted. Hey, he called, his voice carrying faintly across the expanse. You planning to move that slowly until the heat kills you, or is this some kind of existential protest? The worker glanced up, expression unreadable, and muttered something that sounded like a cross between a curse and a calculation. Lucian couldn't tell if it was words or numbers, and honestly he didn't care enough to figure it out. Still, there was an intelligence there, a kind of defiance buried beneath the monotony. He grinned. I like you. Quiet, and you make me feel slightly less insane. Kale groaned again. Don't start bonding with them, Varro. Next thing you know you'll be stealing sand for, I don't know, sand castles? Lucian squinted at him. Sand castles, Kale. The pinnacle of human achievement. Clearly you've never seen the glory of a properly constructed turret in this heat. It's poetic. Kale waved him off, muttering something about heat stroke and moral decay. Lucian ignored him, crouching slightly to examine the cracked soil beneath his boots. Each fissure seemed deliberate, as if the planet itself had been scored by some meticulous, sadistic artist. He tapped a finger against one of the deeper cracks and muttered, Ah yes, the subtle artistry of despair. One might almost admire it if they weren't about to spontaneously combust. The wind picked up again, biting at his exposed skin and carrying the faint metallic tang of the workers' machinery from afar. Lucian shielded his face with his arm and quipped, Why does everything here smell like a failed experiment? Is it the sand, the sweat, or the collective misery? Sometimes I can't tell, and I don't want to. He stood again, dust clinging to his uniform, and surveyed the horizon. Mountains of jagged rock punctuated the landscape, black against the shimmering heat waves. Look at that, he said aloud, to no one in particular. Absolutely useless as shade, but visually impressive if you enjoy suffering. Very motivational. Kale sidled up, scratching his neck. You know, some people survive by following the rules. You survive by talking to yourself and insulting scenery. Bold strategy. Lucian snorted. Rules are for the unimaginative. Survival, he said, eyes narrowing at the distant shimmer of dust and heat, requires flair. Wit and occasionally making sure your fellow guards think you're completely insane keeps them off your back. He shifted his gaze to a small cluster of shadowed structures in the distance, partially hidden by heat mirages. Machines hummed faintly, barely perceptible over the gusting winds. Those, he muttered, voice low, are not just buildings. Someone designed those. Someone wanted eyes on everything, and probably laughs at the sight of guards trudging around like apes playing ceremonial tag. Kale sighed. I think you just insulted the entire planetary maintenance crew, and the architects of monotony, in one sentence. Precisely, Lucian replied with a grin. Efficiency and sarcasm is key. It's what keeps me sane, marginally. He paused and crouched near a patch of sand, poking at it with a boot. Tiny crystalline fragments reflected the sun, sharp and unyielding. This planet, he said, muttering under his breath, is a hell crafted by someone with a sense of humor darker than a black hole. And me? I'm the unwitting guest of honor at the roast. As the day dragged on, the oppressive heat seemed to distort not only the land but time itself. Every step was deliberate, every movement a small victory. Workers moved with a precision that belied their exhaustion, and Lucian found himself watching their rhythm with grudging respect. "They're not just surviving," he muttered. "They're orchestrating misery into some sort of perverse ballet." Cale whistled. "You need a drink, Varro, or a lobotomy." "Tempting," Lucian replied dryly. "But I'll settle for staying alive long enough to see what happens when the next heat wave decides to murder everyone." He shaded his eyes against the unrelenting sun and squinted at the horizon again. Something shifted, an unnatural ripple, not quite sand, not quite air. "That," he muttered, "is not a mirage, and whatever it is, it's judging me. Excellent. Another observer for the collection. Just what I needed." By the time the sun began to drop, casting long shadows over the cracked earth, Lucian had developed a rhythm of observation, quip, and cautious step. He whispered to himself, voice sharp with sarcasm and dark amusement, "The landscape hates me. The guards ignore me. The workers might be plotting something brilliant, or plotting my death. All in all, a perfectly normal day in paradise." Cale shook his head, dragging his boots across the sand. "Paradise. Sure, Varro. Keep telling yourself that." Lucian smirked and kicked at a small ridge of sand. "Paradise is subjective. Hell is universal. Guess which one we're in." The sun sank lower, painting the barren landscape in harsh oranges and reds, reflecting off the metal of distant structures, giving them the faint illusion of life. Lucian took a slow, deliberate breath and muttered, "Tomorrow we test endurance. Or sanity. Or both. Either way, the planet wins as usual." And yet beneath the sarcasm, beneath the jokes and mockery, there was a spark of fascination. This planet was cruel, yes, but it was cunning. It had rules, hidden rules, and Lucian Varro, for all his wit and stubbornness, was beginning to understand that surviving here would require more than mere endurance. It would require observation, cunning, and a willingness to play the planet's game on its terms, even if it meant laughing in the face of absurdity the entire time. The wind shifted, carrying a faint metallic scent that made Lucian wrinkle his nose. It wasn't unusual for the planet to smell like scorched iron and burnt dust, but this was different. Subtle, layered, like a whisper under the roar of heat. Lucian froze mid-step, squinting toward the distant structures. Something was off. Cale trudged beside him, fanning dust from his face. "You're staring again. You always stare." "I'm thinking," Lucian said, tone smooth, almost innocent. "Sometimes staring is the highest form of intelligence." He nudged a pebble with his boot, sending it skittering across the cracked soil. "Other times it's a warning that something's watching." Cale snorted. "Oh great, you're turning into one of those doom prophets again. Next you'll tell me the sand is plotting revenge." Lucian's lips twitched. "Funny you mention that, because I'm starting to think it might be. There's a pattern here, Cale, not in the workers. They're predictable enough, but in the way the dust moves, the way the shadows shift, it's deliberate." Cale rolled his eyes. "Deliberate shadows. Sure. You're losing it, Varro." "I'm perfectly sane," Lucian shot back, hands on his hips. "Merely alert to the subtle manipulations of a sadistic planetary mind." Cale muttered something that sounded like a prayer for sanity, then kicked at a ridge of sand, sending a tiny avalanche sliding down its slope. Lucian squatted beside it, tracing the fine lines with his fingertip. "See that? Nothing in nature moves that precisely without intent. I'm telling you, Cale, someone, or something, is orchestrating this. And it's bored." Cale shook his head. "Or it's just sand, and you're reading too much into a rock and dirt show." "Maybe," Lucian said with a sardonic grin, "but I've always been a fan of overthinking. Keeps the mind sharp and the humor sharper." He rose, scanning the horizon again. In the distance, a faint shimmer disturbed the pattern of shadows. It pulsed, subtle, almost hesitant, like it was testing awareness. Lucian's brow furrowed. "There," he muttered. "Not sand. Not heat mirage. Something alive, maybe not alive, but definitely noticing me." Cale glanced, uncomprehending. "Notice me too, then. Maybe it's lonely." Lucian didn't answer. He crouched low, ears straining against the whistling wind, trying to isolate the sound beneath the constant hum of the planetary heat. There was movement, a subtle vibration in the ground that didn't belong. He tapped his boot against the earth. A quick response, a mirrored tremor. He straightened, speaking aloud this time, half to Cale, half to whatever entity might be observing. "Okay, we're getting playful now. Very clever. Let's see how long you can keep this up without giving me a migraine. Cale muttered something like, "You're insane," but there was a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. Lucian turned toward the workers nearby. They moved with habitual precision, yet something about their rhythm seemed off today, more anxious, more deliberate. A worker paused mid-step, glanced toward Lucian, then resumed work, a subtle twitch in their shoulders suggesting tension. "Even them," Lucian muttered, voice low. "They sense it too. Either that, or I've developed a sixth sense for impending doom." Cale groaned. "Sixth sense. Sure. You'll be naming your imaginary friends next." "Already done," Lucian replied dryly. "They're plotting world domination, but mostly against anyone who underestimates dust." The wind kicked up stronger, carrying a shrill metallic clatter from one of the distant structures. Lucian winced. "Hear that?" he asked, squinting against the heat shimmer. "The planet just clapped, or it's testing me. One of the two." Cale tilted his head, trying to listen. "Sounds like a loose panel, or—" Lucian cut him off with a wave of his hand. "No, Cale. Loose panel sounds random. This is deliberate, purposeful, malevolent, or at least very sarcastic. My money's on malevolent with a side of practical joke." They trudged closer to the structures, Lucian's eyes scanning every shadow, every flicker of movement. The closer they got, the more anomalies appeared. Panels that seemed to hum without power. Small lights blinking in patterns that made no sense. Tiny vents shifting, though no wind should move them. And somewhere in the distance an almost imperceptible figure moved against the horizon, stopping whenever they tried to focus on it. Lucian whispered, half to himself, half to Cale. "I swear, if one of the workers is playing hide-and-seek, they're very committed, and very dead in 5 minutes if I find out." Cale didn't respond. He was too busy trying not to get dust in his eyes, which, frankly, was the less interesting challenge. The shimmer returned, pulsing like a heartbeat. Lucian stepped closer, ignoring Cale's protests. "There. Do you see it now? It's testing awareness just like a cat, or a sadistic or both, and it's judging me." Cale muttered something about Varro losing all credibility. Lucian ignored him, squatting to touch the dust near the shimmer. The grains vibrated subtly beneath his fingers. He jerked back, muttering, "Not supposed to do that. Not supposed to do that. Definitely not supposed to do that." The shimmer flickered, then dissipated, leaving the dust perfectly still, as if nothing had happened. Lucian's lips twitched. "Well played, whoever you are," he said aloud. "Very subtle, but don't get cocky." A distant horn sounded, a dull, mechanical bellow that vibrated through the ground. Lucian glanced at Cale. "Guess what that means?" Cale shrugged. "Time for lunch? Nap? Ritual self-flagellation? Or trouble?" Lucian said dryly. "Pick one. Or all three, most likely all three." He advanced toward the source of the noise, scanning constantly, instincts on high alert. The dust and heat seemed alive, almost sentient, reacting to every movement. Every small anomaly, the wrong shift of a shadow, a misaligned panel, the twitch of a worker's shoulder, added up in a disquieting tally. Cale followed reluctantly. "You really think there's something watching?" Lucian smirked. "I don't think, Cale. I know. There's always something here. Always. And if there isn't, well, then the planet's sense of humor is even crueler than I imagined." They rounded a ridge, and Lucian stopped abruptly. A guard had moved out of position, too mechanically, almost deliberately wrong. Lucian squinted, suspicion coiling. "And there," he muttered, "we have our first human variable. Or defect. Something not right. Either he's lost it or he's testing me." Cale glanced nervously. "Testing you? He's a guard." Lucian chuckled dryly. "And that's exactly why it's suspicious. Guards are supposed to be predictable. Predictable guards indicate either extreme boredom, incompetence, or something worse. My money's on the last two options." The anomalous hum of machinery intensified, accompanied by a sharp flicker of lights from one of the panels. Lucian raised an eyebrow. Yes, now we're playing musical lights. Very clever. Reminds me of a child with a broken toy, except the toy could kill us if it sneezes." Cale muttered something that sounded suspiciously like a prayer for patience. Lucian ignored him, crouching to inspect the vibrating dust more closely. "This planet," he whispered, "has rules, hidden rules, and it's testing comprehension. Every flicker, every vibration, every misplaced shadow. It's a puzzle, or a trap, or both." The wind carried a faint murmur, almost like voices whispering in the distance. Lucian's lips twitched with a sardonic grin. Oh, of course, now we have an audience. Perfect. Very dramatic. A nice touch of suspense. Someone give a medal to the sadist who designed this. Cale backed away slightly. You hear that too, right? I hear it all, Lucian replied. All of it, and I'm filing notes in my mind, cataloging the anomalies, the strange behaviors, and the subtle warnings. You'll thank me when we survive this, maybe. By the time the sun began its slow descent, casting long, thin shadows across the cracked ground, Lucian had catalogued enough inconsistencies to fill a library of paranoia. Each panel flicker, each shadow, each vibration in the dust was a breadcrumb trail, or a warning. And beneath it all, a growing, gnawing suspicion. Surviving here would require more than wit and endurance. It would demand attention, cunning, and the audacity to challenge something that seemed designed to anticipate every human flaw. Cale broke the silence finally, voice tight. You really think this planet's alive? Lucian smirked, brushing dust from his uniform. Alive? Maybe. Sentient? Possibly. Or it's a cruel art project, and we're the centerpiece. Either way, it's entertaining in a don't-die-laughing sort of way. Cale groaned. I hate this job. Lucian tilted his head toward the horizon, lips quirking. Hate is a luxury. Humor, curiosity, and a dash of sarcasm. Those are survival tools. Welcome to hell, Cale. And trust me, it's just getting started. The stillness of the compound was absolute in a way that suggested a universe entirely indifferent to human presence. Dust clung to every surface, settling into corners where no one ever looked, coating machinery, the edges of tables, and the seam between floor and wall with a fine metallic grit. Time had long since lost its normal meaning here. Clocks existed, of course, but they were merely props. Human illusions in a place that ignored them entirely. Lucian had measured days in repetitions, in minute habits designed to keep him alive and his mind intact, rationing water, noting guard rotations, counting steps, cataloging every shadow and flicker of light. The monotony had become a rhythm, one that was predictable, reassuring, and paradoxically, deadly if disrupted. And then the message arrived. It was sudden, abrupt, startling in its clarity and brevity, like a blade cutting through thick fog. Space docks now. Lucian stared at the screen as though the letters might change if he blinked long enough, as if some hidden mechanism would reveal itself with patient observation. He didn't speak for several seconds, a rarity for someone who had spent 5 years conversing with himself in dry, sarcastic commentary. The message was short. 2 words, all capitals, and imperative. The simplicity belied a complexity he felt immediately, a subtle layering of intent that triggered both alarm and curiosity. Really? He muttered finally, letting the word hang in the air like a challenge. After 5 years, that's the opener. I'd have expected at least a postcard. But it wasn't a postcard. It was a summons. A command. A spark that ignited a storm in the stagnant pool of routine he had cultivated so carefully. 5 years of silence had instilled in him a kind of clinical patience, an ability to endure the absurd, but this was a disruption, and disruptions were dangerous. He leaned against the wall, running a gloved hand across its rough, dust-laden surface. His mind raced in all directions at once, a chaotic tangle of possibilities. Why now? Why this format? Why this exact phrasing? The timing alone suggested deliberation. Early, but not at the edges of pre-dawn, not during any expected shift change or guard rotation. Was that intentional? Was the sender testing him? Watching his response. Each theory carried risk. Each possibility whispered a different kind of danger. Or maybe, he said aloud, his voice low and dry, this is the universe's idea of a joke. Ha ha. The words tasted metallic in his mouth, mirroring the tang of the air in the compound. He took a cautious breath, aware that even inhalation had become a deliberate act, a test of patience and attention. Everything here demanded observation. Nothing was idle. The air itself seemed to hum with quiet intent, subtle patterns that required careful scrutiny to notice. Every detail of the message screamed for attention. The capitalization, the absence of punctuation beyond the period, the starkness, it wasn't just an order. It was a statement, a puzzle, a provocation. Whoever had sent it had anticipated his scrutiny, and likely enjoyed it. This was not communication for information. This was communication for effect, designed to elicit calculation, reaction, and perhaps even panic. Lucian allowed himself a smirk. Well, he said, letting the word drip with sarcasm. 5 years of quiet, and now, bam, space docks. Efficient, if nothing else. He moved to the comm panel, brushing dust from its surface, as though touch alone might reveal secrets hidden in the pixels. His eyes scanned for anomalies. Hidden symbols, timing codes, extra characters. Nothing. Only the stark, commanding words. The simplicity was deceptive. Simplicity in this environment was never innocent. Lucian paced the narrow confines of his living area, each step deliberate, measured. He had learned to move like a predator in reverse, cautious, aware, cataloging everything in sight. The sun outside was low, its harsh light refracting through the windows and casting long, shifting shadows that seemed to mock him. Shadows in this place were unreliable, dangerous, deceptive, a constant reminder that perception was as much a trap as observation was a tool. "Second message in 5 years," he said aloud, shaking his head. "Lucky me. Or unlucky me. Probably both. Let's see what kind of disaster that I've planned this time." He allowed himself a dry laugh, brief and sharp. Humor had become a shield, a mental anchor against the creeping absurdity of life here. Sarcasm, wit, mockery, they were tools, not indulgences. He muttered to the empty room. Maybe they finally remembered me. Or maybe it's the Colonel's wife again, pulling strings from beyond the polite boundaries of space. Lucian crouched by the panel, fingers hovering over the activation console. Logic and instinct warred for dominance. Logic argued for caution, for careful scanning and verification. Instinct argued for immediate response. Experience argued for a third option. Assume it was a test, act as though it was a test, and ensure that if they were watching, they got a show worth analyzing. He repeated the message aloud, exaggerating the inflection, as though mocking whoever had sent it. Space, docks, now. He let each word stretch, linger, a slow taunt. Who sends a line like this and expects blind compliance? Amateur or sadist, could be both. Perfectly reasonable. The comm panel chirped faintly, an accompanying mechanical sound signaling that the message had been delivered. Lucian glanced around the room, as if the walls themselves might be listening, taking notes. He catalogued the dust, the shifts in shadow, the subtle hum of the machinery, filing each observation away. Nothing was too small. In a place where control was an illusion, information was currency. He leaned against the wall again, rubbing at the stiffened dust on his gloves, and allowed himself a rare pause. The message had done its job. It had pierced the monotony, triggered awareness, and forced recalibration. 5 years of stasis were gone in an instant, replaced by tension, possibility, and an edge of danger that made every nerve stand alert. Lucian thought of the guards, the workers, the environment itself. Each element was part of a broader system, a web designed to test, to observe, to extract data. And he had been in the center of it, unnoticed but not unseen. The message was not a benign communication. It was a challenge. A spark in the dry kindling of routine designed to see how it would burn. He allowed himself a grin, wry and sardonic. Lesson 1, he muttered, tracing the letters on the panel with a fingertip. The universe does not care about comfort. Lesson 2. 5 years of silence does not equal safety. Lesson 3. His voice trailed as he let the lesson hang in the air, knowing full well that discovery would always carry consequences. Movement was necessary. He began the preliminary checks. Hydration, gear, orientation. Every action was catalogued, as much for himself as for any invisible observer. He adjusted straps, recalibrated sensors, and ran through mental notes about patrol patterns, observation points, and environmental hazards. The message had shifted priorities, and he treated it with the full weight of his attention. "I hope whoever sent this enjoys watching me overthink everything," he said aloud, tone dry, almost conversational, because that's exactly what's happening. Time stretched in the compound, the minutes dilating as he prepared to move. The sun climbed higher outside, painting the room with harsh, angled light that refracted off the metallic surfaces and flickered like distant warnings. The dust danced in shafts of light, a visual echo of the unseen forces at work, and Lucian catalogued it all, noting every pattern, every subtle shift. The message was a spark, yes, but sparks were fragile. A single misstep, a misread tone, a delayed response could extinguish it, or turn it into a conflagration. Lucian considered all possibilities, weighing risk, reward, and the inevitable absurdity of obedience in a system designed to test everything about him. "Space docks," he muttered again, voice low, sarcastic, almost reverent. Simple words. Infinite consequences. He allowed himself a final glance around the living area, noting points of cover, angles of approach, potential blind spots. Each observation was data. Each note, a potential advantage. Humor, dry and sarcastic, threaded through every thought. It was necessary. Without it, the tension might have snapped his composure in seconds. The message, brief and unadorned, had shifted the very axis of his existence in this place. Hope and suspicion warred silently, each a companion in the quiet battle of preparation. Lucian allowed a dry, almost imperceptible smile. Lesson 4, he said softly. The universe doesn't announce itself politely. It drops a single line, then watches. And I respond. He moved toward the exit, careful, deliberate, cataloging every step, every shadow, every flicker of movement in the compound. The sun, the dust, the machinery, the silent observers, they were all variables, pieces in a puzzle designed to test endurance, wit, and awareness. The spark had struck. The game had begun. And in the small, relentless pulse of anticipation, Lucian Varro felt the familiar, dangerous thrill of life, and the biting edge of curiosity. The corridor smelled faintly of ozone and metal, a constant undercurrent to the dust that hung like a persistent fog. Lucian's boots scuffed against the grated floor as he moved, the sound echoing off walls that seemed too tall and too smooth, almost designed to intimidate rather than protect. He had been in the compound long enough to notice how every angle, every echo, every faint flicker of light carried meaning, whether intentional or accidental. And then he saw him. Giotto, the guard, standing with that casual stillness that made him seem simultaneously benign and impossible to read. Lucian had observed him from a distance countless times, cataloging his rotations, noting subtle shifts in posture and gaze, guessing at habits and routines. But proximity was different. Up close, Giotto seemed even more ordinary, except that ordinary was deceptive in this place. Varro, Giotto said, voice low but clear, carrying a hint of amusement. You finally noticed me. Lucian arched an eyebrow. I noticed. I catalogued. I judged silently. Is that sufficient? Giotto smirked faintly, the corners of his mouth twitching like he'd been waiting for that answer. It's a start. Lucian crossed his arms, leaning against the wall. I'm going to guess you're here to make life interesting? Interesting? Giotto echoed. Depends on your definition. Observation, endurance, patience. If that's interesting, then yes. Otherwise, mundane. Endurance, patience, Lucian muttered, his voice dry. I've been practicing for 5 years. By now, I can endure dust, heat, monotony, and bureaucracy in the same breath. Giotto's eyes flicked toward him, sharp and assessing. And yet here you are reacting to a single message. Lucian shrugged, letting his smirk widen. Some things can't be endured. They must be interrogated, dissected, mocked, taught. Then you'll fit, Giotto said simply, nodding once. He shifted slightly, as though the motion itself carried meaning. Sector G9 doesn't forgive mistakes. Lucian's eyebrows lifted. Sector G9? I've catalogued the sectors, the rotations, the shifts. I thought I had a handle. Care to elaborate, or is this a pop quiz? Giotto didn't smile, though there was a spark of humor in his eyes. Sector G9 is complicated. Rotations are irregular. Assignments appear arbitrary. Observers watch, and lawyers. Lucian tilted his head. Lawyers? In the desert? Really? I was beginning to hope the system wasn't fully insane. Lawyers, Giotto repeated, voice clipped. They're not like you think. Not suits, not courtrooms, but authority. Shadow authority. They test compliance, morality, endurance. They track everything. Everything. Lucian let out a short, dry laugh. You're saying I'm part of a science experiment, aren't you? Part of a system, Giotto said, finally allowing a hint of gravity to creep into his tone. A system designed to measure, to extract data. Your reactions, your choices, even the sarcasm, all of it is monitored. Lucian's eyes narrowed. And let me guess. This has been going on for 5 years, unnoticed. Giotto nodded. 5 years. You've adapted well, observed well, survived well, but adaptation is only part of it. Lucian tapped his glove against the metal wall, thinking, calculating. So what? The message, the rotations, the dust, the flickering lights, they're all part of a grand, miserable syllabus? Grand and miserable, Giotto said, tone neutral, almost fond. Sector G9 is designed to clarify, Test, measure, provoke. The lawyers want to see endurance, morality, obedience, all of it. Lucian's smirk returned, sharper this time. Obedience? You've got to be joking. After 5 years here, obedience is optional. Sarcasm, however, is mandatory. Sarcasm, Johto echoed, is often the only honest response. He stepped closer, lowering his voice slightly. Do not underestimate the value of humor, or observation. Both will serve you more than brute force. Lucian tilted his head, studying him. And here I thought the guards were just props. Johto chuckled softly. Props, in some ways, yes. But each prop has a purpose, each observer, a reason. You are not merely watched. You are part of a system that relies on your decisions, your reactions. Every choice is data. Lucian let the words sink in, allowing the dry humor to temper the creeping unease. So the space dock's message? It's a test, then. Or a reward, or maybe a mild form of punishment. Depends on how you respond, Johto said. And how quickly? He paused, glancing down the corridor as though expecting someone, or something, to appear. There are rules. Unspoken, subtle, shifting. Sector G9 is not forgiving of complacency. Lucian leaned back against the wall, eyes narrowing thoughtfully. Complacency, he muttered. I've been dangerously competent at that. Dangerous competence is noticed, Johto said softly. And tested. Lucian let out a short laugh. Tests, trials, shadow lawyers. I should have known nothing simple would ever happen here. Thank you for the insight. Johto inclined his head slightly. Don't thank me. The system observes, not rewards. But it can assist if you understand the language. The language, Lucian said dryly, is sarcasm, observation, survival, and occasionally muttered complaints. Exactly, Johto said. You'll find allies sparse. Trust is rarer still. But observation is constant. And information can be useful. Lucian arched an eyebrow. Information? You're speaking as if survival here were a chess game. Chess, Johto said, voice low and steady, is one way to put it. Moves, counters, strategy, patience. Sector G9 isn't kind, but it is logical, if you recognize the logic. Lucian allowed himself a small smile, one edged with amusement and tension. Logical, yes. If you consider a desert, endless dust, obscure messages, and shadow lawyers a form of logic. Johto smirked faintly. In a place where everything is measured, even absurdity becomes part of the equation. Lucian shook his head, running a hand through dust-coated hair. And here I thought monotony was the problem. Turns out monotony's the training ground. Everything else is practice. Practice, Johto repeated, is survival. And survival is attention, observation, and measured risk. Lucian muttered under his breath, dry as ever. Measured risk, huh? Remind me to tell the universe it owes me a vacation after 5 years of this kind of curriculum. Vacation, Johto said, expression blank, but eyes glinting faintly, is not guaranteed, but the knowledge you gain may be worth more than comfort. Lucian smirked. Knowledge, yes. Survival, yes. Happiness, probably optional. Optional, Johto echoed. And yet some days merely optional. Others, less so. He looked down the corridor again, shifting his stance subtly. You will learn more in the coming rotations. Watch the shadows, note the behavior, listen more than you speak. And when you speak, choose carefully. Lucian leaned forward slightly, voice soft but sharp. And if I speak incorrectly? Johto's eyes met his. Then the system notes it, and the lawyers remember everything. Lucian's smirk returned, sharper, sardonic. Lovely. Observation, humor, and paranoia. My 3 favorite pastimes. I should have known there'd be more layers to this. Johto nodded. There are always more layers, and patience is essential. Understanding, critical, trust even more rare, but attention, you can control that. For now, that's enough. Lucian let the words sink in, internalizing the subtle warning beneath the straightforward delivery. Attention, he repeated, tone dry. Noted, cataloged, filed under survival requirements, and sarcasm naturally filed under mental health. Johto inclined his head once more. The first hint of warmth in his otherwise measured demeanor. You'll need both, and sometimes neither will save you, but they will make the struggle manageable. Lucian allowed himself a small laugh, quiet but genuine, letting the sound echo softly in the corridor. "Manageable," he said. "I'll take manageable over extinction any day, though from past experience, not by much." Johto stepped back, giving him space but maintaining an attentive stance. "Rotations start again at dawn. You will observe, participate, and report. The message is your spark, Varro. What you do with it will matter more than you realize." Lucian studied him for a moment, weighing the simplicity of the statement against the layers of implication. "Spark, huh? Well, I've got fire patience and sarcasm. Let's see if it ignites anything useful." Johto offered a faint nod, almost imperceptible, and began walking away, the sound of boots on grated metal echoing like a quiet drumbeat. Lucian watched him go. The small connection formed in this corridor a fragile tether in the vast absurd landscape of Sector G9. Alone again, he muttered under his breath, dry and amused. "Fragile tether, fire, spark. Nothing simple survives here. And that's precisely why it is interesting." Lucian walked the corridors of Sector G9 with a measured pace, boots crunching softly against the metallic grating. The echoes of his steps were the only sound for a long stretch, punctuated occasionally by distant hums and flickers of light from panels, whose purpose remained stubbornly inscrutable. He had spent years cataloging the environment, observing patterns in the guards' rotations, noting the quirks of workers and the subtleties of the planet's rhythms. Yet, despite the meticulous notes, a creeping unease had taken root, one that even his biting sarcasm and sardonic wit struggled to suppress. The space dock message still lingered in his mind. Space docks now. The words were stark, urgent, and precise. That was what startled him the most, the economy of language, the deliberate weight in every letter. He had received only one other communication in 5 years, and that had been equally cryptic, a fragment of a sentence that suggested observation rather than instruction. The contrast between that message and the years of silence struck him now with the force of revelation. This was not merely a mission update. It was a signal, a trigger, a deliberate disturbance designed to provoke a response. Lucian paused at a junction, dust curling in the air from his movement, and allowed himself to stare at the flickering panels. The light seemed almost sentient, blinking in sequences that might have been meaningless, or might have been deliberate tests. He shook his head and muttered under his breath, dry and sardonic. "Fantastic. A planet that teaches semaphore to dust." The realization began as a quiet gnawing at the edges of his mind. Patterns, rotations, schedules, anomalies, they were not random. Everything he had catalogued, every small note in his mental ledger, was a thread in a network whose design he had only partially glimpsed. The guards, the workers, even the so-called lawyers, their movements, their tasks, their pauses and glances, formed a lattice that controlled him as much as he thought he was observing them. He had believed himself to be an active participant, a detached observer, a master of patience and survival. Now the illusion of autonomy began to crumble. He remembered Johto's words with a sharper clarity. "You are part of a system that relies on your decisions, your reactions. Every choice is data." At the time, he had filed the remark under observations to ponder later, as one might label a puzzle piece with a question mark. Now, it seemed a prophecy rather than advice. Every decision, every sarcasm-laden internal commentary, every strategic pause was catalogued, analyzed, and fed back into a system designed to anticipate him, to measure him, to predict him. He let out a short dry laugh. "A system," he muttered to himself, voice echoing faintly. "That's the polite term for a prison designed in spreadsheets." He began pacing, small circles at first, then longer routes, testing himself against the familiar corridors and platforms. He observed how shadows shifted as lights flickered, how dust drifted in subtle patterns, and how the guards' footsteps could be predicted with enough attention. With every observation, a chilling pattern emerged. Nothing was arbitrary. Every movement, every action, every chance encounter had been orchestrated. The system did not merely watch, it manipulated, shaped, and constrained. Lucian ran a hand through his dust-streaked hair, rubbing at the heat and the persistent grit. The desert sun outside would have burned flesh and spirit alike, but here in these corridors the heat was psychological, insidious, constant. The system was omnipresent, invisible, yet inescapable. Even his wit, the one constant that had allowed him to endure monotony and heat, now felt partially compromised. Every joke, every sarcastic mutter, every dry observation might be feeding the data set of his captors. He stopped suddenly at a junction, his mind clicking through memories like a careful audit. The rotations of the guards, the patterns of the workers, the messages, every assignment he had received, every seemingly arbitrary order he had followed, now revealed itself in a new light. He was not merely observing a prison. He was within it, every routine a measure, every task a variable, every delay a test. Even the apparent randomness of environmental anomalies, the flickering lights, the suspended dust, the unresponsive panels, was part of a design, part of a matrix meant to gauge reaction, patience, and compliance. Lucian shook his head, voice low, dry, sarcastic. "Oh, wonderful. I've been auditioning for 5 years without realizing it." A faint sound echoed from the corridor behind him, a step, deliberate, cautious. He turned, noting the approach of a guard, boots metallic against the grating. Not Jodo this time. A reminder that the system was larger than any one ally, any single observer, any single point of reference. His mind catalogued the guard's gait, stance and timing, then filed it away in the ledger of survival. Isolation was deliberate, he realized. The system had ensured that his experiences were largely solitary, punctuated by only the briefest interactions. Even the presence of workers and guards was controlled, fragmentary. They were both guides and observers, conduits through which the system measured his endurance and reactions. Every interaction was curated. Every lapse or triumph noted. Every deviation recorded. Lucian allowed himself a slow, sardonic laugh, the kind that carried both disbelief and dry amusement. "So this is the grand experiment," he muttered. "A desert, a planet, a set of shadows, and a man cataloging his own despair for the amusement of unseen hands. How thrilling!" He began to walk again, this time faster, testing his own reactions against the cadence of his surroundings. His mind whirred through scenarios, weighing potential moves and observing patterns. The realization was not merely one of oppression, it was one of strategy. He could no longer afford to assume autonomy where none existed. He had to observe with purpose, record with precision, and interpret with ruthless logic. The system had been designed to extract data, and he would not be a passive subject any longer. He stopped at a junction, crouched briefly, and examined a faint pattern in the dust, likely left by a worker's passage. The pattern repeated inconsistently, almost as though testing recognition. He allowed himself a smirk. "Clever," he muttered. "Not clever enough." For the first time in years, the monotony of Sector G9 had shifted. It was no longer merely endurance. It was a game, one he intended to play on his own terms as much as possible, even within the constraints. Sarcasm returned as a shield and a tool, a way to process the absurdity, the manipulation, and the hidden threats. Humor became a lens through which to see the invisible hands guiding him, dissecting intention from coincidence, control from chaos. And then it crystallized, the full weight of the system's design. Every rotation, every instruction, every subtle anomaly was an attempt not just to manage, but to understand, predict, and influence him. Isolation, monotony, observation, they were all deliberate. He had been in a carefully controlled environment for 5 years, and only now did the layers begin to peel back, revealing the skeletal mechanics of the control. Lucian exhaled, letting the air escape in a short, controlled hiss. He ran through the implications. Every act of observation he had catalogued, every small rebellion, every sarcastic mutter had been noted, likely logged, and likely analyzed. He had unknowingly been participating in a system designed to test morality, endurance, obedience, and wit. The full scope of the trap became apparent. He was not merely surviving, he was being measured against survival itself. "Measured against survival," he muttered aloud, letting the words hang in the corridor. "And somehow I didn't notice until now. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant." He paused at a window, or what served as one in the metallic walls, peering out at the desert, the jagged horizon, the dancing mirages of dust and light. The outside world, once an extension of monotony, now seemed another layer of control. Every sunstreak, every shift in temperature, every whisper of wind was data, carefully observed, carefully integrated into the system. Even the illusion of openness was deliberate. Lucian shook his head, half in disbelief, half in dry amusement. A prison disguised as a routine, with sarcasm as my only compass. Excellent. Exactly what I asked for in my 5-year survival plan. He crouched again, examining the flickering panels that had become a constant in his observations. Patterns pulsed in the dim light, almost taunting in their subtlety. He allowed himself a faint, bitter smile. The system measures even the smallest reactions. And I will measure it back. A voice, soft and distant, echoed in his mind, the words of Johto from earlier. Attention, observation, and measured risk. That is survival. The simplicity of the statement belied its weight. Every word, every pause, every glance was a test. And Lucian had been unwittingly participating in that test for half a decade. Yet, amid the layers of despair and calculation, a spark emerged, a recognition that understanding the system, even partially, granted him a fragment of control. Knowledge was now his most potent weapon, humor his lens, patience his armor. He began planning small moves in his head, mapping contingencies, potential responses, and strategies for interaction. Even within confinement, even under surveillance, he could maneuver. He could observe. He could anticipate. He could adapt. Lucian rose to his feet, dust swirling around his boots as he straightened, shoulders squared. The system had underestimated him, perhaps by design. Or perhaps by oversight. Either way, the knowledge gave him purpose, and the smallest shard of purpose in Sector G9 was enough to ignite action. Control, he muttered, voice dry and sardonic, may be an illusion, but illusions can be played, and I intend to play them well. He began moving again, slower this time, deliberate, calculating, eyes flicking from shadows to panels, from guards to dust patterns. He catalogued every detail, not merely for observation, but for strategy. The realization had matured into preparation. The isolation, monotony, and deception had been measured, but now they would also be countermeasured. Even as fatigue pressed at his limbs and dust clogged his throat, Lucian allowed a dry laugh to escape. Trapped, he muttered, but aware. Observed, but observing back. Tested, but testing in turn. Let's see who blinks first. The corridor seemed longer, the shadows deeper, the hum of panels sharper in his ears. But he no longer felt like a passive subject. He had seen the threads. He had traced the patterns. And now, in the heart of Sector G9, Lucian Varro began to act not as a prisoner, but as a player, sarcasm intact, wit sharp and attention absolute. The corridors felt different that night. Lucian had catalogued the hum of the panels, the faint flicker of lights, and the subtle shift of shadows so many times that he could almost navigate blind. Yet now, each measured step carried a new weight, a recognition that awareness alone was insufficient. Awareness needed leverage, and leverage came in the form of people. Or at least one person whose presence had been quiet but perceptive, Johto. Lucian paused near a junction where the faint hiss of recycled air met the low buzz of a distant panel. Johto emerged from the shadows, a ghost in the dim light, carrying the same calm demeanor that had unnerved him the first time. The guard's steps were soft, deliberate, almost ritualistic. But there was a weight behind them, a subtle intelligence that made Lucian raise an eyebrow. "You're still watching," Johto said, voice low, measured. "You always watch." Lucian smirked, leaning against the wall, dust settling around his boots. "Observation is the only sport I'm allowed," he replied, dry as sand. "And believe me, the competition's fierce." Johto's lips twitched faintly, almost a smile, though it didn't reach his eyes. "You notice patterns others don't. That's why I watch you." A spark of genuine curiosity cut through Lucian's sarcasm. "And you trust me because—" He let the question hang, though he didn't really expect an answer. Trust was expensive here, rarer than shade or water. "Not trust," Johto said carefully, pacing a step closer. "Understanding. You and I, we're pieces of the same equation. Alone, we're variables. Together, we might be able to predict the constants." Lucian let out a short laugh. "Predicting constants in this place? That's ambitious, or suicidal. Depends on the day." Johto shrugged. "Ambition is survival." Silence stretched, punctuated only by the faint hum of machinery and the occasional echo of distant footsteps. Lucian watched Johto carefully, measuring tone, stance, and intent. He had learned to weigh every word, every inflection, every hesitation. This wasn't small talk. It was reconnaissance in conversation. "So," Lucian began, voice low, sardonic, "you're suggesting what? Alliance? Temporary truce? Cosmic coincidence?" "Call it what you want," Johto replied, eyes scanning the corridor. "We survive longer if we know the rules, and longer still if we understand the system. I'm offering insight. You offer, well, your unique perspective." Lucian smirked. My unique perspective tends to get me measured, catalogued, and occasionally cursed by invisible bureaucrats. But sure, I'll lend it out. Limited edition. Jodo's shoulders tensed slightly, as if he recognized the sarcasm for what it was. A shield, and a hint at intelligence. I know. That's why I approach carefully. I don't ask for trust. I offer strategy. Lucian leaned back against the wall, letting the silence stretch while he catalogued Jodo's movements, his subtle eye shifts, the way his fingers brushed lightly along the strap of his uniform. Everything calculated, everything deliberate. Everything worth noting. So, Lucian said finally, letting a little genuine curiosity slip in, what's the system hiding this time? Or do you prefer we discover it one misstep at a time? Jodo considered that, eyes narrowing. You'll notice patterns faster than I can explain them. I can point out anomalies, hint at rotations, and guide you through the logic of the place. But you'll see the system's intentions yourself. That's how it works. Lucian's smirk widened. Mentorship via obscurity. My favorite. Jodo's gaze didn't waver. It's survival. And sometimes, understanding is safer than rebellion. Sometimes, too, patience is the best weapon. The words sank in, slow but heavy. Lucian realized that this alliance, if it could be called that, was as fragile as the desert dust swirling in the air. Jodo wasn't offering friendship or comfort. He was offering utility, insight, and measured cooperation. In a place designed to isolate, every connection was a risk. Every alliance was a calculated gamble. And the other guards? Lucian asked, tone casual, masking the probing beneath. You talk to them? Or is your expertise limited to silent observation? Jodo's eyes flicked to the corridor behind him, then back. I move within limits. Some of the guards are part of the system, some are shadows. It's hard to tell the difference until you see the pattern. That's why I watch you. You notice things most others ignore. Lucian allowed himself a faint nod, dust settling around his boots. So, we're like co-conspirators in a prison we didn't design. Charming. Just charming. Jodo didn't respond immediately, letting the words linger. When he did, it was calm, almost philosophical. We are observers, we are participants, and perhaps, if we're careful, we become architects of our own survival. Lucian shook his head, letting dry amusement roll through his tone. Architects of survival. Sounds like a low-budget opera. I like it. I'll play the sarcastic lead. The corridors were quiet, but the moment was charged. This wasn't camaraderie. It wasn't trust. It was understanding, bare, utilitarian, and carefully measured. Lucian recognized that Jodo had extended a hand without revealing weakness, had hinted at strategy without offering loyalty, and had spoken enough to provoke thought without inviting attachment. And yet, Lucian muttered, almost to himself, I feel slightly safer with you here than alone in this circus of panels and dust. That's disappointing. Jodo's faint chuckle, silent, measured, acknowledged the observation. Safety is relative, but knowledge, awareness, and collaboration, that can tilt odds in our favor. Lucian exhaled, letting the heat of the day and the weight of the corridors press against him. He catalogued his own reactions, surprise at the faint reassurance, the flicker of consideration at Jodo's words, and the careful measurement of what was offered versus what was withheld. Trust would come slowly, if at all. But for the first time, the labyrinth of Sector G9 seemed slightly navigable. Not safe, but navigable. So, Lucian said finally, letting the dry humor surface again, we work together, we share observations, we survive slightly longer than a lone idiot with a ledger and sarcasm. That about sum it up? Jodo's gaze remained steady. That's enough for now. Observe, calculate, collaborate when it benefits survival. Nothing more, nothing less. Lucian smirked, dust curling around his boots. Minimalist philosophy. I approve, and I suppose you've earned the right to question my sarcasm, or is that also part of your job description? Part observation, part correction, Jodo said, voice even. But mainly, understanding, patterns, reactions, survival strategies. You'll see the benefits soon enough. Lucian let the words sink in and leaned against the wall, dust curling into the air around him. He catalogued the moment, stored the exchange in the mental ledger, and allowed himself a faint flicker of hope. Not trust. Not camaraderie. Not friendship. But the smallest advantage he had had in years, a hint of shared perception. A potential ally. Fine, he muttered, letting his sarcasm roll over the words. "Well, try it your way, Johto. But know this, if the system notices any collusion, you are explaining the sarcasm." Johto's faint smirk, just enough to see at the corner of his mouth, was acknowledgement, not amusement. Understood. And in that acknowledgement, Lucian felt the first spark of potential strategy, the first thread of partnership, fragile but significant. Isolation remained a constant threat, suspicion an unavoidable companion, but for now, a small, careful connection had formed. Together, they began walking the corridors, a measured, synchronized pace. Lucian catalogued every shadow, every hum, every pattern, now with an additional factor in his ledger, Johto. Not an ally, not yet. But a variable he could leverage. He muttered under his breath, dry and sardonic, as dust swirled around them. Partners in survival. Let's see how long this illusion holds. And for the first time in years, the corridors of Sector G9 felt less like a trap and more like a board game. A deadly, intricate board game, but one in which Lucian Varro had at last a fellow player. Not a friend. Not an accomplice. Just a necessary co-conspirator against a system designed to measure, manipulate, and control. The day began like every other, with the sun climbing lazily over the jagged horizon, spilling molten light across the dunes. Lucian's boots crunched over sand and rock, each step catalogued, each shadow noted, every sound filed away for later analysis. But something in the air felt off. The hum of panels, the distant clatter of doors, even the low whistle of the wind through metallic outcroppings carried a tension that hadn't been there before. Then came Leto. Lucian had known of him by reputation. Names circulated quietly among guards and whispered in fleeting moments by the few workers willing to speak. Belligerent. Erratic. Unpredictable. The kind of authority that could shift from jovial amusement to lethal fury without warning. And today, the legend had arrived. The first sight of Leto was disorienting. He stormed across the sand-swept courtyard, coattails whipping, boots kicking dust into the air. He barked orders with such force that even the guards flinched, hands tightening around straps and weapons, though none spoke. Lucian tilted his head, noting the cadence, the emphasis, the tiny gestures. Subtle, deliberate, chaotic. Every motion was designed to assert dominance, but overcompensation was obvious to anyone paying attention. "Listen up." Leto's voice cut across the courtyard, rough and high-pitched, vibrating with barely contained rage. "Today's game will test everything you think you know. Move or stay. Fail or survive. It's all the same, and I'll make sure of it." Lucian raised an eyebrow. The speech was loud, violent, almost theatrical. But as he catalogued the words, he realized the real message wasn't in the syntax. It was in the unpredictability. Compliance might not protect anyone. Obedience could be irrelevant. Everything about Leto radiated danger. The kind that wasn't rational, but instinctively understood. The workers shifted nervously under his gaze. Some tried to pretend the orders didn't apply to them. Others flinched at every hand gesture, every sudden movement. Even the guards, silent as ever, repositioned themselves, creating a web of observation around the courtyard. Lucian noticed the patterns, their spacing, the angles, the way their eyes tracked without moving their heads. It was a performance designed for both intimidation and entertainment, and Lucian catalogued each detail with a wry sense of admiration. "So," Lucian muttered under his breath, dry and sardonic, "our charming host for the day enjoys theatrics. Delightful." A faint chuckle escaped him as he ducked behind a metallic outcropping, dust curling around his boots. He watched Leto continue to pace, voice rising and falling with erratic rhythm. The man's gestures were exaggerated, as if the courtyard itself were a stage and every worker, every guard, a performer in his chaotic play. "Move!" Leto shouted suddenly, pointing at a worker who had paused too long. The worker stumbled forward, dust kicking into the air, eyes wide with fear. Leto's smile was cruel and fleeting, a flash of satisfaction at his own ability to control, or terrify, without consistent reason. Lucian catalogued this, noting the extremes. Authority here wasn't merely enforcement, it was spectacle. The unpredictability was intentional. Fear wasn't incidental, it was a tool. And in that tool lay opportunity. He stepped forward from the outcropping, letting the faint wind carry his voice. "Marvelous," he said, sarcasm light but pointed. "A game of obedience, terror, and performance art. I'll alert the critics." No one responded. Leto's gaze swept the courtyard, missing Lucian entirely. The silence of the guards was deafening, yet almost comforting in its consistency. It was the only predictable thing in the chaos of Leto's presence. Why do they even stand there? Lucian muttered, nodding toward the silent guards. Spectators? Silent referees? Decorative statues with guns? The thought lingered. Leto's behavior was inconsistent, but the guards' behavior was not. Their silence, their attentiveness, their precise positioning, all of it was deliberate. Observation, Lucian realized, was not optional. Not here. Not with a figure like Leto in play. Leto's pacing slowed, and he leaned against a panel that hummed faintly, his eyes scanning the courtyard like a predator assessing prey. Then amusement flickered across his face. "I want action," he bellowed. "Movement. Chaos. Let's see how clever you all really are." Lucian let a dry laugh escape, muttering under his breath. "Ah, yes, cleverness measured by terror. Perfectly normal. Absolutely fair." He studied the workers carefully. Their hesitation, their flinches, even their attempts at subtle defiance, all became data points. Survival, he reminded himself, wasn't about heroism here. It was about understanding the system, understanding the boss, understanding the unpredictable consequences of a man like Leto. The man's gaze flicked toward Lucian for the briefest moment. Lucian tilted his head, voice low, sardonic, speaking to himself as much as to the dust-laden courtyard. He notices the sarcasm. Perhaps he enjoys it. Or perhaps he notices nothing at all. Either way, advantage noted. Leto stomped forward, pointing at a group of workers. "Run, hide, survive if you can. The game is yours." Lucian catalogued the subtle rules implicit in chaos. The orders were clear, but the application was inconsistent. Compliance might protect a worker one moment and endanger them the next. The pattern, or lack thereof, was deliberate. The system was testing not just skill or endurance, but adaptability, perception, and the ability to read intent amidst madness. He exhaled, voice dripping sarcasm. Wonderful. A day of fun and games, run by an emotional storm cloud. Who could ask for more? The wind carried the faint rustle of movement as workers scrambled, dust and sand kicked into the air. Leto's laughter rang out loud and chaotic, and even the silent guards couldn't mask their subtle shifts, responding to the cues embedded in their erratic leader's behavior. Lucian ducked behind another outcropping, letting the tableau unfold, cataloging every movement, every response, every anomaly. The game had begun, the rules were hidden, and the master of ceremonies was a man whose mood could pivot from wrath to amusement without warning. He muttered to himself, dry and sardonic. "Welcome to the circus, Varro. Hope you brought your ledger and your wits. Both are mandatory today." As Leto barked orders and chaos spread, Lucian realized something fundamental. The game wasn't designed to test physical skill alone. It was a study of observation, calculation, and psychological resilience. The unpredictability of authority, the subtle choreography of guards, and the terror-infused theatrics of Leto, all of it was a system in miniature. And understanding that system, at least at a fundamental level, was the first step toward surviving it. He observed the flicker of lights, the placement of guards, the behavior of workers, and the rhythm of Leto's pacing, cataloging patterns and deviations with meticulous attention. Humor, dry and sardonic, threaded through his internal commentary. "Delightful," he whispered. "A day of chaos masquerading as sport. At least the entertainment is free." For the first time, the arbitrary lethal authority of the guards and the unpredictability of the boss coalesced into a clear, if horrifying, concept. The system was deliberate. Every erratic order, every burst of belligerence, every silent observer was part of the game. Compliance offered no guarantee. Awareness was survival. Wit was armor. Sarcasm was sanity. And as Leto's voice rang across the courtyard again, ordering, threatening, laughing, Lucian Varro took his first careful steps into the mechanics of the game. The rules of the game, such as they were, became clear almost immediately. Not through explanation, of course. There had been no briefing, no instructions, only Leto's chaotic proclamations, and the terrified, fumbling compliance of workers. But through observation, patience, and careful attention. Every pattern, every pause, every subtle adjustment of guards revealed the hidden choreography. Workers ran. Some sprinted blindly, kicking up clouds of dust that clung to boots, clothing, and skin. Others moved cautiously, eyes scanning every panel, every shadow, every glint of metal that might conceal a threat. Their attempts at strategy were often naive, born of instinct rather than experience, and Leto's laughter was the soundtrack to the predictable carnage. The guards were everywhere, yet nowhere. Silent, statuesque, their presence a constant, inscrutable threat. Each one seemed to know exactly when to step forward, when to allow space, when to let the chaos unfold and then intervene with sudden precision. Their silence was unnerving. It made every movement feel scrutinized, every thought potentially exposed. Lucian observed, noting the angles of approach, the timing of interventions, the subtle ways in which workers were herded, nudged, and corrected toward disaster. And then it became grotesquely obvious. This was not a test of skill. Not of courage. Not of endurance in any conventional sense. The game was a cycle of terror. False opportunities to escape were given, and those who moved too confidently, too cleverly, were swiftly reminded of the consequences. Collisions, traps, sudden bursts of fire or mechanical hazards, everything was staged to teach a lesson in futility. Lucian ducked behind a jagged outcropping, voice low, sardonic. Bravo. A simulated escape with mandatory punishment. Delightful. I suppose someone graded on style. Workers screamed at intervals, short, raw bursts that echoed across the courtyard, followed by the sudden, terrifying silence of those eliminated from the cycle. Leto's laughter rang out intermittently, sometimes close, sometimes distant, always deliberately timed to unsettle. There was no mercy, no logic, no consistency, only the illusion of choice and the constant reminder of vulnerability. He noted the guards again. Each one's movements were deliberate, almost choreographed, though they didn't communicate aloud. It was as if they had rehearsed every possible reaction, every contingency, without ever speaking a word. Lucian realized that they were not merely enforcers. They were spectators, analysts, and participants in a system that measured more than compliance. They measured thought, hesitation, adaptation, the subtle calculus of survival under arbitrary, lethal rules. A worker stumbled, catching on the edge of a metallic panel. A guard immediately intercepted, delivering a precise non-lethal strike that corrected the trajectory, sending the worker spinning back toward the group with a sharp, punishing nudge. Lucian's voice muttered under his breath. Oh yes, perfect technique. Teach them submission with style. Elegant. The patterns of intervention were infuriatingly consistent yet entirely unpredictable. Guards did not respond to failure or compliance in any predictable way. Sometimes they allowed an escape attempt to proceed almost to success before intervening. Other times they struck preemptively, cutting off progress at the slightest hint of initiative. It was a test of attention, perception, and patience, the ability to calculate not just actions, but timing, context, and consequence. Lucian scanned the environment. Every metallic surface, every flickering panel, every faintly humming machine seemed to play a role. Obstacles were not random. Paths were not arbitrary. The landscape itself was a participant, conspiring subtly with the guards and Leto to maintain control and extract information. Even the wind seemed to carry intent, blowing dust into eyes at precisely the wrong moment, masking sounds or obscuring visual cues with perfect timing. He muttered, dry and sardonic, and here I thought it was just sand and sun. No, the planet conspires. Brilliant design, really. Subtle, yet cruel. The workers' attempts were almost poetic in their futility. Some ran with hope in their eyes only to falter at the last possible moment. Others froze, paralyzed by fear and indecision, while guards silently observed, stepping in with mechanical precision to correct, punish, or simply return the worker to the cycle of survival theater. Death, injury, and humiliation were constant, normalized, grotesquely routine. Lucian catalogued each incident, mentally tracing cause and effect. It was clear that this was more than punishment. It was data collection, a continuous assessment of adaptability, morality, and decision-making under extreme stress. The system didn't merely test skill. It tested everything, including psychological endurance. And the irony wasn't lost on him. The very act of observing, of cataloging, of analyzing, was itself part of the test. Fascinating, he muttered under his breath, voice dry. A school of human behavior disguised as entertainment. Everyone's a pupil, including me. He noticed the subtle interactions between guards. Though they did not speak, their movements were coordinated. A glance, a shift in stance, a slight adjustment of trajectory, all communicated volumes. Lucian realized that understanding these silent signals was as important as avoiding traps or surviving Leto's unpredictable whims. The guards were part of the system, not just enforcers but interpreters, arbiters, and subtle manipulators. A worker tried a clever maneuver, ducking behind a panel and sprinting toward a potential exit. A guard intercepted, silent, efficient, and precise. The worker faltered, stumbled, and fell to the sand. Leto's laughter cut across the courtyard, high-pitched and cruel. Lucian muttered, sarcastic and sardonic. Bravo, another lesson in futility. Truly inspiring pedagogy. Even moments of apparent success were illusory. Lucian watched as workers reached a checkpoint, only for the environment itself to shift subtly. Doors that had seemed passable jammed shut. Panels flickered and hummed in new sequences, shadows shifted. Every sensory detail was weaponized, every potential advantage nullified before it could be exploited. The game was not merely physical, it was psychological, an endless test of perception, intuition, and endurance. Lucian's eyes flicked to the silent guards again. They were watching, always watching, yet not interfering unless necessary. Their presence amplified the uncertainty, reminding everyone that observation was constant and consequences could arrive without warning. He smirked faintly, muttering under his breath. Silent judges, unseen threats, mandatory chaos. I approve. The cruelty was systematic. Leto's instructions and laughter provided the illusion of entertainment, while the real purpose, control, assessment, extraction of data, remained hidden beneath layers of performance and fear. Lucian understood, even as his internal commentary dripped with sarcasm, that participation did not equal compliance. Observation, calculation, and mental acuity were survival tools, potentially as important as physical skill. Workers screamed again, cries sharp and raw. Some fell, some stumbled, some hesitated. Guards remained silent, precise, almost invisible except for the small, telling movements that betrayed their coordination. Leto, meanwhile, paced, gesturing, laughing, and shouting, chaotic, erratic, violent. The cycle continued, predictable in its unpredictability, horrifying in its systematic nature. Lucian crouched behind a metallic outcropping, voice low, sardonic. Marvelous. A parade of fear and futility, guided by a maestro of madness. At least the choreography is consistent, if nothing else. And in that consistency, he found clarity. The rules of the game were simple in principle but cruel in execution. Survive, adapt, observe, and calculate. Every detail mattered, from the flicker of a panel to the subtlest guard movement. The workers' actions, reactions, hesitations, and bold moves were all part of a system designed to teach obedience, resilience, and psychological acuity. And for Lucian, the realization was both horrifying and exhilarating. Understanding the system was not merely survival, it was the first step toward controlling, manipulating, or at least navigating it. Even as the day progressed, Leto's erratic presence and the grotesque cycle of false freedom continued. Workers ran, fell, and scrambled. Guards shifted silently, and the environment itself acted as an invisible hand, correcting, punishing, and subtly guiding. The game was complete, immersive, and horrifyingly effective. Lucian watched, noted, and catalogued, muttering dry commentary as he did. Humor remained his weapon, sarcasm his shield, observation his tool. The game was clear now, the chaos was structured, the terror deliberate, and the lessons unavoidable. Success or failure depended on understanding, perception, and subtle manipulation of every available detail. And so, beneath the unrelenting sun, amid screams, dust, and the laughter of a belligerent, unpredictable man, Lucian Varro embraced the cruel mechanics of the game, recognizing that survival depended not on compliance, but on comprehension, wit, and the ability to navigate the calculated absurdity of the system. Lucian sank low behind a jagged edge of metal, dust swirling around him in fine, relentless clouds. The sun had shifted since morning, sending long, deceptive shadows across the field, exaggerating every edge, every crevice, every pitfall. He watched, catalogued, and waited, allowing the game to unfold in front of him. But his mind was no longer merely observing, it was calculating, questioning, simmering with a slow burn of dissent. The workers scrambled again, some bold, some cautious, all ensnared by the invisible strings that guided their actions. The guards were silent, yet omnipresent, moving with that eerie combination of precision and nonchalance that marked them as more than mere enforcers. They were orchestrators. Lucian noted the patterns, the subtleties, the invisible hand nudging and correcting, all part of a system designed to instill terror and obedience. And in that observation, realization crept in, sharp and undeniable. He was not a spectator. He was a participant, bound by invisible chains, each order, each subtle manipulation, each moment of surveillance another link in a chain forged not to protect or instruct, but to control and extract. The game was not a game, it was a trap, and he had been lured willingly, if unwittingly, into the center of it. He muttered under his breath, dry and sarcastic, "Well, isn't this delightful? Trapped, observed, judged. And for what? Entertainment? Experiment? Who really cares?" Every detail became more than observation. It became data. The timing of guards, the way workers responded to sudden threats, the shifts in the environment, all were threads to be pulled, patterns to be dissected. He realized with a pang that even his own reactions, internal commentary, and sarcastic mutters might be observed, recorded, and used. Every quip, every judgment, every flicker of impatience or calculation could be accounted for. The absurdity was almost artistic in its cruelty. Workers moved, panicked, fell and recovered in a rhythm that had nothing to do with survival and everything to do with compliance and observation. Leto's laughter echoed across the field intermittently, each burst a reminder of the arbitrary, capricious nature of authority here. It was theater masquerading as ritual, and Lucian had spent enough time in theater to recognize both the performance and the stakes. A worker lunged forward, thinking perhaps to exploit a perceived gap in the guard's formation. A guard stepped forward silently, intercepting with a subtle nudge, redirecting, punishing, enforcing the invisible rules of the game. Lucian's voice muttered low, sardonic, "Ah, yes. Subtle guidance. Clearly no one actually escapes. Who needs enemies when the system itself performs the necessary cruelty?" He scanned the area again. Every metallic panel, every shadowed corner, every flickering light played a role. The environment itself was complicit, an active participant in the orchestration of terror. The realization was bitter. Survival required more than skill. It required comprehension, foresight, and the audacity to manipulate the system without revealing one's intentions prematurely. And then, as he crouched and considered the landscape, the guards, and the rhythm of the game, a seed of rebellion took root. Not impulsive, not rash, but deliberate, measured, strategic. If the system relied on control, observation and fear, then control could be subverted, observation manipulated, and fear exploited. The game was designed to break spirit, but if spirit could be preserved while understanding the mechanics, perhaps it could also be turned against its architects. Lucian's mind flicked to Jodo, the guard whose quiet intelligence had already hinted at cracks in the veneer of authority. Minimal, cautious dialogue exchanged in previous encounters now resonated with new significance. Jodo had hinted at the tests, the moral calculations, the subtleties of endurance and compliance. He was not a friend, not yet, but a thread, a clue, a potential ally in deciphering the labyrinthine rules of the system. "Interesting," Lucian muttered under his breath, voice dry. "Not just a game. A controlled ecosystem of fear and observation. I suppose someone somewhere is taking notes." Well, every action, every reaction, every hesitation now had weight. He could no longer afford casual observation or passive amusement. Every movement could be leveraged, every detail stored for future manipulation, every guard's glance or subtle shift catalogued as part of a mental map. The realization that he was being tested, not just for compliance but for morality, calculation, and adaptability, shifted his perspective from passive survival to strategic anticipation. Workers fell again, screams sharp and sudden, a constant reminder of the stakes. Leto's unpredictable presence flitted across the periphery, unpredictable, erratic, a living variable in an already hostile system. Lucian studied, analyzed, and catalogued, letting every detail settle into his mental ledger. He muttered a sarcastic aside, "Bravo, Leto. A fine lesson in futility and fear. Subtlety not required, apparently." And yet, the seed of rebellion persisted. It was quiet, imperceptible, like a spark buried beneath dust and wind, but it was there. Every frustration, every perceived injustice, every grotesque cycle of orchestrated terror added fuel. The system relied on compliance, but Lucian realized compliance was optional. Observation, cunning, and strategic patience were not. He could play the game, outwardly obedient, while mentally preparing for disruption, subversion, and leverage. Even humor remained a weapon. Every internal quip, every sarcastic mutter, every whispered commentary against absurdity became part of his armor. The system could enforce physical consequences, but mental acuity, wit, and observation could not be so easily constrained. The more he catalogued, the more he understood, the more subtle leverage he gained. A worker glanced toward him momentarily, panic in their eyes, then fled toward another corridor. Lucian noted their trajectory, the subtle cues they relied on, and the gaps in guard intervention. Ah, human optimism, he muttered quietly. Always admirable, and always doomed. By the end of the cycle, Lucian had constructed a mental map. Guard rotations, worker tendencies, environmental hazards, and Ledo's unpredictable interventions. Every element of the system could be understood, manipulated, or anticipated with careful attention. And in that understanding, rebellion found its roots. Not loud, explosive, or immediate, but quiet, patient, calculated, and deliberate. He crouched behind the metal outcropping, the sun low, shadows long, dust clinging to every exposed surface. The first conscious desire to act, to challenge, to disrupt had emerged, not out of impulsive heroism, but as a calculated response to absurdity and cruelty. Observation alone was no longer sufficient. Comprehension demanded action, subtle and precise, to prepare for future interference. Lucian's voice muttered dryly, sarcastic as ever. Marvelous. Observed, catalogued, entertained, and tested. Let's see if patience, wit, and cunning are rewarded, or if the universe enjoys a bit of irony. The spark had ignited. Not rebellion in its explosive form, not outright defiance, but the beginnings of conscious strategy. Every detail collected, every subtle movement noted, every thread of guard behavior or environmental anomaly became part of a growing plan. And though the system remained vast, indifferent, and lethal, Lucian had begun to understand that control was not absolute. Observation could be turned inward and outward, and calculated rebellion was possible, even here, even now. He allowed himself a brief sardonic smirk. Well, Varro, you've observed, catalogued, and survived long enough. Perhaps it's time to stop being a passive participant. Perhaps it's time to begin anticipating. Lucian crouched on the edge of the ridge, the dust settling around him in slow, mocking clouds. The sun had sunk low enough to stretch shadows into long, distorted fingers that crawled across the jagged landscape. The day's game had ended, at least for now, but the mental residue lingered, sticky and insistent. He wiped sweat and dust from his brow and allowed his eyes to sweep the terrain, tracing every shadow, every irregularity, every flicker of movement. The workers were retreating into their meager shelters, murmuring in hushed tones, tension heavy in their gait. Guards were pulling back too, though their silence made their presence no less tangible. Lucian noted each retreat, catalogued each pattern, and filed them away alongside the other observations he'd accumulated over days, weeks, and now. The landscape was not idle. It was an extension of the system itself, a living, observing component that mirrored the control the guards exercised. He allowed himself a wry mutter. Ah, yes, retreat, a natural instinct, conveniently allowed when survival is predetermined. Fascinating psychology. Bravo, system designers. The first priority was observation. The guards' rotations, predictable yet deceptive, were the backbone of the day's game. Lucian traced their movements with mental sketches, noting subtle deviations in timing, the guard who flinched slightly when exposed to sudden light, the one whose gaze lingered too long on certain workers. Each deviation, however slight, was a crack in the facade of absolute control, a hint of vulnerability. Giotto's presence lingered in memory, quiet but significant. The guard's minimal dialogue had revealed more than any directive could: insight into the system, its flaws, and its subtle expectations. Lucian allowed himself the luxury of a sardonic comment under his breath. Ah, Giotto, mysterious, silent, and observant. A rare combination in a world designed to strip observation to its barest, most obedient form. Water was rationed, each sip a lesson in conservation and endurance. Lucian's mind catalogued the canister's locations, the intervals between distribution, and the subtle environmental cues that signaled the approach of guards with supplies. Even something as mundane as liquid allocation became part of a larger map, a web of opportunity, constraint, and hidden information. He muttered, marvelous, hydration as both sustenance and strategy, who knew? He focused on environmental hazards next. The sun, unrelenting and punishing. Dust storms that arose with deceptive suddenness. rocky outcroppings that might conceal ambushes or trap unwary movement. Every ridge, dune, and metallic fragment was mapped mentally, every potential threat catalogued with ruthless precision. Lucian's sarcasm cut through the monotony. Sun, dust, jagged rocks, and arbitrary oversight. Welcome to paradise. Truly, an immersive experience. Workers were unpredictable variables, but predictable in their responses to perceived pressure. Lucian had noticed patterns. The cautious would retreat at the first sign of guard proximity, the daring would test boundaries, and the resigned would follow the flow. These behaviors were catalogued, stored, and analyzed with the intent of leveraging their reactions if necessary. Humans, predictable in panic, predictable in hope, predictable in despair. Fascinating, he muttered, voice low. The guards themselves were a more complex calculus. Leto, the unstable overseer, was erratic by design, but still exhibited faint patterns, subtle tells in posture, gaze, or tone that could be exploited with careful observation. Lucian filed each erratic motion into memory, cataloging variables, timing, location, potential consequences of minor defiance, and environmental condition. Even unpredictability could be measured, eventually. Preparation was as much mental as physical. Lucian rehearsed potential scenarios silently, escape routes, blockages, intervention points, and contingencies. His internal commentary was sharp, sarcastic, and continuous. Oh yes, brilliant. Escape through the sand, evade the omnipresent guards, and remain unobserved while the universe smiles wickedly at your hubris. Each imagined scenario was dissected, recalibrated, and expanded. No detail was too trivial, no variable too insignificant. Even his body was recalibrated for survival. Movements were deliberate, precise, and designed to conserve energy while maximizing efficiency. Reflexes were honed against the unpredictable gusts of wind and the deceptive angles of light. Hands, once instruments of simple tasks, were now tools for observation, signaling, and manipulation. Each action was measured, rehearsed, and catalogued mentally. The system's surveillance was omnipresent, subtle, but unmistakable. Lucian acknowledged it without fear, treating every glance, every flicker of light, and every environmental anomaly as both threat and opportunity. He whispered sarcastically to himself, "Ah, yes. Omnipresent watchers, invisible hands, and cosmic patience. A real playground for the observant mind." Dialogue was minimal, but necessary. A worker stumbled near his observation post, muttering under their breath about exhaustion. Lucian offered a dry, cautious remark. "Try not to collapse into the hands of fate just yet. It's early for that kind of finality." The worker glanced briefly, unsure whether to be reassured, chastised, or ignored, then moved on. Small exchanges like this were part of the puzzle, providing insight into morale, fear thresholds, and potential leverage points. Yodo's earlier hints shaped strategy. Lucian considered alliances carefully, aware that trust was a luxury and danger was constant. Observation, patience, and subtle testing became the framework for potential cooperation. Dialogue, when necessary, had to be calculated. Words could be more revealing than actions. "Cautious allies," he muttered. "A paradox in a world designed for exploitation and deceit." Delightful. Every panel, metallic surface, and shadow was catalogued. Patterns were subtle, flickers, vibrations, hums, and faint shifts that could indicate the presence or absence of a guard, the proximity of workers, or even environmental hazards. Nothing was accidental, everything had purpose, and every anomaly was a potential advantage if recognized and leveraged. Preparation extended to timing. Lucian calculated guard rotations, environmental cycles, and worker tendencies with ruthless precision. Each moment, each cycle, each pause became a potential point of intervention or evasion. Patience was weaponized, impulsivity was enemy number one. Sarcasm coated his observations, humor a necessary shield. Timing, observation, patience, and wit. The four pillars of survival in paradise. Who knew? By the end of the day, Lucian's preparation had transformed the landscape from hostile chaos into a mentally mapped system of possibilities. Every guard rotation, every environmental hazard, every worker response, and every erratic variable of Leto's command was filed into memory. Rehearsals were silent, internal, and precise. The spark of rebellion that had taken root in the previous section had matured into the beginnings of action, careful, deliberate, and strategic. He allowed himself one sardonic mutter, voice low against the wind. "Well, Varro, you've observed, catalogued, survived, and calculated. Next step, leverage. Subtle, invisible, and yet profoundly satisfying. The world remained indifferent, brutal, and absurd, but Lucian had begun to bend understanding to his will. Preparation was no longer passive, it was active, strategic, and deliberate. Survival was no longer just endurance, it was anticipation, manipulation, and careful exploitation of every observed weakness. The system's control was formidable, but not absolute, and the tiniest crack was now visible to him, ready to be tested, measured, and eventually exploited. The settlement stirred like a half-forgotten shadow at the edge of the dunes, haphazard shelters thrown together from metal sheets and scavenged canvas. The sun, a molten eye in the sky, cast long, wavering silhouettes across the compacted dirt and dust. Footsteps echoed faintly against corrugated metal and rough stone as workers moved with deliberate rhythm, their motions more ritual than necessity. A constant hum of labor filled the air, the scraping of tools, the thump of hoisted loads, and the occasional, terse shout that barely cut through the heat-thick haze. From the ridge, the observer watched it all unfold, crouched just beneath a jagged outcropping of stone. Each movement told a story. The tilt of a head, the flicker of eyes under sun-cracked skin, the fraction of a hesitation before a step. Most would have missed the subtle choreography, but not him. Patterns were everything here, and patterns often hid the truth in plain sight. Then she appeared. Emerging from the far end of the settlement, the figure moved with a quiet authority, stepping carefully yet confidently over uneven ground. Muscles flexed in controlled effort, hands tucked briefly at her sides before adjusting to the weight of her tools. The approach was deliberate, measured, and it immediately set her apart from the rhythm of the other workers. She commanded attention without a word. Even from a distance the mind catalogued her. Small, compact frame, lean strength visible beneath dust-streaked clothing, eyes sharp as blades catching the dying light. A smirk curved the corner of his mouth. Finally, he thought, someone who isn't part of the drone swarm. She stopped a few paces short, tilting her head in a silent appraisal, and he responded with a casual light tone. Direct approach, brave, or reckless, could be either, really. Her eyes flicked toward him, gaze flat, unyielding. Depends on your definition of brave, she said, voice low, carrying that subtle weight that suggested control over more than just words. Most people hiding up there wouldn't survive more than a few cycles. He chuckled, stepping down cautiously from the ridge. Dust clung to his uniform, but he didn't care. Cycles, hours, days, it all blurs together out here. You'd be amazed what people start calling normal when the sun does enough damage. The faintest edge of amusement crossed her face. Normal, she said, repeating the word as if tasting it for the first time. Out here? That's a joke. I prefer to think of it as dark comedy, he muttered, letting his sarcasm settle naturally into the conversation. Much better punchlines than the office back home. Though I admit, fewer audience members. Her gaze didn't waver. Audience doesn't matter, you'll learn that soon enough. He raised an eyebrow. Will I? Or is that what everyone wants me to think? A brief pause. She tilted her head slightly, then stepped closer, boots kicking up faint clouds of dust. Observation is survival. Misinterpretation is death. That simple. He grinned, letting the words hang in the heat between them. Simple. I love it when everything is simple, makes existential dread easier to swallow. She didn't laugh. Not yet. Instead, she scanned the settlement behind him, then flicked her eyes back. What are you doing up there? Watching, cataloging, judging? Mostly cataloging, he admitted, voice neutral but laced with humor. Judging is secondary. The records may come in handy later. Her lips quirked, the first real sign of amusement. Records. That's ambitious. Most people barely survive the first week without losing their wits. Then you'll be glad to know I keep extra wits in reserve, he said dryly. You know, just in case one decides to wander off. For a heartbeat she regarded him with something like caution, or perhaps assessment. You'll need more than wits, she said, tone sharp. Not everything here responds to thinking. He let that settle for a moment, nodding slowly. I'm well aware, but humor, sarcasm, makes the waiting tolerable. And tolerable is the first step to survival, at least in my experience. Experience? She asked, eyebrows raising. Or imagination? He shrugged, brushing dust from his sleeve. A bit of both. Reality has a funny way of testing the limits of either. Her gaze softened fractionally. Limits are a funny thing. Most people reach them and don't even notice until it's too late. He tilted his head, intrigued. And you? You've noticed yours? I haven't had the luxury, she said quietly. Not yet. That sparked something in him, curiosity mixed with a careful wariness. He needed to know more, but he also knew that questions were a currency he couldn't spend freely. Not yet, he repeated. Interesting phrasing. She glanced away toward the shifting shadows of the settlement. You learn to read things between words if you want to last. Otherwise, everything kills you, sometimes slowly, sometimes all at once. A faint laugh escaped him, a dry, sardonic sound. Slow or fast, you learn to appreciate timing. She shot him a look that was equal parts challenge and warning. Timing alone won't save you. You think you understand, but here, understanding is just the first step in a long line of mistakes waiting to happen. He nodded slowly, letting the tension stretch. I like mistakes, he said, a hint of jest in his tone. They make for stories, and sometimes useful lessons. Her expression didn't change, but there was a faint spark in her eyes, something that suggested she had not dismissed him outright. You'll find stories here are often tragic, and lessons come with a price. Some people pay it more than once. He considered that for a moment, looking past her to the workers moving like gears in a slow, grinding machine. I'm used to paying for lessons. Some of us collect them religiously. She tilted her head slightly, studying him. Religious or obsessed? He smirked. Depends on how you define obsession. But I find it keeps the monotony interesting. She let a faint, dry chuckle escape, acknowledging the humor without betraying much else. Monotony kills more than the sun, she muttered. Then we're in agreement, he said. Both are dangerous. Both demand respect, and both can be entertaining if you have the right perspective. Her eyes flicked to his briefly, almost appraising. Then back to the settlement. Perspective is survival, and survival is perspective. Keep that in mind, if you remember to do either. He nodded again, pretending to take mental notes, though internally he catalogued more than words. Every pause, every subtle inflection, every flicker of expression added to the picture. Noted. Consider it filed under, do not forget or die trying. She didn't respond immediately, only walking a short distance to stand closer to a group of workers, hands flexed at her sides. Then, over her shoulder, she said, You want to survive here? Stop thinking in terms of orders or missions. Start thinking in terms of patterns, habits, small openings. That's the only real authority. He let the words hang in the air, tasting their implications. Patterns and habits, he repeated. Small openings. Good to know. Very tactical advice. You'll need it, she said simply. Everyone here learns the hard way. He smirked faintly, dust settling from his uniform as he stepped closer, though keeping a safe distance. Learning the hard way is kind of my specialty, though I prefer a chance to cheat a little when possible. Her eyes narrowed, sharp and calculating. Cheating rarely works here. You'll get noticed, and if you get noticed... She didn't finish the sentence, leaving it hanging like a blade poised above the throat. Then I'll have to improvise, he said softly. Improvise is part of the fun, isn't it? A silence fell between them, the heat settling around words like layers of dust. And then she gave a curt nod, the faintest concession of acknowledgement. Perhaps, but don't mistake acknowledgement for trust. I wouldn't dream of it, he replied. Trust here is a currency I can't afford to spend lightly. The wind shifted, carrying the scent of metallic dust, sweat, and heat-soaked earth between them. Somewhere in the distance a worker stumbled, recovered, and muttered a terse string of words, a reminder that life here was unforgiving, and observation alone would not be enough. She looked at him again, eyes sharp. You pay attention? Every second, he said, letting the words roll off his tongue like practiced levity. Even when it's boring, repetitive, or apparently meaningless. That's good, she said quietly. You'll need that. Most don't last long enough to understand why. And with that, she turned, moving back toward the center of the settlement. Each step precise, deliberate, measured. He watched her go, noting the subtle shift of muscles, the way she interacted with the workers without saying a word, the way her presence commanded a quiet deference despite her lack of rank. He let out a long breath, muttering under it, Merneen. If I survive long enough, we'll have a conversation worth repeating. The settlement swallowed her up, and he remained on the ridge, cataloging, observing, and despite the harsh sun, the merciless dust, and the invisible eyes watching him, feeling the faintest stirrings of opportunity. She was intelligent, perceptive, and careful. She might be an ally, or she might be another hazard. Either way, the encounter had shifted the equilibrium. He had a foothold, however tentative, in the world of the workers. And as always, sarcasm settled into his thoughts. A faint, defiant counterpoint to the oppressive heat. Well, that was fun. Now to see if survival is just as witty. Dust clung to everything, skin, uniform, and thoughts alike. The settlement hummed with motion, a grinding rhythm of labor that seemed eternal. He waited near the edge of a partially collapsed shelter, letting the heat settle over his shoulders while watching Merneen. Her movements were precise, efficient, yet subtle signs of calculation betrayed a mind always measuring and testing. Today, he needed more than observation. He needed an entry point. She glanced up from her work, lifting a hand to shield eyes from the sun. Back again. Her voice was casual, but the sharp edge beneath it betrayed assessment. Can't resist, he replied lightly, letting his tone sound spontaneous. Curiosity. Observational hobby, you know, the usual. Her eyes narrowed. Hobby? That's a generous way to describe stalking people. He chuckled, adjusting his stance to leaning against a bent metal beam. Call it a professional habit. Keeps the mind sharp, and keeps me alive. You mean your survival instinct, she corrected, voice low, carrying authority that came without rank. Not your mind. Most people confuse the two here, and it's fatal. He grinned. Ah, well, I prefer to think of them as married, intertwined, codependent. She lifted an eyebrow. Cute analogy. Are you always this witty when you're in danger? Danger is best served with humor, he replied. Keeps the heart from giving up. A flicker of amusement crossed her features, though she didn't relax completely. Most people laugh too soon, or too late. Timing matters. I've been known to be off by seconds, he admitted, voice low, letting the comment hang between them. It keeps life interesting. Her gaze swept over him, sharp, assessing. Interesting doesn't survive. Adaptation does. Ah, yes, he said. The survival mantra, overused, underappreciated, noted. He paused, letting the words settle. I gather that whatever you've survived out here, it's not for the faint of heart. A brief smile flickered across her face. You'd be surprised how many people pretend to survive until the sun reminds them they don't. He let out a quiet laugh. Pretenders, then? I'm familiar with the type. I've been one myself. Not recently, of course. You've been here long enough to know pretense doesn't fool anyone? Her tone was more inquisitive now, probing. Long enough to know it might get you noticed, he said. And attention is never free here, usually comes with a price you'd rather not pay. Her eyes softened slightly, though suspicion remained. And yet you talk freely. That's risky. Most people learn silence is cheaper. Silence is overrated, he muttered. Besides, I'm better at testing reactions. Observation disguised as conversation. You, for instance, have a very predictable set of facial twitches. Excellent calibration points. She blinked, caught off guard by the insight, then narrowed her eyes again. Calibration points. I see, and what exactly are you testing? Depends, he said with a shrug, letting a casual smile stretch across his face. Could be your patience, your amusement threshold, your willingness to talk to a stranger, or perhaps your moral compass. She laughed then, short and sharp, almost a bark. Moral compass? That's a luxury here. Few even try to carry one without losing it. Luxury, he said softly, nodding. I can do luxury in small doses. Tasting portions. Keeps things interesting. She stepped closer, lowering her voice. You talk too easily for someone who's supposed to survive. That arrogance, call it what you will be dangerous eventually. I'm aware, he admitted. But here's the thing. It's easier to gauge intentions when you reveal a little. You've been hiding for years, I can tell. Not all, but enough to sketch the outlines. Her lips curved faintly, an acknowledgement without concession. Sketch outlines, huh? Dangerous pastime. Most people draw the wrong picture, and the planet corrects them. He leaned a little closer, voice dropping. Then consider me cautious, skilled even. Sketch lightly, don't mistake attention for recklessness. She studied him, and for a moment the workers around them blurred into background noise. You lie, she stated flatly. Details are off. Timing is off. Intentions are misaligned. He chuckled softly, tilting his head. I lied. Congratulations. You're observant. I didn't expect you to call it, though. Call what? She asked, tone even but curious. That my story, he admitted. I didn't arrive with the official paperwork, the noble past, or heroic deeds. I have a convenient half-truth. Works in most environments, but here, not enough. Her gaze sharpened. And yet you speak. That's brave, or foolish. Can't decide which. Depends on the definition of brave, he replied, voice playful. Most definitions are relative anyway. She smiled faintly, though there was still wariness. Relative bravery, yes. That might keep you alive longer than most. But survival isn't measured by how witty you are. Words are only part of the equation. He nodded slowly, letting her words settle. Of course. Observing, measuring, and interpreting patterns, that's the equation, isn't it? Words are just the padding between numbers. She glanced toward the distant dunes, then back. Numbers lie, patterns lie. Only reactions are truthful. Watch reactions, not actions. Understand the motives hidden between movements. He smirked. Between movements, I like that. Adds a game-like element to everything. You think it's a game, she said sharply, but mistakes aren't fun here. They're painful. And sometimes permanent. He sighed dramatically. Ah, permanence. I'll have to make it fleeting then. Leave a mark, but not a wound. Or maybe a wound disguised as a mark? Keeps people guessing. Her lips twitched, barely holding back a smile. You have audacity. Dangerous for some, intriguing for others. I can't decide which category you belong to yet. Neither, he said. Or maybe both. Depends who's watching and who's cataloging. A pause. The workers nearby shifted, unaware, but she remained focused. Cataloging is useful. Memory is more valuable. Records don't survive dust storms or sun-blind eyes. But memory endures. Memory, he repeated, letting the word roll through his mind. Memory is selective and dangerous. I'll remember what matters. She nodded, approving in the smallest gesture. Then we'll see if it's enough. Most people falter before memory translates into action. He glanced at the settlement again, then back to her. Action, he murmured, requires observation, patience, and a little audacity. And maybe a bit of improvisation. Improvisation kills more than the sun, she said with a small smirk, finally showing a trace of humor. He mirrored it. Then I'll be careful. Mostly, but not too careful. Otherwise, there's no story to tell. She finally extended her hand, brief, deliberate. Name's Merneen. Remember it, or forget, up to you, but it matters which you choose. He shook it, a firm grip, eyes meeting hers. I'll remember, and forget tactically when necessary. Names, like patterns, are more valuable when selectively deployed. Her eyes flicked to his, reading between words. I'll hold you to that. Words aren't cheap here, nor chances. Don't waste either. I intend to bargain carefully, he replied. Every word, every step, every glance. Consider it investment. A nod. Then she turned back to the work at hand, leaving him standing in the dust, cataloging, observing, processing. Interaction concluded, but a tentative thread had been established. A bond, false, real, or somewhere in between, had been initiated, and he could already feel the gears of strategy begin to turn in his mind. The settlement continued its rhythmic grind. Tools scraped, boots thumped, voices called, muted by heat and dust. But somewhere in the midst of it, the faint spark of connection lingered. Calculated, tentative, and fraught with unspoken rules. He muttered under his breath, letting sarcasm lace the thought. Well, that was productive. Played the game, dodged the traps, and may have found an ally. Or a new hazard. Either way, entertaining. Merneen's shadow moved among the other workers, precise, deliberate, authoritative in silence. And somewhere inside, a plan began to form, strategies taking shape as he catalogued her movements, reactions, and subtle signals. Words were currency. Silence was more valuable. Observation reigned supreme. And this was only the first negotiation. The air felt thicker today, a blend of metallic tang and dry dust that clung to skin and sinuses alike. Amid the constant grind of labor, the Lucian noticed subtle movements he had previously ignored. The tiny precise gestures of certain workers, the way some objects shifted almost imperceptibly, as if moved by intention rather than accident. Merneen had been unusually silent for the morning, eyes scanning more than the tasks at hand. It was one of those rare moments when observation revealed something deeper, a pattern, a rhythm, a hidden layer to existence here. Ever notice how the smallest things tell the largest stories? He muttered quietly, voice low enough that only the wind, or perhaps Merneen, could catch it. You talk too much for someone who's supposed to be learning, she replied without turning. Her voice carried a weight, calm but deliberate, as if it were measured to see if he understood nuance. Learning by talking, he said, smirking despite the heat. It's experimental, mostly for entertainment. Entertainment has a price, she warned. Curiosity can get swallowed here. Whole. He nodded, letting the words sink in. Not a lecture, not exactly a warning, but enough to keep him mindful. That was Merneen's style, precise, economical, measured. Observing her now, he realized she was testing something too. Not him, exactly, more the environment, the subtle interactions, the potential for what could be manipulated or leveraged. Then, as if summoned by thought, one of the workers approached. Not just any worker, but one of the companions. He had seen them before, always at the edges, always almost invisible. But now, as the figure approached, its presence was impossible to ignore. Unlike the organic workers, this one moved with an uncanny rhythm. Its limbs, slender, mechanical, yet eerily graceful, did not merely mimic human movement. They calculated, optimized, predicted. What is that? He muttered, barely above a whisper. Merneen's head tilted slightly, studying the companion with the same scrutiny. A companion, she said simply. Non-organic. Collective memory. Intelligence. Eyes where we don't have them. Hands where we'd never place ours. He raised an eyebrow. Collective memory. Yes, she said, voice low but steady. It remembers what we do, what we see, and more importantly, what we fail to see. Every interaction, every detail. It's stored. It influences survival. It influences decisions. Sometimes it guides, sometimes it judges. He let that settle, processing the implications. So, they're advisors? He asked cautiously, though the term felt inadequate. Not advisors, she corrected. Not yet. They're more like partners, but with memory. Influences subtle. He glanced at the companion, its head tilting as though acknowledging him without expression. The thing's movements were deliberate, smooth, almost liquid. Not human, not machine entirely, but something in between. Partners with memory, huh? Sounds like a polite way of saying, they're watching everything. Merneen's lips twitched in something like approval. Exactly. You don't get to survive here blind, not to the companions, not to the guards, not to the patterns of dust and sun. You think you move freely, but freedom is conditional. He exhaled, shaking his head faintly. Conditional freedom. Sure, makes sense in a place like this. Still, the companions, they seem more capable than most humans here. Smarter, at least. Smarter, yes, but not infallible, she said. They're bound by rules, protocols, logic that can't always account for human variability. Variability. That's where opportunity arises. He frowned, intrigued. Opportunity. Explain. She glanced at him briefly, then back to the labor at hand. You understand patterns, rhythms, weaknesses. You see where the system bends, where judgment falters. Companions can remember, but they can't always anticipate intuition. He smirked. So, intuition beats memory sometimes. I like that. Gives a hint of hope, at least. Yes, she said. But only a hint. And hope here is a sharp-edged tool. Handle it poorly, and it cuts you before it saves you. The companion moved closer, its sensors, or perhaps eyes, following their gestures. It seemed aware of the conversation without participating, absorbing the words, storing the cadence, analyzing. He felt the weight of scrutiny, not oppressive, but insistent. You notice it too, Merneen said. It's listening, watching, remembering. But it isn't hostile. Not unless something goes very wrong. Very wrong is subjective, he muttered, voice threaded with sarcasm. Depends if we count a minor misstep as catastrophic or just interesting. Interesting doesn't survive, she said, voice flat. Remember that. He let the words linger, then studied the companion more closely. Its movements were methodical, almost elegant, yet every gesture seemed purposeful beyond mere function. It was not here for decoration or intimidation. It was here for analysis, cataloging, and influence. And that made it potentially the most powerful entity in the settlement, apart from the guards. You ever talk to them? He asked Merneen. Occasionally, she admitted. When interaction matters. You can guide a companion, sometimes nudge it. But most workers leave them alone. Too many variables. Too much risk. He leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice. So, strategic dialogue with the companion could give an advantage. Yes, she said simply. But misstep, and it recalibrates you. Tracks your weakness. Exposes your intentions. He let out a low laugh. Of course, nothing in this place is simple. Simple is fatal, she replied. Complexity is survival. Observe, engage, adjust, and don't assume understanding is the same as control. Never assume. He nodded, noting each word. Sarcasm pooled beneath the surface, but the lesson was sharp and immediate. I see. Observe, engage, adjust. Don't assume. Got it. Subtle. Elegant. Deadly. Merneen's eyes flicked toward him, a faint spark of acknowledgement. Deadly is right. But if you learn, if you adapt, you might last longer than most. And last long enough to figure out the rest, he said, almost to himself. The companions, the workers, the patterns, the guards, the whole damn machine. Yes, she said, tone quieter now. The machine is precise. Flawed, but precise. It tests, it measures, and it remembers, all of it, even mistakes, especially mistakes. The companion shifted slightly, sensors catching sunlight, creating a faint prismatic shimmer. He watched it like a chessboard piece. Every tilt, every subtle motion was deliberate in ways humans couldn't always grasp. You trust it? He asked Merneen, testing boundaries. No, she said immediately. Trust is irrelevant. Compliance is temporary. Memory is constant. Influence is measured. You act within that framework. He let that settle. Compliance, memory, influence. Not trust. Not camaraderie. A game of survival dictated by observation, manipulation, and careful engagement. His mind catalogued each layer, each nuance, each subtle cue the companion offered. So, he said finally, voice low, we observe, we learn, we adapt, and maybe we survive long enough to tilt the game in our favor, right? Merneen regarded him for a long moment, then nodded once. Right. But be aware, companions notice inconsistencies, they track intentions, even silent ones. He smirked, letting the sarcasm surface again. Silent intentions, the real danger then. Not the sun, not the guards, not even you, just the things watching. Mostly, she said. Mostly, and the silent ones, are the worst. They judge without mercy. And they remember forever. He allowed a low chuckle. I'll have to take notes then, strategically. A diary of subtleties, perhaps, might help keep me alive, or at least entertained. Her lips twitched in the faintest acknowledgement, a shared understanding without surrendering control. Entertainment is a luxury, she said. Don't confuse it with advantage. Of course not, he said, letting the words float lightly, sarcasm intact. Advantage is everything. Entertainment, optional. She studied him, gaze sharp, then glanced toward the distant work areas. You're learning quickly. Observe, engage, adjust. Remember that. He nodded, letting the words imprint. Observation, engagement, adjustment, memory. The companions were more than tools. They were judges, partners, and mirrors all at once. Every interaction with them was a test, a negotiation, and a strategic consideration rolled into one. And don't get too fond of patterns, she added. They're deceptive. The companions thrive on misinterpretation. Always keep them guessing. He let a slow grin spread across his face. Keep them guessing. Excellent. I like a challenge that's alive, even if metallic. Merneen's lips twitched again, the smallest trace of humor in her otherwise controlled expression. Alive is relative, she said. And metallic. Well, you'll learn the implications soon enough. He watched the companion move back into the shadows of the laboring workers, sensors blinking faintly, observing, recording. A subtle thrill ran through him. Strategy, observation, preparation, art. Every motion catalogued, every nuance noted. Partners, he muttered under his breath, glancing at Merneen. Memory, influence, calculation. And maybe a threat of rebellion, if handled correctly. She gave no immediate reply, returning to her work. But he felt it. The acknowledgement, the unspoken agreement that understanding the companions was a necessary step toward surviving this calculated chaos. The wind had shifted again, carrying with it fine grit that crawled into every crevice, every fold of clothing, and lodged in lungs like a bitter reminder that comfort was a foreign concept here. The Lucian moved slowly across the sun-baked platform, observing the workers. Each face, each gesture, each subtle twitch told a story, revealed a strategy, or hinted at a danger that had yet to manifest. Survival was not about brute strength or even speed. It was about reading, predicting, and exploiting patterns that most ignored. He crouched behind a half-collapsed scaffolding, eyes tracing a group of laborers moving in a staggered rhythm, synchronized yet with variations that hinted at hierarchy, competence, or subtle competition. There was a cadence, a rhythm, almost musical if one listened closely, and he did. Every pause, every glance exchanged, every subtle adjustment in load-bearing revealed the internal social structure. Observation wasn't passive. It was a skill, sharpened by necessity. Everything communicates, he muttered under his breath. Even silence. Even the dust settling differently in each footprint. Merneen, nearby yet unobtrusive, glanced at him with that characteristic measured scrutiny. And most don't notice it. Or they notice and misinterpret. Be precise. Details are everything. He nodded, letting the words sink in. Precision was survival. Misreading a glance, mistiming a movement, misunderstanding intention. Any of these mistakes could carry consequences far beyond a simple reprimand. This wasn't just a labor camp, it was a living organism, a system designed to test perception, patience, and adaptability. The companions moved among the workers, subtle but undeniable. They never intervened unless provoked or required by circumstance, but their presence influenced behavior, constrained options, and occasionally nudged individuals toward efficiency or error. The Lucian noted the slight hesitation of one worker before lifting a heavy load, the tilt of the head signaling calculation, awareness of being monitored. That hesitation, amplified by the companion's silent observation, rippled through the group. It was subtle, invisible to anyone not paying attention, and profoundly consequential. You notice it, right? Merneen whispered, sidling closer. The companions. They're more than passive observers. Their memory informs decisions, guides behavior. Subtle, invisible nudges that keep everything moving. The way it should. He smirked faintly. Subtle nudges, or invisible whips. Either way, someone else is riding the rhythm, and we're dancing along, preferably without stepping on too many toes or traps. Exactly, she said. Watch, learn, anticipate. The workers who survive aren't stronger. They're smarter. They're cautious, patient, adaptive. The companions reward subtlety, punish miscalculation. He followed her gaze to a worker adjusting a scaffold with delicate precision, a companion hovering nearby. The worker's movements were slow, deliberate, almost hypnotic. And yet, every adjustment, every step, seemed purposeful, designed not only to maintain structure, but to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. Observation, the Lucian realized, was more than watching. It was understanding the invisible web of rules and behaviors, of control and influence. Funny, he muttered. We complain about monotony, dust, and sun, but here, monotony is camouflage, dust is a measure, sun is a timer, and every glance counts. Merneen chuckled quietly, the sound dry and brief, almost swallowed by the wind. You're catching on. Just don't let it get to your head. Observation alone isn't enough. Insight, connection, and a sense of timing, that's survival. He considered that, eyes tracing a guard's distant patrol. The guards moved predictably, yet with enough variation to prevent exploitation by rote memory. Their routes weren't random, they were designed for redundancy and unpredictability simultaneously. Observing them was not just a matter of safety. It was research. Strategy. All. Every pattern noted, every nuance stored. Timing, he murmured, the difference between walking unscathed and being noticed, between survival and not. Merneen nodded once, a slight shift of her body suggesting approval. And timing isn't just about movement, it's about speech, engagement, silence. Everything has its window. He let the words hang, cataloging them carefully. Engagement with workers, with companions, with the environment, each a variable, each with a window, each with a consequence. And he began to see the larger equation. Survival was not singular, not isolated. It was a sum of observation, strategy, connection, and a constant awareness of influence. The companions, the guards, the workers themselves. Connections then, he whispered. Careful, measured, not trust, not loyalty. Connection as leverage, as information. Merneen's eyes flicked toward him, almost imperceptibly. Leverage is correct. Trust is a luxury that kills. Remember that. Leverage, observation, adaptation. He studied a companion moving between two laborers, sensing subtle corrections in posture, small gestures of guidance, minor adjustments invisible to anyone, but those paying attention. So they're shaping behavior. Invisible hands, silent nudges. Precisely, she said. And the clever worker learns to read it, to anticipate it, to exploit it without overtly disturbing it. Survival isn't a fight against labor or dust or sun. It's a negotiation with everything, everywhere, all at once. He shook his head faintly, thinking it through. Negotiation, not just with humans but with patterns, with companions, with invisible systems of influence. Even fatigue, even monotony, even subtle shifts in wind or dust carried messages, carried constraints, carried opportunities. You ever get the sense that we're part of a test? He asked quietly. That everything, guards, companions, routines, is designed to measure reactions, to collect data. Merneen's glance was quick, fleeting, but it carried weight. Test or system, she said. Doesn't matter what you call it. You react, you adapt, you survive, or you fail. Same outcome either way. Fail, he muttered. Unpleasant, I imagine. Yes, she replied. And visible, public, measured, but insight can tilt the balance. Observation feeds insight. Timing amplifies it. Connection applies it. He let the logic cement in his mind, a lattice of strategy forming. Survival was not reactive. It was deliberate. Every movement, every glance, every whispered word was a variable in a system designed to detect and punish error. And the only way to operate effectively was to internalize the system, anticipate it, manipulate it, and integrate it into his own decision-making. Internalize, anticipate, manipulate, he whispered to himself. Observation becomes action. Insight becomes control. Merneen studied him again, eyes narrowing faintly. Control is an illusion, but awareness gives options. Options can save you. Options can allow you to influence outcomes subtly, not overtly. Subtlety is everything. He nodded, noting every syllable. Subtlety, patience, leverage, timing, awareness. The companions, the workers, the guards. Every element of the environment was a tool if understood correctly. A companion shifted nearby, sensors catching the sun, the movement precise, deliberate, yet unspoken. Every subtle gesture was catalogued internally. Posture, timing, trajectory, environmental interaction. Each was a clue, a measure, a lesson. Silent partners, he muttered, voice low. The companions don't speak. They don't need to. They influence, they judge, they guide. And if handled correctly, they might even protect. Merneen's lips twitched, the faintest hint of agreement. Handled correctly. Yes, and mistakes are noted, remembered. Always. He exhaled slowly, letting his mind absorb the rhythm, the strategy, the underlying mechanics of control and adaptation. Observation had evolved into insight. Insight had become tactical knowledge. And in that evolution lay the difference between mere survival and mastery of the environment, or at least as much mastery as one could hope for. Adaptation isn't enough, he said quietly, almost to himself. Timing, leverage, subtlety, and knowing the silent rules before the system punishes you for ignorance. Merneen glanced at him, expression unreadable but approving in its own restrained way. Exactly. And the silent rules. They're the hardest to learn. Watch the companions. Watch the guards. Watch the patterns in the dust, in the light, in behavior. Learn to see the invisible strings. He nodded, internalizing the phrase. Invisible strings. Every decision, every gesture, every pause, every glance, connected, measured, controlled, influenced. And awareness of those strings offered leverage, options, the smallest chance at manipulation without discovery. The wind shifted again, carrying the metallic tang of labor, the grit of dust, and the faint hum of companions moving with quiet efficiency. He traced patterns, mapped movements, noted hierarchies, and imagined contingencies. Every observation fed strategy, every insight became a tool, every subtle glance, a potential message. And somewhere beneath the sun's oppressive glare, beneath the monotony, beneath the calculated rhythm of labor and observation, he felt a faint spark of control. Not dominance. Not safety. But understanding. A fragile, Deliberate, necessary power that might be the only real advantage in this place, designed to crush spirit and body alike. The shadows stretched longer than they should have, but it didn't matter. The wind carried the same metallic grit, the same relentless sun, the same dry insistence of a planet that didn't care for stories. And yet, somehow, the story mattered now. Merneen's voice broke the silence, low and deliberate, threaded with grief that had hardened into cautious control. We were something once, she said. Her eyes, sharp and calculating, flicked toward the horizon, as though her memory itself stretched across the wastelands. Rick, proud, careful in our ways. We had cities that touched the sky, markets that spanned continents, systems for governance that worked, better than most you'd call civilized anywhere else. He listened quietly, knowing that this was not idle boasting. Every word, every pause, every tiny inflection carried meaning. She was testing him, yes, but also teaching. There was danger in knowledge here, and wisdom in restraint. And you lost it? He asked, voice low, almost a whisper, careful not to disturb the rhythm of the wind. Merneen's jaw tightened. Lost, she repeated, bitter. No, taken. Ripped from us by machines, by politics, by those who would profit from erasure. We didn't die off because we failed ourselves. We died because others refused to let us continue. Exploitation, greed, the usual kind that tastes like oil and iron and leaves a bitter tang for centuries. He flinched faintly at the imagery she painted. The industrial leviathans. The machinery stripping resources from planet after planet, leaving landscapes that were sterile, toxic, and haunted by absent life. And in her voice he heard not just grief, but suppressed rage, tempered into the careful restraint of someone who had learned that outbursts brought attention. Attention brought danger, and danger here rarely yielded mercy. And the people, he asked. The ones who survived. Merneen looked at him sharply, her expression hardening into something that bordered on cautionary. Survivors, she said. The survivors were scattered, enslaved, or too weak to resist. Many became laborers, like you see here. Some were integrated into systems we didn't understand at the time. Some became part of the companions. Her voice softened for just a fraction of a second, the hint of pride slipping through before it was covered by control again. Those who remain are few, but we carry the memory, the knowledge, the structures that once defined us. And in memory, we survive. He absorbed the weight of that. Memory as survival. Knowledge as resistance. Even in a system designed to crush spirit and body, there was an insurgent persistence in the very act of remembering. He swallowed, dry throat catching dust and grit. So, you're telling me this hell we're in now? He began, hesitant. It's not just punishment. It's also an erasure mechanism. Merneen's eyes narrowed, faintly amused, despite the tone of sorrow. You notice, good. Yes, this place isn't only about labor, dust, sun, or companions. It's about the control of history, memory, and compliance. You comply, you survive, you resist. Well, survival is relative. Relative, he echoed, tasting the word like iron. And the companions, are they tied to that? They are the memory keepers, she said quietly, almost reverently. The companions record, transmit, and influence. They are the repositories of what was. They are not alive as you understand life, yet neither are they inert. They preserve what the world outside sought to erase. And if handled carefully, they can be our greatest leverage. He felt a flicker of curiosity, tinged with caution. Leverage, yes. But the potential danger was obvious. Any interaction could be observed, catalogued, remembered, and later exploited. In this place, the margin for error was microscopic. Your world, he said slowly, measuring the words. It wasn't just destroyed. It was catalogued, processed, and then buried under convenience and consumption. Merneen's lips pressed together, a faint nod. Exactly. The planets that consumed our resources didn't care about culture, morality, or continuity. They cared about profit, efficiency, and dominance. The bureaucrats, the corporations, the so-called guardians, they erased, rationalized, and justified. And when resistance surfaced, they dismantled it. Methodically. Brutally. Completely. The wind shifted again, carrying a thin spray of fine dust into his eyes. He blinked, wiped at it, and let his mind absorb the enormity of her words. Here was a person who had lived through the destruction of a civilization, who carried in her presence the knowledge of that destruction, and yet who had survived to teach, to warn, to manipulate the present into comprehension. Hope, he said quietly, almost involuntarily. Was there any hope? Merneen's eyes softened for a moment, a rare crack in the otherwise impenetrable mask. Hope isn't foolish, he said, voice low, almost conspiratorial. It's dangerous if you act without wisdom. It's powerful if you act with understanding. We held on to hope because memory demanded it, because the companions carried it, because without it, survival is hollow. And now? He asked. Now we're this, dust, labor, observation, companion. She smiled faintly, not warm but wry. Now we survive, adapt, and prepare. The lesson isn't just that worlds fall. It's that survival requires comprehension, patience, and careful use of every tool available, including each other. The subtle emphasis on the last phrase didn't escape him. Every relationship, every connection, every fleeting alignment of interest was a resource to be measured and used. Trust could be fatal. Leverage was tactical. Survival was strategy. You survived, he said, voice quieter now, almost reflective. How do you not break under this? Merneen's gaze swept the horizon before settling back on him. Break? She echoed, bitterly amused. You think breaking is the enemy? No. The enemy is unawareness, ignorance, failure to understand the rules, to see the strings, to anticipate the consequences. If you understand the system, even if it's cruel, even if it's arbitrary, you have options. You have leverage. You have leverage. And leverage can turn survival into, he paused, weighing the implication, into resistance. She allowed herself a brief, sharp nod. If used correctly, not openly, not violently, subtlety, patience, timing, observation first, action second. The companions preserve memory. They can amplify action if understood. But misstep and it is noticeable, fatal, sometimes, and always remembered. The wind swirled around them, carrying the faint metallic scent of labor and machinery, punctuated by the distant hollow hum of companions gliding between workers. He considered what she said, letting the words solidify into a framework for understanding. Observation, memory, companions, leverage, patience. A hierarchy of survival unlike anything he had ever encountered. I see, he muttered finally, low, almost to himself. Observation, patience, leverage, not just survival, influence, strategy, slow, careful manipulation. Everything is a test, every reaction is measured. Merneen's eyes glimmered faintly with approval, though her expression remained cautious. Exactly. And history teaches you that ignorance kills faster than the sun, faster than labor, faster than companions or guards. Understand the past, and the present becomes navigable. He exhaled slowly, letting a fraction of the tension ease. The narrative she had shared wasn't just history. It was a blueprint, a cautionary tale, a framework for tactical thinking. Memory, survival, leverage. The companions were more than tools. They were repositories of strategy, of history, of resistance embedded in silence. And he realized that understanding them, interpreting their influence, and anticipating their guidance or intervention, could tilt the balance in the thin margin between survival and demise. So, he said carefully, your world fell, erased by profit, politics, and machinery. And now, the lesson is carry the memory, survive the system, and use every advantage the past has left behind? Merneen allowed a rare, almost imperceptible smile. Exactly. And don't confuse survival with acceptance. Survival is the foundation. Strategy is the architecture. And patience is the mortar that holds it together. He absorbed that in silence, the dust curling around his boots, companions gliding through the workers, and the sun burning across the horizon. Each element was a lesson, each observation a potential key. The story of her world wasn't just grief or rage. It was insight, instruction, and a subtle call to calculated action. And one last thing, she added quietly, voice low, but carrying weight. Never assume the system is arbitrary. Arbitrary is a design you've yet to understand. Everything has intent. Observation is your first weapon. Insight your second. Aiming your third. Leverage your fourth. Everything else is distraction. He nodded slowly, letting each word settle like dust in a corner. imperceptible yet foundational. The framework was clear. Observation, memory, companions, leverage, patience, insight, and timing. Each a tool, each a weapon, each a lifeline. For the first time since arriving, the oppressive sun, the endless labor, the companions and the guards coalesced into a structure he could navigate. A cruel, intricate, perilous structure, but one with edges, angles, and gaps he could exploit. And with Merneen's story etched into his mind, he could see those edges more clearly than ever before. The wind rose again, carrying the dust, grit, and the faint echoes of the past. He wiped at his eyes, listened closely to the rhythm of laborers' movements, and muttered with dry humor. History is heavy. Memory is heavier. But leverage. Now that's something worth carrying. Merneen only nodded, silently approving, allowing the moment to linger. In the silence, in the dust, in the careful observation of workers and companions, the first threads of understanding and strategy wove themselves firmly into the present. The dust clung to every exposed surface, sticking stubbornly to skin, hair, and the fabric of uniforms that were already rigid from sun and labor. It was a relentless environment, one that tested patience more effectively than brute force. Yet, beneath the grinding routine of work, beneath the oppressive sun and the constant mechanical hum of companions, there existed something else. A quiet, potent energy that drew attention despite itself. Merneen carried it with her, subtle but unmistakable, a resonance that shifted the space around her as easily as the wind moved the sand. He had learned to be cautious with words, with movements, with even the act of breathing too sharply in her presence. She was no ordinary worker, and the story of her world, the weight of history she bore, had already established that. But now, as she drew near, there was something else, an almost imperceptible vibration, a subtle rhythm that seemed to align with thought, with intention, and even with the companions moving among the laborers. "You've noticed," she said, her voice low, almost conspiratorial, a smirk playing across her lips despite the harsh conditions. "The resonance." He paused, measuring the words before replying. "I notice a lot of things," he said carefully. "Dust, wind, guards pretending to patrol, and now you, something different." Her smile widened slightly, faintly approving, but still cautious. "Different?" she echoed, almost teasing. "I suppose one could call it that, or dangerous, perhaps both." He raised an eyebrow. "Dangerous how? For me, or for everyone?" "For both," she said, eyes scanning the workers, then returning to him. "I can influence more than you might think. Not just actions, but reactions, thoughts, subtly shifted. Patterns in companions, behaviors in laborers. It's not magic, if that's what you're thinking, but it's close enough to scare those who rely on predictable obedience." He leaned against a nearby rock, letting the sand slide beneath his boots. "So you can, what? Make someone think differently? Or make them do something they weren't planning?" Merneen's eyes glinted with amusement. "In small doses, yes. Influence, persuasion, subtle redirection. The companions respond to it, the workers react. It's like tapping into a river. They can resist, but if you guide the current, it flows where you want." "And the system?" he asked, voice low. "Does it notice?" Her gaze hardened. "The system notices when influence becomes obvious. Subtlety is the key. You act in concert with the rhythm already present. The companions can amplify it if handled correctly, but mishandle it, and it becomes attention. And attention here is rarely harmless." He considered her words carefully. Influence, subtle manipulation, companions responding to intent. This was no mere labor adjustment. This was leverage. And with leverage came risk, but also opportunity. Opportunity, when measured and calculated correctly, could be weaponized. "You're saying," he said slowly, "that with the right precision, you can shape outcomes without ever touching the system directly?" Merneen's expression shifted slightly, approving the phrasing, yet cautioning against overconfidence. "Exactly," she said. "Touch the system directly, and it strikes back. Touch it through perception, through companions, through influence, and you move unnoticed. You adapt, survive, and, if skilled enough, control small fractions of the outcome. But even the smallest misstep is costly." He muttered under his breath, dryly sarcastic as was habit. "Ah, subtle control. Perfect. And here I was hoping for an easy day in the sun." Her faint laugh was unexpected, brief, but revealing. "Easy days aren't designed for survival," she said. "They are illusions, brief and treacherous. Those who expect them, rarely last. He studied her closely, noticing the precise modulation of her tone, the rhythm of her steps, the calculated pauses that punctuated her words. Each motion seemed to carry intent, even when subtle, even when concealed. And these companions, he asked, they respond to your, whatever this is. Mental link, resonance, influence. They are conduits, she said carefully. Memory, intelligence, instinct, all wrapped in a network you can barely perceive. The link is subtle, mental, tactical. Not domination, not force, but guidance. Nudge here, emphasize there, and they adjust. Patterns emerge, behaviors shift. But it's never guaranteed, never absolute. Subtlety is survival. Precision is life. He nodded slowly, absorbing the weight of what she revealed. Influence without force. Control without confrontation. Subtlety as a weapon. This changed everything about the way he perceived the environment, the laborers, the companions, even the guards. Every action, every reaction, every flicker of behavior was a potential vector for manipulation. If one could read it accurately, act precisely, and anticipate the consequences. So, he said finally, voice dry, laced with sarcasm, if I wanted to, say, encourage a particular outcome in a laborer's behavior without them noticing, you could show me how? Merneen's eyes flickered briefly as if weighing the risk in his question. Show you is different from trusting you with it, she said. But I can demonstrate. Observe, learn, and test yourself. Subtlety first. Attempt to control the current without forcing it. Understand the companion's response. The environment will tell you if you are effective. He considered that, skeptical but intrigued. And if I fail? Failure, she said flatly, results in observation, correction, and occasionally, exposure. You don't want exposure here. The system is patient, but relentless. You'll learn quickly that subtlety is survival. Clumsy attempts, impulsive actions, they are remembered. He smirked faintly, muttering under his breath. Patient and relentless. Fantastic. Just what I needed. She allowed the remark to slide by, unmoved. We'll start small, she said. A gesture here, a suggestion there, a slight redirection of attention. Watch the companions. Note the workers' reactions. Adjust accordingly. Timing, observation, precision, repetition, and pattern recognition. If you master this, influence becomes your ally. And allies. He inhaled slowly, letting the words settle, letting the magnitude of the lesson sink in. Allies, yes. But more than that, understanding patterns, guiding responses, shaping outcomes. These were tools that could tilt the precarious balance of survival in his favor. But every tool had a cost, every lesson a price, and the environment around them demanded attention, calculation, and patience. All right, he said finally, voice low but resolute. Show me. I'll watch, I'll learn, and I'll try not to piss off the companions, or the system, while I do it. Merneen's eyes glimmered faintly, a mix of approval and warning. Good. Watch, but remember, influence is not manipulation, it is guidance. You nudge, you suggest, you create conditions where outcomes align with strategy. Do not underestimate the subtlety required. Precision is life. He leaned against a nearby metallic outcropping, eyes scanning the companions drifting between workers, noting the faint shifts in movement, the subtle changes in attention, the almost imperceptible variations in behavior that hinted at responsiveness. Each micro-change was a data point, each glance, gesture, or hesitation a signal. Influence, he realized, was as much observation as action. So, he muttered under his breath, sarcasm threading through the words, mental nudges, companions responding like obedient little machines, and every action recorded in case I screw up. Got it. Simple enough. What could possibly go wrong? Merneen nodded a faint chuckle, almost imperceptible. Everything, she said, eyes flicking to the horizon where guards and laborers moved in predictable rhythms. And nothing. Subtlety will protect you. Observation will guide you. Patience will sustain you. Fail to respect one, and the cost is immediate. Respect all, and survival is tactical advantage. He took a careful breath, studying her expression, the companions, the laborers, and the environment. Influence, observation, subtlety, precision, patience. It was a framework, a tactical blueprint for survival in a system designed to crush every shred of individuality, every spark of resistance. And one last thing, she added quietly, almost as an afterthought. Trust nothing beyond what you can observe and verify. Allies are tools, influence is leverage, and every action has consequences that reach farther than you realize. Your thoughts, your decisions, your guidance, they ripple. Understand that before you act. Understand that before you act. He nodded slowly, absorbing each syllable as both warning and instruction. The companions weren't just instruments. They were extensions of knowledge, memory, and influence, capable of subtle guidance that could tip the balance of survival. Misuse them, and the consequences could be fatal. Master them, and they could be a force multiplier, a strategic advantage in a place that measured patience, observation, and wit above all else. As the wind carried the dust, grit, and faint metallic tang of companions, he muttered under his breath, dry humor threading through the words, mental nudges, subtle influence, companions as allies, and don't screw it up, or die spectacularly. Perfect. Exactly the kind of fun I was hoping for. Merneen's smirk returned faintly, acknowledging his sarcasm while emphasizing the seriousness beneath it. Fun is relative, she said. Precision, patience, and subtlety, those are not relative. They are survival. Learn that, and you may last longer than most. He let the words settle, observing the companions, the laborers, and the rhythms of the environment, letting the subtle patterns, tiny signals, and invisible threads of influence crystallize into the first coherent strategy he had ever perceived in this place. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows across the sprawling compounds where workers moved like tides of sand, predictable yet individually erratic. Even in the waning light, the harsh reality of the planet did not soften. Dust penetrated every crevice. The wind carried abrasive particles that whispered of patience and endurance, and the companions drifted silently among the laborers, observing, guiding, and occasionally nudging. Merneen's voice broke the quiet, calm but weighted with unspoken history. You need to understand the cycles, she said, eyes scanning the horizon, as if it might answer questions she had no words for. What we call escape attempts are not chaos, they are deliberate, mandated rituals. He frowned, trying to process the explanation while his mind catalogued every subtle shift in her tone and every flicker of the companion's movements. Rituals? You mean, like training exercises? He asked, his voice a mixture of curiosity and skepticism. Training, she echoed, a wry smile tugging at the corners of her lips. No, not training. That would imply preparation for freedom. This is control disguised as a game. A cycle designed to preserve the system while keeping us alive enough to participate again. Escape attempts are performative, psychological, and structural. Every attempt, every pattern, every panic is observed, analyzed, and recorded. He squinted at her, trying to reconcile her calm tone with the implication of her words. So people get hunted? Merneen nodded slowly, her expression unreadable. Hunted, yes, if you call it that. And not just hunted. The event serves multiple purposes. It tests obedience, endurance, problem-solving, and emotional thresholds. Every action, every hesitation, every decision we make is documented, cataloged, and used to understand both us and the companions. And these companions, he muttered dryly, voice low, they're part of the test too? They are extensions, she said, eyes narrowing slightly. Memory, intelligence, perception. They maintain continuity between cycles, ensure behavioral consistency, and provide feedback. You think humans are the only ones being evaluated. The system watches, influences, and manipulates all participants, organic and otherwise. He shook his head, muttering sarcastically. Wonderful. Watching, influencing, manipulating, and all under the guise of fun. Perfect morale booster. Merneen allowed a faint chuckle to escape her lips. The humor is necessary, she said softly, as though acknowledging that without sarcasm, survival would be unbearable. And it is. Not because the system allows it, but because we preserve it ourselves. Even in repetition, we maintain threads of defiance, mental sparks that refuse to be extinguished. He leaned back against a jagged rock, letting his mind run through the implications. Each cycle of escape attempts was both a psychological trial and a mechanism for control. It was a system designed to teach endurance without freedom, observation without agency. He could feel the weight of it in every glance, every measured movement, every whisper of wind carrying the dust of prior attempts. So, let me get this straight, he said, tone dry but precise. We go through these cycles, pretending to escape, being hunted, tested, and all the while, The companions, the guards, and the system watch and learn from every little action we take. And this repeats? Yes, Merneen said. And no. The cycle repeats for each worker, each group, but variations are introduced. Minor obstacles, differing patrols, environmental anomalies, everything designed to prevent complacency. And the workers, he asked, do they understand this? Or do they just participate, unaware? Some understand, many don't, she said. Understanding doesn't protect you, but it allows small adjustments. We can learn to anticipate patterns, to recognize signals, to leverage subtle cues. But the key is subtlety. Too obvious, and you become an example. Too hesitant, and you fail. Too hesitant, and you fail. He let out a long, dry breath. Fantastic. Nothing like being subtly manipulated under constant observation, with failure equating to, what exactly? Pain? Death? Public humiliation? All of the above, she said calmly. But mostly pain of the mind and body, discipline dressed as entertainment. The system rewards adaptation, punishes errors, and discards the unfit. It is neither fair nor cruel, merely efficient. And it is relentless. He muttered under his breath, sarcastically but unavoidably true. Efficient. Sure, sounds like my kind of paradise. Merneen glanced at him, unamused but patient. You'll find that sarcasm is an effective shield. Humor preserves your mental edge, allows perspective, and keeps you connected to the absurdity rather than consumed by it. You'll need it for the cycles. He leaned forward, lowering his voice. And the cycles themselves? How rigid are they? Is there room for improvisation? Or are we trapped in a preordained sequence? Merneen's eyes flickered, measuring his comprehension. Rigid enough that deviation is noticed, but subtlety is tolerated. A nudge here, a minor shift there. The system adjusts, observes, and recalibrates. Improvisation is only possible when it aligns with observed patterns and predicted outcomes. The key is to remain unnoticed while influencing results. So it's a game, he said slowly, voice edged with sarcasm. A performance, a theatrical display, and every move we make is documented for amusement, control, and analysis. Not entirely amusement, she corrected. Control, yes. Analysis, yes. Preservation, yes. Amusement, subjective. Perhaps if you observe without being observed, it may feel that way. He shook his head, muttering under his breath, dry humor his only anchor. Ah yes, amusement. A carefully orchestrated psychological thriller, starring us as both victims and participants. Brilliant. I must have missed the part in the manual where that was listed as a career perk. Merneen allowed a faint smile, acknowledging his sarcasm while imparting the weight of truth. The manual exists only in fragments, scattered among those who survive long enough to see it. Each cycle teaches more than the last, but only if you observe keenly. Attention, memory, inference, these are your only tools. He considered her words carefully. Attention, memory, inference. Survival through understanding the system's cycles rather than brute force. It was a strategy for endurance that required patience and mental acuity, precise observation, and subtle action. It was nothing like he had experienced before. So, he said finally, voice low and measured, each escape attempt is both a test and a preservation mechanism for the companions. Merneen nodded. Exactly. Every escape reinforces collective memory, maintains behavioral integrity, and ensures continuity. Companions record, learn, and adapt. They guide, suggest, and influence outcomes subtly, ensuring that the system remains efficient. We are not merely surviving. We are participating in a cycle that sustains intelligence, behavior, and observation. And the workers? He asked, voice edged with cynicism. We're just chess pieces. Not chess pieces, she said firmly. Participants, subjects, survivors, each role matters, but awareness changes the stakes. Awareness allows leverage, strategy, and adaptation. Without understanding, you are simply reactive. He let out a dry laugh, muttering under his breath, reactive. My specialty. Merneen smirked faintly. Then learn, observe, apply subtle influence, track patterns, recognize the companion's nudges, anticipate the system's adjustments, and understand the human players. That is how you survive, perhaps even excel. He nodded slowly, absorbing the full scope. Each cycle, each mandated escape, each subtle influence was a lesson, a data point, a tactical opportunity. Failure was costly, but mastery offered leverage. Observation, timing, subtlety. These were his weapons, and sarcasm, dry wit, and keen perception would serve as shields against despair. "All right," he said finally, voice quiet but determined. "I'll observe, I'll learn, and when the next cycle comes, I'll play along, strategically, subtle influence, companions as allies, workers as signals. Got it, sounds fun." Merneen's eyes softened slightly, an acknowledgement of comprehension rather than trust. "Fun is not the objective," she said. "Survival is. Understanding is. Adaptation is. But humor will keep you sane while you navigate the cycles. Don't underestimate it." He smirked faintly, muttering as he watched the companions drift among the laborers, every movement catalogued, every response noted. Sane. Survival. Observation. Influence. All in a day's work, on a planet designed to make even the strongest question, if any of it matters, delightful. And beneath the sarcasm, beneath the dry commentary, beneath the constant observation of companions, workers, and the system itself, he began to form the first coherent strategies for the cycles. Subtle influence, tactical patience, keen observation, mental endurance, the blueprint for navigating the mandated escape attempts had begun to take shape. The wind had shifted again, carrying dust and metallic tang across the plateau where the laborers toiled in silence. Even as the sun receded, leaving jagged shadows across the uneven ground, the heat lingered, clinging to exposed skin and armored joints alike. Survival here was never passive. Every breath, every glance, every footstep demanded attention. But now, amidst the relentless environment and the quiet movements of companions, a subtle change unfolded, a shift in strategy, a recognition that collaboration might offer the only hope of navigating the cycles and their oppressive design. Merneen approached, careful but purposeful, her gait silent and deliberate. Her eyes flicked briefly toward the companions drifting among the workers, their mechanical precision contrasting with the organic unpredictability of labor. "We need to talk," she said quietly, almost as if the wind itself might overhear. "Not about cycles, not about escape attempts, about what comes next." He raised an eyebrow, keeping his tone casual despite the weight behind her words. "Next? You mean more of the same hell, only with extra paperwork?" She gave a faint, humorless smile. "Something like that, but with options. For the first time, options might exist, if we understand each other and the system well enough." He folded his arms, studying her carefully. Trust was a luxury on this planet, and yet some alliances were unavoidable. "And why me? Why now? You've survived countless cycles without my commentary or wit to keep you entertained." "Because," she said, voice low, "you notice, you observe, you see what others do not, and you question. Those qualities are rare among those assigned here. Useful, even dangerous, depending on perspective." He smirked, muttering under his breath, dangerous, useful, or simply another pawn in a system designed to watch us sweat and scramble. Couldn't be simpler, really? Merneen tilted her head, eyes narrowing slightly. "Perhaps. But pawns can influence the game if they understand the board. You observe, yes, but you also react. You have the ability to adapt, to influence outcomes subtly, and you have wit, which, though seemingly trivial, serves as a tool for both mental survival and manipulation." He shook his head, voice dry and measured. "I take it collaboration doesn't mean we hold hands and sing songs about sand and metal dust?" "No," she said, expression unreadable, but a flicker of amusement softened her features. "It means mutual understanding, shared strategies, careful observation, knowing which risks are worth taking, which signals to watch, and when silence itself is the strongest weapon." He studied her for a long moment, noting the subtle flex of her fingers, the way her eyes measured every shift of the companions, and how the workers' actions betrayed patterns only she seemed to interpret instinctively. "So, you want me to assist subtly when necessary, and you'll do the same?" "Yes," she said, straightforward. "But caution is critical. Reveal nothing more than necessary. Every word, every gesture, every glance can be recorded, noted, and later used against us. We play the game while shaping it quietly, invisibly. Subtlety is the key." He let out a low, dry chuckle, muttering under his breath. invisible manipulators in a landscape designed to crush bone and sanity. Perfect. Just the sort of collaboration I enjoy. She allowed a faint laugh, but it was brief, cautious. Enjoyment is not required. Survival is, and survival requires comprehension, adaptation, and, if possible, control. We cannot defeat the system outright, but we can work within its parameters to increase leverage, influence outcomes, and minimize loss. That is our objective. He nodded slowly, eyes scanning the horizon where shadows deepened and companions moved like specters among laborers. Control, influence, leverage, subtlety, patience, observation. Got it. And I suppose sarcasm counts as a strategic tool as well. Merneen's smile deepened, though it remained guarded. Sarcasm is invaluable. It preserves mental equilibrium, provides perspective, and ensures clarity when the absurdity threatens to overwhelm. Use it wisely. It is your shield as much as your wit. They walked together in silence for a time, letting the wind carry dust around them as they observed the workers. Each movement, each glance, each hesitation became data. Patterns of behavior, responses to companions, environmental anomalies, and the subtle nudges that shaped compliance. I've watched the companions, he said finally, voice quiet, and they're not just passive observers. They interact, suggest, guide, almost like invisible mentors or supervisors embedded among the laborers. They are precisely that, she said. And more. Memory, intelligence, guidance. They maintain continuity, ensure repetition, and preserve lessons learned. Every escape attempt reinforces their function and sharpens the system's expectations. We cannot underestimate them, nor can we ignore their subtle influence. Recognizing it gives us an advantage, if we can manipulate signals without revealing intent. He chuckled quietly, muttering under his breath. Subtle manipulation while pretending to obey, all under the scrutinizing gaze of invisible overlords. Delightful. What's next? Dancing with dust devils while debating protocol with a ghostly audience. Merneen allowed a faint laugh, eyes scanning the workers for cues. Almost. Humor will keep you sane. Observation will keep you alive. Strategy will allow you to endure, and perhaps influence. You understand this, correct? Understood, he said dryly. But comprehension does not equate to compliance, not entirely. I can play the game, but I'll do it on my terms, strategically, subtly, and with constant commentary. Good, she said, eyes narrowing slightly. Then we can begin forming a framework. Observation, pattern recognition, timing, subtle influence and collaboration. We catalog behavior, track shifts, anticipate anomalies, and act only when opportunity aligns with discretion. Nothing more, nothing less. He smirked, muttering quietly. Framework for survival. Check. Observation checklist. Check. Wit, sarcasm, subtle influence. Check, check. Feels like we're assembling the survival toolkit from scratch on a planet designed to crush every tool before it can be used. Then begin, Merneen said, voice low, almost commanding in its quiet authority. Observe everything. Identify the signals. Recognize which workers and companions provide leverage. Note patterns of rotation, surveillance, and timing. Each detail matters. And remember, subtlety is paramount. Too much influence, and you attract attention. Too little, and the opportunity is lost. He nodded, scanning the laborers and companions again. Dust swirled in eddies, shadows stretched long and unnatural, and the companions drifted silently, nudging and monitoring in ways nearly imperceptible. Every motion was meaningful, every hesitation potentially a signal. He catalogued everything mentally, filing it away as potential leverage for cycles to come. Merneen, he said finally, voice cautious, how do we maintain the alliance without exposing it? Guards are unpredictable, cycles are mandatory, and companions, well, they see everything. Timing, subtlety, and minimal disclosure, she said. We communicate indirectly when possible, use observation to signal intent, and only intervene directly when necessary. Think of it as a game within the game, a hidden layer beneath the mandated cycles. Every word, every gesture, every movement carries weight. He let out a quiet, dry chuckle. A hidden game, an invisible game, within a cycle of perpetual observation. Brilliant, my kind of entertainment. Merneen allowed herself a small, rare smile. Entertainment is secondary. Survival is primary. Understanding the system, predicting patterns, leveraging influence, these are our tools. Humor is merely the oil that keeps the gears turning without seizing. It is necessary for clarity, sanity, and perspective. He nodded slowly, allowing the dust-laden wind to press against his armor as he catalogued every detail. Rotations, worker behavior, companion nudges, environmental hazards, and the subtle signals that might indicate leverage or danger. He observed Merneen, noting her precise movements, measured glances, and the ways she integrated companions' influence into her understanding. Each detail contributed to the mental framework forming in his mind, a blueprint for navigating the cycles, managing risk, and exerting subtle influence over outcomes without attracting attention. And, he muttered dryly, if I survive long enough, perhaps I'll even get a medal for clever observation, strategic commentary, and humor under duress. Merneen's eyes softened faintly, a rare acknowledgement of amusement mixed with gravity. Survival is reward enough, she said simply. But mastery, subtle influence, comprehension, and strategic foresight offers leverage, and leverage is power, even here. He allowed a faint, wry smile to emerge beneath the dust and heat. Leverage, subtle influence, observation, strategic patience, these were tools he could wield even in a system designed to strip autonomy. And for the first time in a long while, amidst the cycles, the dust, and the companions, he felt a spark of agency. The alliance was fragile, tentative, and cautious. Trust was still a luxury neither could afford fully. But understanding, shared strategy, and mutual observation created a framework, a shared layer of insight beneath the mandated cycles, a partnership designed to survive, adapt, and subtly influence the system without attracting attention. And in the shadows of the setting sun, amidst the laborers, companions, and swirling dust, the first threads of collaboration took root, a quiet, strategic partnership where wit, observation, subtle influence, and cautious dialogue became instruments of survival, the foundation for future maneuvering, and the seed of potential resistance against a system that sought to control, manipulate, and observe relentlessly. The sun was a fading smear of molten copper across the horizon, casting the plateau into jagged shadows that seemed almost to breathe. Dust swirled in lazy eddies around the laborers, companions drifting silently among them like ghosts tethered to routines. The heat had eased slightly, but the air was still thick with the metallic tang of the environment and the unrelenting weight of observation. He stood at the edge of the work zone, watching Merneen methodically organize the companions around a group of laborers. Their movements were precise, silent, and purposefully understated, but he knew that each small gesture carried information. Every decision here was a signal, every pattern a subtle communication. And he realized in that moment that silence was no longer enough. Observation alone would not suffice. The walls of isolation had begun to feel like a cage that even subtlety could not pierce. He drew in a slow, measured breath, feeling the unfamiliar alien physiology tense against the thought. The words he had rehearsed, muttered to himself countless times in sarcasm-laden self-dialogue, finally crystallized. I need to tell her. Merneen looked up briefly, eyes catching his movement with almost imperceptible curiosity. You're staring. That usually precedes either an argument or a confession, she said, voice low, cautious. Which is it? He smirked faintly, but it was the kind of humor sharpened by anxiety. Possibly both. Depends on your definition of argument and confession, I suppose. She tilted her head. I can distinguish desperation from deliberate intent. Don't waste my patience. He muttered under his breath, voice tinged with wry sarcasm. Excellent. I'm feeling desperate and deliberate all at once. What a combination, truly lethal. Then he stepped closer, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper, yet loud enough to be unmistakable. I haven't been completely honest with you. Or anyone. There's a reason I'm here, beyond mere observation, endurance, or sarcastic commentary. Merneen's eyes narrowed, every subtle muscle in her face tightening. Clarify, she said. Or don't bother. I can live with silence, but once you speak, you're bound to your words. He took a steadying breath, feeling the alien muscle groups tense as if anticipating pain. I'm not from here. Not biologically, at least. This body isn't mine. Someone else sent me here. There's a mission, a swap, and the reason I'm on this planet is strategic, experimental, and yes, it's as ridiculous and dangerous as it sounds. Merneen remained silent, the faint shift of her posture signaling attention without judgment. Yet every flicker of her gaze was analytical, measuring, calculating. He continued, forcing the sarcasm to blend with honesty to keep the edges of fear at bay. It's not about survival alone. I didn't come to die in cycles or to comment endlessly on dust and companions. I'm here because there's a system that wants to watch, learn, and manipulate, and they sent me as a test. My presence isn't natural. It's designed, observed, measured. He paused, letting the words settle like stones in the thick air, aware that each one could fracture trust irreparably. Merneen finally spoke, voice calm but deliberate. A body swap. A mission. Observed. Measured. And yet you survived the cycles long enough to confess. He exhaled slowly, muttering a sarcastic internal commentary. Why now? Because patience ran out. The walls of isolation started talking. And apparently I prefer talking to dust and companions over endless silence. Out loud, he said, because silence won't suffice anymore. Observation is no longer enough. I need an ally who understands patterns, influence, and subtlety. Someone who won't reflexively report or misinterpret. You. Her expression remained guarded, but her eyes betrayed the first spark of recognition, the acknowledgement that the information, dangerous as it was, had value. And the risk, she said, if I reject this revelation? Death by cycle, he muttered under his breath. Or worse, manipulated misinterpretation. But yes, potentially both. Which is why this is risky. He forced a wry smile, one that barely touched the unease in his voice. And yes, telling you also means trust. Conditional, minimal, but still trust. Merneen considered him, quiet, calculating, silent, in ways that were anything but empty. Each breath, each pause, seemed laden with strategy. Then she said softly, conditional trust is all we can afford here. Words alone are insufficient. Actions and observation will confirm intent. That is how alliances survive. He nodded, muttering internally. Alliances survive or die quietly in cycles. Got it. Subtlety first, sarcasm second, survival always. Out loud, he added, fair enough. I'm not asking for friendship or sentiment. Just strategic alignment, minimal exposure, maximum understanding. She let a long pause stretch, scanning the workers and companions. Every subtle motion carried information. Shifts in posture. The quiet signals of companions nudging workers toward certain behaviors. The almost imperceptible cues of guard rotations. Finally she spoke. Then your confession is noted. Actions will validate your words. Begin by observing differently. Patterns of control. Worker responses. Companion nudges. Integrate yourself into the flow without becoming visible. And consider your mental state. Isolation skews perception, makes interpretation prone to error. He tilted his head, dry humor bleeding into his voice. Mental state considered, sarcasm intact, observation recalibrated. Noted and filed, along with the rest of the survival checklist. Any additional instructions beyond subtly surviving and possibly influencing patterns without attracting attention. Merneen's eyes flicked toward the horizon, companion shadows stretching long across the plateau. Patience, timing, observation, and leverage. The system is designed to strip autonomy, but within its parameters, influence exists. Identify it, catalog it, and act only when it benefits survival or strategic objectives. Nothing more, nothing less. He exhaled, muttering quietly under his breath. Survival, leverage, subtle influence. Patience. Timing. Subtlety. Fantastic. Sounds like a dinner party in hell with dust as the appetizer. Do not underestimate your own utility, Merneen said softly, tone carrying an edge that belied its calm. Even within limitations, you can manipulate outcomes. But each step requires calculation, and every misstep invites consequences. You understand that? Loud and clear, he said, letting the sarcasm remain as a veneer over tension. One wrong move, I'm either complicit or dead. But if I get it right... He let the words trail, leaving implications unspoken. Merneen's faint nod acknowledged understanding. Exactly. And your presence here, artificial or not, grants a perspective many others cannot claim. Use it wisely. Observation, influence, patience, leverage. Those 4 pillars will guide your survival. And if executed correctly, they can seed opportunity. Opportunity we can both exploit. He let a smirk escape, muttering internally, 4 pillars. Survival, leverage, influence, opportunity. Could be worse. Could be. Oh no, actually, this is already worse. Excellent. Still, at least I have a framework. Out loud, he said. Framework noted, strategy under construction, sarcasm ready for deployment. Any advice for keeping my head from exploding under dust, companions, and subtle manipulation? Merneen allowed a brief, almost imperceptible smile. Keep perspective, track patterns, understand routines, question without exposure. Humor's not frivolous, it maintains clarity. Sarcasm is essential, observation is primary. Every action carries consequence. Do not overextend, do not underobserve. Adapt, survive, and leverage. He nodded, voice low and dry. Adapt, survive, leverage, got it. Essentially, be a ghost with opinions. Silent, invisible, but deadly if noticed. Merneen's gaze softened just slightly, a rare acknowledgement of the alignment they were beginning to establish. Deadly is not required, she said softly. Influential is enough. Subtlety ensures longevity. And if we survive the cycles perhaps, we influence the broader system together. But first, patience. Observation. Silent alignment. He exhaled, feeling the alien muscles relax slightly, the tension in his chest easing ever so marginally. For the first time, the barriers of isolation had begun to crack. He had revealed the truth, not fully, but enough to initiate connection. Enough to begin forming strategy. Enough to establish the tentative scaffolding of trust, conditional and carefully measured, but real. As the wind carried dust and metallic tang across the plateau, the sun dipped further, shadows elongating across laborers and companions alike. And in the quiet between cycles, between words, between muted observation and calculated action, a fragile but undeniable bond had been initiated, a strategic alignment born of necessity, tempered by caution, and underscored by wit, sarcasm, and the unrelenting calculus of survival. The plateau lay under a dull, smoldering sun, the air thick with dust, and the low hum of companions moving among the laborers. Every shift of shadow, every faint click of metallic surfaces carried weight. Silence stretched between them, not uncomfortable, but deliberate, a calculated space in which trust or suspicion was measured in microseconds. She studied him, every subtle twitch, every shift of weight, every flicker of expression. Words had been spoken, yes, but words alone held little value here. The act of confession was a signal, but it was fragile, easily broken, and she treated it as such. So, she said finally, voice low, calm, measured, you revealed the truth. Or part of it. I can't verify your claims without observation. Yet here you are, vulnerable to exposure. Curious choice. He exhaled slowly, sarcasm slipping through his tension. Curiosity is safer than overconfidence, he muttered, letting the wry comment mask the underlying uncertainty. Besides, you seem like the sort who notices things, so lying seemed like a bad first move. Her eyes narrowed, calculating, and he felt them tracing every muscle, every posture, every hint of tension. I notice. I evaluate. I measure. That doesn't mean I trust. Noted, he said dryly. Trust is overrated anyway. Misinterpretation is far more entertaining. He muttered under his breath, and far deadlier apparently. She didn't respond immediately. Instead, she let the silence stretch, folding it into her own assessment. Every blink, every tilt of the head, every glance at the workers and companions was part of her judgment. Your presence here, she finally said, is anomalous. That makes you both useful and potentially dangerous. Observation alone is insufficient. Confession doesn't erase the unknown variables you represent. He raised a brow, sarcasm creeping back into his tone. Unknown variables? I was hoping for interesting anomalies. But yes, dangerous works too. Dangerous in the wrong hands, she said, the faintest edge of warning in her voice. Or if your motives shift, or if your patience falters, or if the system notices a deviation in your patterns. He smirked faintly, muttering internally. Ah, yes, always the subtle threat veiled as advice. Classic. Out loud, he said, I'll try not to disappoint, though I can't promise the universe won't intervene with sarcasm of its own. She allowed a small, almost imperceptible twitch of her lips, but it was not amusement, only acknowledgement that she recognized the coping mechanism. Your utility, she continued, is in your perspective. An outsider can detect patterns we habituated workers overlook. That's why your presence is tolerated. but utility is conditional. Your alignment must be evident in action, not just confession. Alignment in action, conditional utility. Got it, he said, letting the words carry the same sarcastic weight he felt. Basically, survive, observe, don't screw up, and maybe I'll earn a star on your approval chart. She tilted her head slightly, analyzing, weighing each inflection, each subtle emphasis. Stars are irrelevant. Survival is conditional on understanding the cycles, recognizing leverage, and navigating the system without triggering punitive measures. He nodded, muttering under his breath. Actions, intentions, survival. And sarcasm, apparently, is still allowed. Out loud, he added, fine. Observation, leverage, patience, minimal exposure. Check, check, and check. Intentions? Well, I'm still drafting that section. Merneen's gaze lingered on him, unflinching, piercing, almost predatory in its focus. Draft carefully, she said. Misinterpretation is fatal, and in this environment, patience is survival. Not everyone gets the luxury of second chances. He tilted his head, dry humor threading through his tension. Second chances? Who needs them anyway? I'm fond of first impressions, especially when they're sarcastically charming. He muttered silently. Sarcasm might be my only real weapon against despair. Charm is irrelevant, she said calmly. Intentions, observation, leverage, those are relevant. Your confession has set a baseline. The system will now respond. Watch the changes carefully. Evaluate reactions. Understand where influence is possible and where intervention is deadly. He let a slow breath out, feeling the mental tension ease slightly, though only marginally. Changes noted. Reactions evaluated. Influence measured. Interventions pending approval, naturally. I assume your patience has its limits, though. She let the faintest twitch of a smile appear, a small concession in the otherwise impassive assessment. Limits exist. Time is measured in cycles, patience in observation. Misjudgment can be lethal, but deliberate, calculated steps can produce leverage. Do not confuse opportunity with immunity. He smirked, voice low. Opportunity with a side of lethal consequences. Excellent. Adds spice to the monotony. Merneen's eyes flicked briefly toward the workers and companions, scanning the subtle shifts, the patterns of behavior, the small deviations that only someone trained in long-term observation could notice. Your presence here, she said, has implications beyond immediate survival. Observation may provide leverage, but only if integrated strategically. Misalignment reveals itself quickly. Actions must reflect understanding. That is the measure of trust. He exhaled, muttering under his breath. Measure of trust, measure of survival, measure of sarcasm. I think I can work with this. Out loud, he said, understood. Strategic integration, minimal exposure, observation primary, leverage secondary. Got it. We'll try to avoid catastrophic misalignment, although the sarcasm might be unavoidable. Unavoidable, perhaps, but tolerated only within limits, she replied. The system watches. Patterns will betray deviations. Companions, laborers, and guards. All are data points. You have made yourself visible. Now your actions must match the revelation. He inclined his head, dry wit threading his tone. Visible, aligned, potentially lethal if misunderstood. Understood. I'll do my best to meet the high bar. No pressure, right? Pressure is constant, she said simply, but manageable with observation, patience, and subtle influence. Timing is essential. Leverage requires care. Survival demands calculation. And your intentions must now be proven in action. He let a slow, humor-laced breath out. Intentions proven, patience maintained, leverage cataloged, survival recalibrated for maximum sarcasm efficiency. Her gaze held him unyielding, a quiet test of endurance and comprehension. Do not mistake tolerance for trust, she said finally. Trust grows through repeated demonstration, observation of patterns, and strategic intervention. Your confession has altered the baseline. Now you act, or the system will decide for you. He nodded, muttering silently. Baseline altered. Sarcasm intact. Survival tentative. Let's see how well this works in practice. Out loud, he said. Actions logged. Observation ongoing. Intervention minimal. Calculated and, when required, wryly executed. Merneen finally turned her gaze back to the workers and companions, the faintest exhalation of relief passing through her posture. Observation, action, leverage, minimal exposure, intentions proven, Understand the environment. That is all you have to do. Fail and consequences are immediate. Succeed and opportunity expands. But remember, trust is conditional. Patience measured. Leverage fragile. He smirked faintly, muttering internally. Conditional trust, measured patience, fragile leverage. Sounds like a dream vacation. Out loud he said softly, "Understood. Conditional, measured, fragile. I'll try to survive long enough to see if the system bends or breaks." Merneen's nod was the only acknowledgement he received, but it carried weight. The confession had been heard, assessed, and placed within the careful ledger of observation, suspicion, and tentative alignment. It was not trust, not yet, but it was a beginning. And in this world, a beginning was often the difference between survival and extinction. The wind carried dust across the plateau, companions shifted silently among laborers, and shadows lengthened. Words had been spoken. Judgments had been made. The tentative scaffolding of strategy, patience, and subtle alignment had begun to take form. The baseline had been altered, the system's responses were imminent, and the stakes had never been higher. And somewhere, just beneath the careful analysis, the dry sarcasm remained. A small, defiant reminder that no matter how tightly the system pressed, wit and observation were still his weapons. The plateau was quiet, except for the low hum of companions moving among laborers and the occasional distant clang of metal against stone. The air was thick with dust, and every shift of shadow carried weight. Silence stretched between them, he and Merneen. But it wasn't uncomfortable. It was deliberate, a measured space for negotiation, for testing limits, for assessing risk. "I suppose we should get to the point," Merneen said finally, voice low, careful. "Your confession doesn't automatically make you useful or trustworthy." He leaned against a jagged rock, dust clinging to his sleeves. Sarcasm crept back naturally, a familiar shield. "Useful, trustworthy. I'll aim for both. But I suspect this isn't about goals, it's about contingencies." Her gaze was sharp, unblinking, reading every flicker of movement, every twitch of a muscle. "Contingencies exist for a reason," she said calmly. "Alliances are measured and survival demands calculation. You're outside the usual parameters. That's both opportunity and danger." He smirked. "Opportunity and danger, two things I've come to know well, so what's the offer? Or are we still circling the obvious?" Merneen shifted slightly, eyes flicking toward the workers. "I need assurance that your actions will align with objectives that serve not just yourself, but those who cannot act freely. The system watches every deviation." He muttered dryly under his breath. "System? Deviations? Freedom? Charming little rules." Out loud he said, "So, help you escape, help me survive, and we don't get blown up for misalignment. Fair enough, I'm in, conditionally." "Conditional is not a warning. It's a measure," she said. "If your intent proves strategic, if your actions reflect understanding, then collaboration is feasible. Fail, and consequences are immediate. The workers cannot afford error." He let a slow breath out. "Understood. Conditional, strategic, minimal error. Sarcasm still included, optional but recommended." He muttered under his breath. "Recommended by me, enforced by fate." Merneen's gaze softened fractionally, the tiniest acknowledgement that she recognized both wit and intelligence in him. "Observation, patience, subtle intervention. If you can meet those criteria, we proceed. If not, we proceed without you." He tilted his head, dry humor threading his voice. "Proceed without me? I'd hate to disappoint, but I do like the challenge." "Challenge is inherent," she said simply. "Alignment and leverage determine outcomes. Intentions must translate into action. Observation alone is insufficient. We act in concert, or the system decides otherwise." He exhaled slowly, letting the humor drift beneath the tension. "Concerted action. Alignment. Leverage. Minimal death. Got it. I assume we'll keep the sarcasm tactical, though." "Humor is tolerated," she admitted. "As long as it doesn't interfere with outcomes. It can mask intent, aid observation, or diffuse tension. But it is secondary to survival and strategy." He smirked faintly. "Mask intent, aid observation, diffuse tension. Excellent. Tactical sarcasm. I approve." "Then we have the framework," she said, nodding slightly. "A pact. You act strategically to assist the workers. I provide insight, guidance, and oversight. Survival and leverage are shared. Failure is not an option. Trust is conditional and measured over time." He nodded slowly, internalizing each word. "Conditional trust, measured outcomes, shared leverage. Sounds like a lovely dinner party, he muttered, letting dry humor mask the gravity. Do we need to sign anything in triplicate, or is verbal agreement enough in this charming dystopia? Verbal is sufficient, she said without amusement. The system observes more than signatures. Intentions, patterns, alignment, these are the contracts. He smirked again, muttering under his breath. Intentions as contracts. Sure, why not? Works for me. Out loud he said, very well. Pact noted, verbalized, and sarcastically approved. Merneen's gaze swept across the plateau, scanning workers and companions, noting the subtle shifts, the barely perceptible changes in behavior. We begin cautiously, she said. Observation first, integration second. Intervention only when conditions are certain. Every step measured, every risk calculated. Do you understand? Understood. Observe, integrate, intervene when safe. Measured risks, calculated chaos. Check, check, and check, he said. Sarcasm threaded each word naturally, a reminder that wit had become both a shield and a weapon. Then we proceed, she said, the faintest exhalation of acknowledgement passing through her posture. This is not trust, not yet. It is alignment of objectives, mutual recognition of necessity, and strategic cooperation. Do not mistake it for friendship. Friendship, overrated, he muttered with a dry grin. Alignment and strategy, those are much more entertaining. Entertainment is irrelevant, she said calmly. Survival is measured in cycles, outcomes in alignment, and failure in irrevocable loss. That is all that matters. He let a slow exhale pass through him. Cycles, alignment, outcomes, irrevocable loss. Check. I'll try to keep the sarcasm within safe limits. Merneen tilted her head slightly, her voice quiet but deliberate. Sarcasm tolerated if it does not compromise intent. Alignment tested, observation ongoing, actions evaluated. You now have a baseline. From here, every step must reinforce the pact, every decision reflect understanding. He nodded, internal dialogue running rapidly. Baseline established, sarcasm preserved, survival recalibrated. Let's see how well this holds under scrutiny. Out loud, he said, Basling noted. Pact active, observation continues, actions measured, leverage cataloged, intentions, to be proven. Proving intentions is the only acceptable path, she said firmly. We proceed carefully, methodically. Alignment maintained, leverage calculated, observation constant. Any misstep risks everything. Remember this. Remembered, he said, letting a faint smirk linger. Careful, methodical, lethal. Got it. And yes, still sarcastic, still observant, still alive. Tentatively, anyway. Her gaze softened fractionally once more, only enough to suggest that her assessment was complete, and the pact, fragile as it was, held. Then we act, she said simply. Conditions assessed, alignment in motion, actions coordinated. We proceed. He let out a slow, humor-tinged breath. Actions coordinated, leverage shared, survival calculated, pact noted, sarcasm intact. Let's see if the system likes it. The wind stirred the dust across the plateau. Companions moved silently among workers, and shadows shifted imperceptibly. Words had been exchanged, judgments rendered, and the first delicate threads of collaboration woven. Trust had not yet formed. It would take observation, calculation, and action to test it. But the pact existed, conditional, fragile, strategic. And in a place where survival and alignment were measured in microseconds, it was enough. The plateau had taken on a different rhythm now. Shadows lengthened. Dust drifted slower under the dying sun, and every distant clang of machinery or metallic footfall carried more weight than it had before. They sat apart but near enough that words and gestures could be exchanged without drawing undue attention. The space between them was not comfort, it was necessity. We need to map rotations, she said finally, voice low and precise, eyes scanning the horizon for guards or workers who might wander too close. Time, sequences, anomalies. Every patrol, every scheduled movement, it must be catalogued. I assume you've been observing. He ran a hand through his dust-coated hair, glancing at a nearby panel that flickered in its usual three-blink pattern. Observation? Yes. Data collection? Ongoing. I've been noting deviations, pattern shifts, even the occasional oddity. Merneen's gaze sharpened. Oddities can become vulnerabilities if exploited. Patterns are tools, but anomalies define opportunity. You understand the difference, yes? Tools and opportunity, he muttered dryly. Fine line between useful and lethal. Like sarcasm, really. He glanced at her, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. I trust tactical wit counts as a data point? It does, she said without the slightest smile, though there was acknowledgment in her posture. Wit is human, observation is necessary, humor is secondary, but it helps. Attention must remain constant, but morale can be leveraged if carefully applied. He leaned back on a rock, letting dust rise in small clouds around him. Morale, leverage, observation. I'm cataloging it all. Every guard gate, every worker hesitation, every flicker of a panel or companion movement. I suppose the companions complicate things further. Yes, she said softly, almost reluctantly. They are integral, non-organic, collective intelligence, constantly updating, reinforcing social and behavioral hierarchies. They preserve memory, dictate subtleties in work patterns, and influence outcomes. Ignore them at your peril. Companions, he said, muttering. Like a living spreadsheet with emotions and grudges. He shook his head, letting a faint laugh escape. Perfect. Just what I needed. Reality with added bureaucracy and passive aggression. Laugh if it helps you cope, she said, voice dry, but never underestimate the operational impact. They observe, influence, and reinforce. Every interaction is noted, every deviation catalogued. They are subtle, patient, and relentless. He made a small note in his mental ledger. Relentless spreadsheets with attitude. Check. Then, under his breath, I feel appreciated. Now, about the guards, she continued, leaning slightly forward, voice dropping further. Rotations are predictable, but human error creates windows. These windows are your leverage. If you know when and where, you can influence outcomes without triggering unnecessary attention. He raised an eyebrow. Leverage without attention, so we're talking shadows and timing, subtle nudges instead of confrontations. Like a game of chess played on a board that changes shape every hour. Precisely, she said. Chess, but with lives, observation cycles, and systemic oversight. Each move must anticipate at least 3 reactions, some of them unspoken, some deliberately hidden. Any misstep and consequences extend far beyond the immediate. He muttered quietly, scribbling mental notes. 3 reactions minimum, unspoken risks, hidden consequences. Lovely. Out loud, he said, I like challenges. Subtle nudges, calculated misdirection, lives on the line. Feels like home. Home is irrelevant, she said sharply. Focus is survival and operational advantage. The system is neutral. It will punish the weak, reward the clever, and erase mistakes. Our priority is calculated control. He let the words settle, considering her phrasing. Calculated control. Observation, subtle influence, leverage, systemic oversight. Got it. I assume sabotage is an option only if the opportunity is clean? Clean, she said, tone flat. Minimal exposure, predictable outcome, maximum effect. Anything else is reckless. We do not gamble with lives unnecessarily. He chuckled faintly. Max effect, minimal exposure. Sounds like my kind of poker game. Except everyone's bluffing, and the deck changes shape. Bluffing is constant, she said. Everyone, even the companions, plays to maintain advantage. Observation reveals patterns, but actions define outcomes. You must distinguish between performance and truth, surface and intent. Surface and intent, he muttered. So, what you're saying is, I have to watch the moves, read the tells, anticipate the hand, and hope no one notices my poker face is sarcasm. She nodded once. Correct. The system will notice eventually. Your success depends on concealment, insight, and careful manipulation. Collaboration with me is conditional. You learn, adapt, and act strategically. He let a slow breath out, voice low, almost conversational. Conditional, understood. Learn, adapt, act. Sarcasm optional but tactical. Got it. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Optional sarcasm can be weaponized, yes, but only when it serves the plan. Misuse creates risk. Never forget that. He let a dry smirk stretch briefly across his face. Misuse creates risk, noted. Strategic wit to be preserved for emergencies, and occasional amusement. Mental ledger updated. Observation points, she said, shifting stance slightly. Must also include environment, worker behavior, guard patterns, and companion interference. You catalog everything, then synthesize. Decisions are then layered on multiple variables simultaneously. He ran a hand over dust-caked arms. Environment, behavior, guard patterns, companion interference, variables layered, decisions calculated. I see why patience is essential. Any misstep, and we get what exactly? Consequences, she said simply. Isolation, punishment, or death. The system's correction is swift, precise, and without empathy. That is the cost of misjudgment. Consider it a constant variable in your calculations. He shook his head slowly. Swift, precise, without empathy, lovely. A system that punishes incompetence and rewards observation. She sighed faintly, almost imperceptibly. Every detail matters. Timing, position, alignment, subtle influence. We proceed by small steps, layering observation with action. Patience and calculation dictate outcomes. Risk assessment is continuous. He muttered under his breath. Continuous risk assessment. Like a permanent headache, but useful. Then out loud. Small steps, layered observation, continuous risk, maximal subtle influence. Got it? And sarcasm remains tactical, of course. Her eyes flicked toward a nearby worker, then back. Actions must be discreet. Alignment is key. Misinterpretation triggers surveillance, or worse, observation guides intervention. Intervention validates observation. This is our cycle. Cycle. Observation, intervention, validation. Got it, he said, letting a faint smirk linger. Sounds like the planet has a bureaucracy embedded in sand and dust. It does, she said simply. All control mechanisms are systemic. Nothing is arbitrary. You survive by understanding them, not by brute force. Misinterpretation equals consequences. Observation alone is insufficient. Action must align with intent and timing. He nodded slowly. Align with intent and timing. Action measured. Misinterpretation fatal. Check, check, and check. Sarcasm optional. Humor strategic. Survival paramount. She inclined her head slightly. Then we proceed. First, map rotations. Second, track anomalies. Third, calculate influence. Fourth, integrate timing with environmental and systemic factors. Fifth? He prompted, eyebrows raised. Fifth, maintain concealment, she said, voice steady. Your presence, actions, even humor, must not reveal your calculations prematurely. The system watches constantly, both overtly and covertly. Discretion is non-negotiable. He muttered, a faint grin tugging at his lips. Discretion, observed sarcasm. Just another day. Out loud, he said, maintain concealment, noted, observation, action, influence, timing, all checked, sarcasm carefully calibrated. Understood. She studied him for a moment, her posture relaxing fractionally. You understand the framework. Execution remains your responsibility. Observation, patience, calculated intervention, and systemic alignment define success. Each misstep is not merely yours. It affects the collective. Collective. Right. Impacted by sarcasm, monitored by companions, watched by guards. Got it? Calculated intervention is my new hobby, he said, letting dry humor lace the words. Intervention must be precise, she said firmly. Intentional, discreet, and aligned with broader strategy. Every detail is a thread. Pull too hard, and the system tightens. Pull carefully, and outcomes shift subtly in our favor. He let a slow exhale escape, muttering under his breath. Threads and tightening. Lovely imagery. Then aloud, precise, discreet, aligned. Threads noted. System tightened, understood. Let's see if subtle wins over brute force. She nodded once. We proceed carefully. Align observation with strategy. Anticipate systemic responses. Account for companions, workers, guards, and environment. Each decision layered, each action weighed. Success measured in survival, influence, and alignment. Do you accept the challenge? He smirked faintly, dust falling from his shoulders. Challenge accepted. Observation, influence, timing, concealment. Layered like a perfect sarcastic onion. Let's peel carefully. The wind shifted, carrying grit, and the faint hum of distant machinery. The first concrete steps of strategy had been laid, threads woven between caution and action. Alignment was fragile, observation constant, and the pact, conditional, tentative, and calculated, held in place. They had moved past confession and negotiation. Now came the careful, deliberate work of survival and manipulation. in a system designed to crush both if mistakes were made. And in the quiet he allowed himself a faint, sardonic thought. Survival? Alignment? Sarcasm? Now we see if it's enough. The corridor smelled faintly of rust and ozone, a metallic tang that clung to the dust and heat like a second skin. The walls, once brushed past without thought, now revealed subtle anomalies. Panels, slightly misaligned, cables looping in patterns that suggested intent rather than accident, and symbols scratched into surfaces so faint they could almost be dismissed as damage, except that nothing here was ever accidental. Merneen moved ahead, hands grazing the edges of consoles, as though reading invisible braille. "They think no one looks this closely," she murmured. Her tone was low, not for secrecy, but for the rhythm of observation, the cadence of someone who had survived through watching instead of asking. The Lucian's voice followed cautiously. "No one looks closely because no one survives long enough to care. Or they do, but only superficially. You're suggesting we actually observe?" "We observe," she replied without looking back, her fingers tracing a line of corroded circuitry. "Patterns, placements, deviations. Every detail matters." They entered a storage bay where abandoned ships leaned at unnatural angles, hulls dented, windows cracked, and inscriptions half erased by sand abrasion. Panels of strange tech littered the floor, some blinking faintly, as if in a heartbeat barely perceptible to human senses. "I've seen a lot of useless scrap," he muttered under his breath, crouching to inspect a console. "But this is different. Look at the energy conduits. They aren't just standard power routing. Whoever designed this wasn't trying to save lives. They were trying to test something." Merneen glanced at him, a faint quirk of an eyebrow, the only indication she registered amusement or agreement. Test systems or people? Sometimes the two are indistinguishable here. He crouched lower, brushing off a layer of dust to reveal a series of microchips embedded in a casing, almost organic in their layout. People, definitely. Whatever this tech was, it wasn't built to transport ore safely. It was monitoring, feeding data, running algorithms. And the logs. These are more than maintenance records. Her voice was a low whisper, but precise. Every document, every instruction manual, every log is a thread. Pull one and you see how deep the network runs. This isn't a base, it's a node in a system, and every system has objectives. This one isn't survival. It's something else, something larger. Something larger. The Lucian let a dry laugh escape. Larger? Meaning beyond planetary scale oppression? Galactic level bureaucracy wrapped in sand and heat? He gestured vaguely at the bay, at the inert ships and tangled tech. "I mean, what else would explain the level of design here? Surveillance, psychological stress, calculated endurance tests, just for sport seems inefficient, inefficient." Merneen's expression didn't soften, but her tone carried the slightest acknowledgement. Inefficient unless it's meant to gather data. Observation is the first phase. Manipulation is the second. The third is execution, or replication. We don't yet know which. He crouched by a shattered console, scanning its interface with fingers that had grown deft at detecting subtle irregularities. "Replication," he muttered. "Meaning, the data gathered here, it's not just for internal control. It's for external application, weaponization, maybe, influence, subjugation, testing the limits of sentience and compliance." She nodded slowly, her eyes flicking to the shadows where rusted ships leaned. "And the ore? The ore isn't inert. It reacts, conducts, amplifies. Used correctly, it could enhance systems, fuel experiments, or even interface with companions to alter behaviors." "Enhance systems, alter behaviors," he echoed, tone low, bitterly sarcastic. "Just when I thought I had a handle on weird. So we're not prisoners, we're lab rats with companions as lab assistants. How comforting." "Comfort has no utility here," Merneen replied. "Utility defines survival, and understanding the system is the first step in asserting control, or at least mitigating it." He leaned back against the console, dust and grime coating his hands. "Control, mitigation. I see a theme here. Constant oversight, layered data collection, reinforcement of hierarchy. Guards, workers, companions, everything is a variable in the equation." "Exactly," she said, voice clipped. "And every variable is accounted for. Some consciously, some by design. The ore, the tech, the environment, even timing of communications, all inputs into an unknown function with outputs we've barely begun to understand." He muttered under his breath, sarcasm laced with a grim undertone. Unknown function, lethal outputs, human and non-human variables. Check, check, check. Sign me up for the planetary lottery. Merneen's eyes flicked toward him, but she didn't comment on his tone. Logs are fragmented purposefully, she continued. Sections erased, timestamps altered, access hierarchies enforced. Whoever runs this is cautious, methodical, paranoid. They've anticipated curiosity, redundancy, even deception. Anticipated deception, he mused. Which means someone thought about me thinking about them. Delightful. I can add paranoia to my mental ledger as a constant now. She allowed a small pause before responding. Paranoia is a survival mechanism. Awareness is intelligence applied to the system. Without it, variables become traps. He crouched closer to a console, scanning a holographic interface flickering with partial data streams. Fascinating. Partial data streams, like breadcrumbs, but the trail is booby-trapped. And look at this, communications logs aimed off-world, signals not just tracked but analyzed, maybe manipulated. Someone out there cares about every detail of our existence. Merneen's voice dropped to a whisper, almost conversational, yet measured. We exist in a monitored theater. Every action, every movement, every interaction is recorded and evaluated. Purpose extends beyond mere survival. It's an experiment in cognition, compliance, and perhaps beyond. The stakes are not just life. They're legacy, influence, replication. He let out a dry chuckle. Legacy, influence, replication. Lovely. Makes the daily grind of dust, sun, and sarcasm suddenly feel important. Important enough to kill for, she said bluntly. Or to exploit strategically. Every discovery, every crack in the system is a potential lever, but levers attract attention. Choose carefully. He straightened, brushing dust from his arms, eyes scanning a nearby pile of metallic components. So, hidden tech, abandoned ships, cryptic logs, all pointing to one conclusion. We're part of a machine much bigger than us. Experimentation, observation, weaponization, mapinization. And the companions? Merneen's eyes narrowed. Thoughtful. Companions are embedded intelligence, networked, capable of influencing both organic and mechanical systems. They preserve memory, influence behavior, enforce continuity. Any use of tech must account for them. They are both shield and potential threat. He muttered, dryly sarcastic. Shield and threat. Great. Friends in low places, enemies in high-tech ones. Got it. I like my life complicated, apparently. Complicated is survivable, she said. Confusion is lethal. Understand the difference. Observation without synthesis yields only anxiety. Analysis without action yields only repetition. We synthesize, then choose intervention points. He tilted his head, lips twitching. Observation, synthesis, intervention. Got it. We poke the system, see what flinches, then nudge it. With measured sarcasm as a cover. Perfect. Measure everything, she emphasized. Noise, reaction, consequence. A single miscalculation, and we compromise every advantage. Even subtle humor, even routine movement, can trigger evaluation cycles. He raised an eyebrow. Evaluation cycles. Right. So basically the system is watching us watch it while it watches us. Layers upon layers of paranoia. Can we get a handbook for this? Or just wing it with sarcasm? Winging it is suicide, she said flatly. Awareness, calculated interaction, concealment, patience. Those are your tools. Humor, wit, and sarcasm are weapons only when applied strategically. Discretion is constant. He let a faint smile escape, voice low. Strategic humor, tactical wit, perpetual discretion. Noted. Oh, and constant fear as garnish. Right. I'm catching on. Merneen exhaled softly, finally allowing a moment of brief calm. Every discovery shifts perspective. What we find here, abandoned vessels, cryptic tech, corrupted logs, each element teaches something. The system has depth. Awareness of that depth is our primary advantage. We exploit insight, not brute force. He nodded slowly, dust motes swirling in the fading sunlight. Exploit insight like a thief in a library taking knowledge without being seen. Perfect. Now I just need to keep my sarcasm from setting off alarms. Every reaction matters, she said, tone clipped. Observation, interaction, humor, Everything. Calculate your effect, then act. We proceed slowly, deliberately, and always with contingency. Nothing is random here, everything is purpose. He let the words linger in his mind, muttering under his breath. Purpose in dust, machinery and shadows. Nothing random, just how I like my planetary conspiracies. A distant hum echoed from a shadowed corner of the bay, barely perceptible but insistent. Both of them froze momentarily, listening. The signal was faint, indecipherable without context, yet it carried weight. Surveillance, perhaps, or a hidden reminder that every step was catalogued. Merneen tilted her head, eyes narrowing. Signals like that are markers. Someone somewhere is observing layers below what we see. We catalog, analyze, but never assume full control. Awareness, caution, subtlety. The system has memory. Memory, he echoed. Ors. It remembers, it punishes, it evaluates. Lovely. A sentient bureaucracy with a penchant for cruelty. And we get to play detective and accomplice at the same time. Excellent. Excellent is subjective, she said dryly, already moving toward another console, the faint flicker of anticipation in her posture. Focus is survival. Discovery is leverage. Discretion is mandatory. Humor, tactical. He fell into step behind her, letting the sarcasm trail off into calculated observation. Every movement, every shift in dust, every flicker of light became data. They were no longer merely explorers or survivors. They were analysts, strategists, and for the first time, active participants in the unraveling of the system's secrets. The sun scorched the horizon with a violent orange flare, turning the dunes into a seething sea of molten grit. Each step across the shifting sands demanded attention. The crust might support weight for a heartbeat before giving way, exposing hot, abrasive particles below. The air shimmered, not just with heat, but with the optical tricks of the terrain, the kind that lured eyes and minds into errors of judgment. Merneen led the way, glancing back with a measured caution that made the Lucian's shoulders tense. Patrols are lighter near this sector, she said quietly. But don't rely on light. Always account for reaction time, line of sight, and peripheral anomalies. The planet itself is an active variable. He muttered under his breath, sarcasm edged with dry humor. Active variable, sure, and probably enjoys mocking me with every gust of wind. They traversed a ridge that overlooked a flat basin, where heat shimmered off metallic debris half buried in the sand. Some structures resembled launch platforms, others were nothing more than twisted frames of machinery abandoned long ago. A faint hum seemed to emanate from below, a resonance the ears didn't catch so much as the body did, vibrating through soles of boots and fingers grazing the sand. Signals, he murmured, leaning down to trace a barely visible line in the sand. I think someone's transmitting from here. Off-world by the looks of the antenna fragments, hidden but deliberate. Merneen crouched beside him, scanning the area with hands hovering over a patch of exposed circuitry. Deliberate, yes. Most signals aren't for local eyes. These are for oversight, instruction, or interference. Whoever set this up isn't just monitoring. They're controlling remotely. He grinned, dry and sardonic. Control, right. Just what every weary survivor hopes for. Invisible overlords tugging strings from across the void. Makes the dust sun and paranoia feel like a spa retreat. She didn't respond to the sarcasm. Instead, she pointed to the faint shimmer of sand near a corroded antenna mast. See that? Heat distortion isn't random. The surface absorbs and refracts signals. This spot amplifies them without detection by conventional scanners. Someone understood terrain, atmosphere, and physics here, and left it operational, probably to monitor exactly this type of intrusion. He crouched lower, brushing dust aside to reveal a buried transmitter. Well, hello. Passive-aggressive technology buried in sand. Great hospitality. Wonder if it's polite enough to warn me before recording my every misstep. Merneen's lips twitched in the slightest acknowledgement, her eyes flicking toward the horizon. Signals are recorded in patterns, not random. The sequence matters more than the content. Observe the sequence, and you begin to decode intent. One misstep, one deviation from expected path, and the data you create becomes a liability. He let a bitter chuckle escape. Ah, sequence over content. So my sarcasm might be catalogued, but not relevant. Good to know. I was worried my witty commentary would get me executed. She finally allowed a brief smirk. Witty commentary is irrelevant only if you hide the reaction it triggers. Subtlety, observation, integration, That is your priority. Humor is camouflage, not currency. He shook his head slightly, looking out over the basin. Camouflage in sand, sun, and paranoia. Got it. I feel safe already, so what's the goal here? Aside from surviving, I mean. Merneen's voice dropped to a near whisper, full of calculation and precision. Discover hidden transmissions, trace their path, understand who is observing whom, and how the system communicates with off-world entities. Every intercepted signal is a piece of the map, every misinterpreted pattern a trap. And the environment, the heat, wind, shifting sands, functions as both barrier and amplifier. He traced the lines of shifting dunes with his eyes, noting subtle patterns, irregularities in wind erosion, depressions that weren't natural, slight variations in metallic residue. So the surface itself is part of the system. Patrols, signals, environmental hazards, they're all layered, interdependent. Even the sand conspires. Exactly, she said, scanning another area where faint communication markers were embedded in metal fragments. Every dune, every ridge, every reflective surface is potential surveillance or signal relay. The environment here is a calculated instrument. He crouched near a patch of sand where wind patterns seemed deliberately altered. Calculated instrument, wonderful. So were both audience and performers on a stage crafted by whoever decided that dunes and dust could be used as sensors. Charming. I love being in the orchestra pit without a seat. Merneen allowed the faintest trace of amusement. Observing is your seat. Interaction is your performance. Understanding the surface is how you manipulate outcomes. Anything else is improvisation without control. He leaned back on one elbow, muttering quietly to himself. Improvisation without control. Yeah, I've been playing that role since arrival. Wonder if they hand out scripts somewhere. Merneen didn't reply immediately. Her eyes were on the horizon, noting faint glimmers of movement that might have been patrols or shadows. Control is perception applied to variables. Signals, structures, movement, human and non-human elements. Treat each as data. We are observers, strategists, and analysts. Engagement is calculated, not impulsive. He squinted at a glimmering fragment half buried in sand. Fragmented signals, hidden transmitters, patrol schedules, environmental interference, and this tech, so much to track, makes sleep sound like a luxury I can't afford. Luxury is irrelevant, she said softly, crouching to adjust a buried dish antenna so its angle captured more data. Utility is survival. Information gathered here can save lives, influence outcomes, and provide leverage. Sleep is risk mitigation, not indulgence. He muttered under his breath. Utility, leverage, mitigation. Fantastic. Just what I wanted. Sand, paranoia, and a side of moral calculus. Merneen glanced at him, almost conversational now. Do not underestimate psychological strain. The surface is a test of endurance and cognition. Every hazard, every patrol, every signal is designed to evaluate responses. And you, intentionally or not, are part of that evaluation. Ah, so we're not just players, we're data points, he said dryly, brushing dust from his gloves. Add that to my ledger, sarcasm, wit, and eternal nervous calculation, catalogued for scientific study. How delightful. She allowed a brief, almost imperceptible nod. Acknowledgement of variables is the first step toward control. Observing patterns, predicting responses, and leveraging anomalies. These are not optional. They are mandatory, and in this environment, optional is fatal. He leaned against a partially corroded metallic frame, shading his eyes. Mandatory, fatal, optional. Sure, I can keep track. So, what's our next step after cataloging sand, wind, and invisible eyes? Merneen's eyes scanned another ridge, faint glimmers marking potential signal emitters. We trace the source, identify patterns, map the network, understand how information flows off-world, and, when necessary, remain undetected. The surface is a tool, not just a hazard. He muttered, voice laced with dry humor. Tool. Hazard, stage, surveillance system. This planet is a real multitasker. And I get to learn the tricks of the trade on the job. Lucky me. Lucky is irrelevant, she said, moving toward a buried transmitter and brushing sand from its base. Effective is everything. Observation, pattern recognition, and timing. Those define luck here. He crouched beside her, inspecting a faintly glowing interface. Timing, observation, pattern recognition, and subtle sarcasm to maintain sanity. Got it. Let me know when we start the part where the planet teaches me humility through heatstroke. Merneen allowed herself a faint smirk. Humility is optional, survival is not. Focus on outcomes, not pride. He shook his head slowly, a grin tugging at his lips despite the dust and heat. Outcomes over pride, lessons in survival, conspiracy, and planetary sadism. Check, 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 feels like a vacation. She finally rose, scanning the horizon one last time before speaking. Surface exploration isn't leisure, it's reconnaissance. The data we gather here informs every strategy, every interaction, every step we take. Ignorance is a liability. Insight is leverage. He stood as well, letting the heat wash over him, dust clinging to sweat-slicked skin. Insight is leverage. Got it. Just hope my dry humor doesn't tip the scales against us. Merneen's glance was sharp but measured. Humor is a tool if you wield it knowingly. Observation, discretion, and calculation, those are the constants. As they moved across the sun-blistered plains, every rusted hull, every buried dish, and every whisper of wind became a thread in a complex tapestry. The patrols were unseen but accounted for. Signals hummed faintly, and the dunes themselves seemed to shift subtly, almost knowingly. Step by careful step, observation by meticulous observation, they mapped, decoded, and catalogued, each realizing that the surface was less a place to traverse than a system to understand. And one missed. By the time the heat receded slightly toward twilight, they had uncovered multiple hidden transmitters, noted patterns in sand erosion, likely used for signal amplification, and gained a more precise understanding of the off-world communication network. The stakes were clear, and the path forward, though perilous, was slightly less opaque. Every detail gathered would feed into their growing strategy, the start of a plan born not of hope, but of necessity. The ruined hallway stretched ahead, the air vibrating with a low, mechanical hum that seemed almost alive. Dust-coated conduits lined the walls, their surfaces etched with symbols that shifted in the corner of the eye, not by accident, but design. Every step on the grated floor echoed with the sense that the space itself was aware, an observer disguised as architecture. Merneen moved ahead, her hands brushing faint trails of dust off the walls to reveal embedded panels and interfaces. Symbiotes, she said quietly, as if the word itself carried weight, are more than companions. They are intelligence, memory, and influence embodied in non-organic form. You will see if you pay attention. He trailed behind, muttering to himself with dry humor. Non-organic life forms with attitudes, just what I needed. Alien roommates that probably cataloged my every sarcastic comment. A faint glow began to pulse from the floor beneath them. Small oblong devices, each roughly the size of a hand, crawled along the conduits, leaving faint traces of luminescence in their wake. The symbiotes maintain collective memory, Merneen explained, crouching to watch one as it merged seamlessly with a larger central unit embedded in the wall. Information, experiences, even strategic outcomes. They record, integrate, and redistribute. They are the nucleus of the worker's resilience and knowledge. He crouched beside her, watching a device interface with a corroded terminal. So, basically, tiny bureaucrats with attitude, running the universe's most secretive filing system? Wonderful. I feel privileged to meet them. They are not bureaucrats, she said sharply, though not unkindly. They are survival mechanisms. Symbiotes can manipulate technology, communicate across distances, and coordinate behavior. Each worker interacts with one, not as a tool, but as an extension of cognition. Understanding them is essential to understanding the prisoners, and this system. He allowed a bitter chuckle. Extensions of cognition. Lovely. So I'm expected to bond with alien tech, or at least tolerate it, while trying to avoid being catalogued as the next test subject. Merneen's gaze swept the corridor. Tolerance is optional. Understanding is mandatory. They interface with environmental controls, patrol patterns, and resource distribution. A symbiote's influence is subtle but pervasive. They can warn, guide, or even conceal, but always in accordance with the collective needs. He bent closer to examine a device moving toward a shattered alcove. Guide, conceal. Like tiny spies with soft armor and a very long memory. Charming. I suppose ignoring them would be rude and fatal. Merneen allowed a brief nod. Ignoring is impossible if you wish to survive. They remember breaches, track interactions, and learn responses. Every worker's behavior is catalogued, every anomaly recorded. Through them, knowledge accumulates beyond a single life. He smirked. So they're running a perpetual intelligence service while I'm busy trying to avoid fainting in the heat. Good to know I'm part of a well-managed chaos. Observation is part of survival, she said, pointing to a symbiote sliding along a vertical panel. Notice how it adjusts its path based on the weight of your footstep and your glare. It's not just memory, it's predictive. It calculates and adapts constantly. He muttered under his breath, shaking his head. Predictive, adaptive, omnipresent. What a lovely roommate. Merneen crouched again, pressing her palm to a panel. Symbiotes can also interface biologically. They influence neural response, alertness, and perception. Some workers report a subtle resonance, a sense of connectedness with both environment and companions. It's part guidance, part instinct enhancement, part psychological stabilization. He stared at a glowing device with wide eyes. Psychological stabilization. So now I'm being babysat by a glowing alien brain that doubles as a therapist. Fantastic. Next thing, I'll be attending mandatory self-improvement sessions. She ignored the sarcasm. They maintain order and continuity. Memory loss, disorientation, and stress are mitigated by their presence. They are not optional companions. They are embedded systems for both survival and strategic advantage. Understand this and you understand the structure of the workforce and the reason their endurance is remarkable. He leaned against the wall, muttering, endurance, embedded systems, companions with agendas. I came here to survive, not enroll in some cosmic daycare program. Merneen moved past him, inspecting a larger symbiote integrated into a vertical terminal. Its surface rippled, almost as if sensing attention. Some of the symbiotes act as communication hubs, she said. They relay data, manage security protocols, and influence human and non-human decisions. Their integration ensures that knowledge persists across rotations, trials, and disasters. They are the thread connecting past, present, and future within this system. He crouched lower, studying the panel and devices. So, let me get this straight. Non-organic entities, capable of memory, surveillance, guidance, and biological interface, embedded into the very bones of the workforce. And I'm supposed to figure out if they like me before they report me. Report is the wrong word, she said softly. Symbiotes do not judge. They record, integrate, and suggest. But you can influence perception through behavior, cooperation, subtlety, and observation matter. They do not forgive ignorance lightly. He allowed a dry chuckle. Ignorance lightly, Wright noted. So I have to be competent, polite, and charming to survive. Maybe I should write a resume for the glowing hive mind first. Merneen ignored the sarcasm, moving to a central console where a larger symbiote pulsed with light. The planet uses symbiotes to enforce continuity and resilience. When workers interact with them, data is collected, tested, and redistributed. Collective memory ensures that no lesson is lost, no strategic insight wasted. Understanding them is understanding control. He muttered quietly. Collective memory, control. Guess I'm the new intern in a company that never fires and occasionally tries to kill you. She glanced at him sharply. Wit is survival, not defiance. Observation must be primary. Humor is camouflage, not communication. The symbiotes respond to consistency, patterns, and awareness. He sighed, shaking his head. Consistency, patterns, awareness. Got it. Basically, behave like I know what I'm doing, even when I don't. Classic survival strategy. Merneen finally allowed herself a small nod. Precisely. Observe, analyze, adapt. Symbiotes will provide insight if you engage intelligently. They are extensions of the system's intelligence, not its arbiters. Missteps may be noted, but the real danger is ignorance, not intent. He rubbed the back of his neck, muttering under his breath. Intelligence, insight, arbiters, ignorance, and they don't take coffee breaks. Perfect. The corridor stretched onward, dimly lit by the symbiote's glow. Each companion is both guide and guardian, she continued. They protect knowledge, coordinate survival strategies, and subtly influence choices. Any worker unaligned with symbiotes will fail, and failure here has consequences. He nodded, grim humor flickering. Aligned, guided, observed, catalogued. Just a normal day on a sun-blasted rock with invisible eyes. Check. Merneen's eyes narrowed slightly. Understanding the symbiotes is understanding leverage. They are central to the workforce, survival, and eventual escape. He crouched beside a particularly large symbiote pulsing with gentle light. Foundation, leverage. Great. I feel like I'm learning the rules of chess while playing Minesweeper, and somehow both games are alive and slightly malicious. She allowed a faint smirk. The games are the same, only the pieces are alive. Observe, predict, and coordinate. That is your strategy. He muttered under his breath, glancing at the devices crawling along conduits and surfaces. Observe, predict, coordinate. Remember the sarcasm. It's still optional, right? Merneen ignored the mutter, moving ahead. When you understand the companions, you understand the system. Influence, observation, strategy. They are inseparable. Survival, adaptation, and leverage are contingent upon engagement with symbiotes. They are more than tools. They are the nexus of this environment's intelligence. He allowed a bitter chuckle, shaking his head. Nexus, intelligence, non-organic lifeforms with control over my fate. Just what every daydreamer hopes for. I should have brought snacks. She paused, glancing back at him with the smallest hint of amusement. Mockery is harmless if it does not undermine attention. Humor maintains morale. Strategy maintains survival. Balance is everything. He sighed, letting the weight of the heat, dust, and alien intelligence settle around him. Balance. Sure. Just need to survive. Learn to be charming to glowing devices, and pray they don't report me for excessive sarcasm. Merneen finally stood, her gaze sweeping the corridor, calculating, precise. The symbiotes are the system. Control, memory, communication. They are embedded, alive, and patient. Respect their intelligence and leverage it. Misjudge them, and consequences are fatal. That is why they matter. He followed her, muttering with wry humor. Embedded, alive, patient, and probably judging my footwear too. Fantastic. By the end of the corridor, the Lucian's understanding had shifted. The symbiotes were not mere observers. They were silent architects of survival and control, embedded into the very structure of both the worker's existence and the planetary system. They were intelligence given form, a network that demanded respect, attention, and careful engagement. Humor could protect, observation could survive, and wit could mask vulnerability. But ignorance was deadly. And with that realization, a deeper layer of the planet's purpose became painfully clear. The heat had receded only marginally, leaving the air thick and oppressive, with every inhalation tasting of metallic dust and ozone. Shadows shifted with deliberate, almost watchful motion, and the corridors they had explored were no longer empty. The residual hum of symbiotes pulsed faintly beneath the surface, as if the very walls were anticipating their next move. It was the perfect environment for planning, or for being observed while thinking you were planning. Merneen moved ahead, her steps deliberate but measured, pausing now and then to examine panels, consoles, or even the pattern of light reflecting off the dust. She spoke in low tones, fragments of thought spilling over as she considered their options. We need to catalog everything first, she said. Guard rotations, symbiote patterns, environmental hazards, patrol loops, resource caches. He trailed behind, muttering under his breath. Catalog everything. Might as well start a filing system for the universe while I'm at it. She glanced back at him, a small smirk tugging at her lips. Your sarcasm is noted. Cataloging is not optional. Observation without record is wasted energy. Every detail is a vector. Every movement, every sound, every shift in light or wind matters. He grinned, allowing a dry chuckle. Vector, shift, movement. Right, I'll note that the glowing dust likes to hover exactly 3 inches above the floor at noon. Vital strategic information. Should I write it in calligraphy? Merneen ignored the sarcasm, crouching beside a terminal where a symbiote pulsed with light. Patterns in behavior and environment are predictive. They create probabilities that can be exploited, subtle but effective. If you understand when and where a guard will deviate from routine, you can manipulate the system without triggering detection. He leaned in, squinting at the pulsing device. Manipulate without detection, like a spy, but without the gadgets or the dramatic theme music. Sounds manageable. She tilted her head, considering him seriously. Theme music would be a distraction. Silence and precision matter. Humor is tolerated, but not at the cost of attention. He muttered under his breath, gesturing toward the glowing symbiote. Attention maintained. Humor preserved. Just don't provoke the glowing hive mind. Check. They moved down a corridor, the shadows stretching unnaturally across walls, the faint hum of symbiotes echoing with the cadence of thought and observation. We also need contingency planning, she continued. Redundancy in movement, backup routes, secondary objectives if primary actions fail. The system is adaptive. It anticipates. We must anticipate more. He raised an eyebrow, letting his voice drip with sarcasm. Backup routes. Secondary objectives, like a vacation itinerary, but with death squads and glowing alien brains monitoring our every step. Excellent. Merneen gave a short, dry laugh. Morale is important. Focus is critical. Observation feeds strategy. Strategy feeds survival. He muttered under his breath, shaking his head. Morale, focus, survival, and I thought being hot and dusty was the worst part of the day. They paused at a junction where faint traces of footprints intersected with irregular dust patterns. Merneen crouched, tracing the movement with her hand, noting slight deviations and impressions invisible to an untrained eye. Patrols shift subtly, she said. Not randomly, but in ways designed to test attention. Gaps exist, and in those gaps, action is possible. He squatted beside her, squinting at the faint disturbances. Gaps? Action? Meaning I get to be the gap-hopping hero while avoiding both sarcasm-induced arrest and literal arrest. Charming. Very cinematic. She ignored the comment, moving on to a secondary corridor. We will assign observation nodes, she said. Positions where we can monitor movement without revealing our presence. Symbiotes can relay information across distances. You need to track behavior, environmental cues, and potential opportunities. He muttered quietly, observation nodes, relay information. I should have brought a whiteboard. Merneen paused, looking at him carefully. You have wit, but wit is not strategy. Strategy is anticipation, adaptation, and risk management. Humor is camouflage, not a plan. He leaned against the wall, giving her a wry grin. Understood. Camouflage humor, tactical sarcasm, lethal charm. Got it. I'll make note in the personal survival handbook. They moved forward, stepping carefully across a section of graded floor where the hum beneath suggested a hidden symbiote network. Environmental hazards are just as important as guards, she said. Wind tunnels, shifting sand, heat pockets, and dust clouds all influence observation and reaction. Learn to read them, anticipate their timing, and use them as both shield and tool. He muttered, shaking his head. Wind tunnels, shifting sand. The planet really does enjoy showing off. And here I thought I was overqualified for desert training. Merneen glanced back. Your commentary is safe if it does not distract from observation. Humor is not negligence. Keep focus. Every detail matters. He crouched again, inspecting a small fissure where dust movement suggested a hidden conduit. Every detail matters. Noted. And somehow I'm supposed to look like I'm not examining every breathing inch of this place, for fear it's a death trap. Perfect. She studied him carefully. Balance observation with subtlety. Avoid detection, even by symbiotes. Engagement is selective. You will learn when to act, when to remain still, and when to gather information for later decisions. He allowed a bitter laugh. Stillness. Selective engagement, gathering information. Sounds like my dream job, right after surviving the heat and dodging lethal bureaucracies. Merneen didn't respond, moving ahead to a small alcove with a terminal displaying faint, cryptic readouts. She tapped the screen lightly, and a symbiote integrated smoothly, pulsing in rhythm with the data flow. We can also anticipate information delays, systemic blind spots, and predictable errors. They exist because the system is vast and adaptive. Exploit them. He leaned closer, muttering under his breath. Blind spots, errors, exploitable gaps. Basically, the system is a high-tech board game, and we're the pawns trying not to be sacrificed first. Merneen turned to him, voice low but firm. Understand the environment. Observe the allies, the guards, the symbiotes, and even the environment itself. Every variable is part of the system. Knowledge is leverage. He squinted at the pulsing symbiote, muttering dryly. Knowledge is leverage. I should have paid more attention in metaphor class. They continued down the corridor, noting every shift in light, every faint sound, and every subtle irregularity in the floor and walls. Planning is not static, she said. It is continuous, recursive, adaptive. Each observation informs the next. Each action is weighted, each decision evaluated against predicted outcomes. Understand this and you understand control. He allowed a wry smile. Adaptive recursive planning. Right. I get to be a constantly calculating acrobat with a PhD in survival. Delightful, and deadly apparently. Merneen allowed herself a faint smirk. Deadly, yes, but not impossible. With proper observation, engagement with symbiotes, and attention to detail, the system can be understood and manipulated. Precision and patience are our allies. He muttered under his breath. Observation? Patience? Allies? And sarcasm still counts as cardio, right? They reached a junction where multiple corridors converged, each with faintly glowing symbiotes and irregular patrol markers. Merneen paused, looking over the network they had mapped mentally. We will assign tasks, anticipate hazards, and coordinate movements. We will create redundancies for failures and contingencies for uncertainty. Every potential variable must be accounted for. Precision will save us where brute force cannot. He muttered quietly. Tasks, hazards, redundancies. Apparently I'm in a live-action chess match with glowing pieces and a planet that loves irony. Merneen looked at him sharply. Wit is tolerated, but focus must remain. Strategy is not entertainment. It is survival. Every movement, every observation, every subtle cue is a calculation in progress. Forget this, and failure will be immediate and unforgiving. He nodded, muttering under his breath with dry humor. Immediate, unforgiving, and full of glowing aliens. Fantastic work environment. By the time they exited the corridor, the outline of their strategy had formed, tentative but structured. Observation nodes were identified, patrol patterns catalogued, symbiote behavior understood in predictive terms, and environmental hazards integrated into contingency plans. Humor and sarcasm provided the internal shield, while attention and calculation built the framework of survival. The sun, low on the horizon, cast long angular shadows that shifted with an almost intentional rhythm. He muttered quietly. Long shadows, glowing devices, calculated movements. The planet really does enjoy theater. Merneen glanced at him, expression unreadable. Next, we act within the system while preparing to exploit it. Observation, analysis, adaptation. This is our preparation. Every variable considered, every contingency planned. Precision, patience, leverage. He muttered one final time as they moved onward. Observation, analysis, adaptation, humor optional, survival mandatory. Got it. And as they vanished into the shifting shadows of the complex, the first true, deliberate steps toward challenging the system had been taken. Every glance, every thought, and every interaction was now a calculated vector toward potential freedom, carefully weighted against the watchful, pulsing intelligence of both symbiotes and guard. The game had changed, and both of them were quietly preparing for the first move. The horizon shimmered like liquid metal, a distant glint that grew with terrifying inevitability. A low hum vibrated through the ground long before the dropship came into view, the sound reverberating in the bones like a pulse of dread. The workers froze where they stood, shadows flickering across their dust-smeared faces, muscles tensing and eyes darting. Some whispered prayers, others muttered curses at a sky that had never seemed so indifferent. Above, the ship's silhouette grew, angular and uncompromising, its underbelly bristling with hatches, weapons, and observation ports. The hum transitioned into a roar, the mechanical heartbeat of a system designed not for comfort, but for spectacle. Leto, standing on an elevated platform with all the grace of a man who had never learned restraint, clapped his hands once, sharply, as though that sound alone could orchestrate the fear into order. Bring them out, Leto bellowed, voice bouncing off the angular walls. His grin was wide, teeth catching the artificial light. It's showtime, gentlemen. Let's remind them why the sun isn't the only thing that burns here. A guard nearest to him saluted with robotic precision, boots clicking against the floor, armor clinking, a metallic percussion keeping time with the terror below. Others followed suit, lining up in taut formations, their faces unreadable masks of neutrality, until the signal to move. The Lucian crouched behind a rusted panel, eyes tracing the dropship's descent. The sleek metallic curves of the vessel contrasted grotesquely with the jagged landscape, a predator descending into a corral. He whispered under his breath, sarcasm his thin mental shield against the inevitable horror. Ah, yes. Nothing like a flying tin coffin to make the morning feel lively. Fantastic morale booster. A blast of air swept past as the ship's engines roared closer, lifting dust into blinding sheets. Workers squinted, noses flaring against grit that scratched like sandpaper, their bodies instinctively shrinking toward the ground. The mechanical choreography of the guards became clearer, hands on triggers, eyes scanning, postures rigid with rehearsed anticipation. Every movement was precise, rehearsed, and terrifyingly predictable. Leto leaned over the edge of the platform, scanning the field. Do not disappoint, he called, voice carrying a venomous cheer. Remember, the game is as much about spirit as survival, and spirit, gentlemen, is measured in screams. The Lucian let out a dry laugh under his breath, muttering, measured in screams. Well, someone's got a marketing degree from hell. A hatch opened in the ship's underbelly, and the first contingent of enforcers rappelled down with mechanical grace. Their boots kicked up a cloud of dust and debris, the sound amplified by the canyon walls, echoing like a drum roll of doom. Their weapons glinted, unnervingly precise in design, and their faces remained blank beneath visors that reflected the fire-red sun. From his vantage point, the Lucian observed every micro-movement, cataloging the guard's tendencies. One lingered too long on a corner, scanning slowly as if checking for traps or weak points. Another's gait was uneven, a subtle twitch in his shoulder, hinting at a hidden flaw. Every behavioral quirk was potential leverage, every deviation a calculated opportunity. A worker stumbled, dust coating his face in streaks of gray and red, and the nearest guard raised his weapon instantly. The movement was fluid, efficient, rehearsed, too efficient. It wasn't about protection or control. It was performance, ritualized brutality. The worker froze, eyes wide, heart hammering, and a bead of sweat traced a line down his temple. The Lucian whispered under his breath, biting the sarcasm to keep it in check. Fluid, efficient? Yes, just like an orchestra, if the instruments were bayonets and terror. Another wave of enforcers descended, tethered lines snapping taut as if pulled by invisible strings. The ship's engines whined, adjusting its position, and the entire assembly of guards shifted in perfect synchrony. The Lucian noted the pattern, timing between arrivals, pauses for effect, angle of descent. Every repetition was a lesson in anticipation. Every minor detail a tool for later intervention. From behind a dust-streaked rock, the Lucian could hear Leto shouting orders, punctuated by short, sharp commands to the guards. Control the perimeter, maintain pressure, make sure the audience understands the rules. He muttered dryly. The audience? Yes, we are clearly starring in a reality show designed by sadists. Bravo production. Values. A sudden flash from the dropship's hatch revealed more than expected, crates labeled with cryptic symbols and heavy equipment designed for rapid deployment. He squinted, trying to make sense of the labeling, the arrangement, the sheer scale. The intention was obvious. Preparedness bordering on obsessive. Every item accounted for, every procedure rehearsed to the millisecond. Merneen appeared beside him silently, stepping with the grace of someone used to moving unnoticed. They are thorough, she whispered. Her eyes scanned the guards with a practiced precision, cataloging the same details he had been noting. Every hatch, every crate, every angle of approach is planned. Nothing is left to chance. And yet, she trailed off, eyes narrowing. Even perfection has a blind spot. He arched an eyebrow, muttering under his breath. Blind spot. Sounds like an invitation. Too bad the invitation is covered in fire and armed men. She glanced at him sharply, voice low and deliberate. Do not underestimate observation. You notice details others do not. Use them, predict them, exploit the blind spot when the opportunity presents itself. The ship settled onto the landing pads with a grinding metallic tremor. Smoke and dust coiled around its legs, curling into the air like restless serpents. Guards disembarked in small, precise groups, their weapons held at angles that maximized intimidation while minimizing unnecessary motion. Every motion was deliberate, every stance purposeful. Leto clapped his hands again, a cruel punctuation mark against the low rumble of engines and murmuring fear. Let the game begin, he shouted, voice booming. Remember, it's not just survival, it's performance. The Lucian crouched lower, muttering to himself as he scanned the workers. Performance, yes, theatrical survival. And we are both the actors and the audience, with a director who clearly hates everyone equally. One worker tripped, lunging for balance, and the nearest guard's weapon twitched almost instinctively. The rapidity was staggering, the mechanical response, honed through repetition, terrifyingly exact. The Lucian noted the worker's hesitation, the slight twitch in the guard's wrist, and the fractional pause between perception and action. Every variable could be used, every micromoment catalogued. Merneen leaned closer, whispering, remember, movement is information. Every hesitation, every reflex, every glance, they reveal patterns. He nodded, muttering under his breath. Movement equals information. Yes, and so does sarcasm apparently if you're keeping track. The first group of workers was pushed toward the staging area, dust rising in oppressive clouds. Their faces were masks of terror and resignation, some gripping companions close. others muttering under their breath in muted despair. The Lucian's eyes tracked them, not in judgment but in assessment. Who could move quickly, who would follow instinctively, who might exploit the environment for advantage. A sudden shout from Leto cut through the air. Positions! Everyone in position! The first wave must set the standard. The guards shifted again, near militaristic precision in their spacing and alignment. The Lucian's mind raced, cataloging every spacing, every rhythm, every faint irregularity in their coordination. Patterns were emerging. Predictability was emerging. And predictability, he thought dryly, was a weapon if one had the courage and cunning to wield it. Merneen touched his arm lightly. Observe, catalog, and stay ready. Opportunities will arise where timing and audacity intersect. Patience will be as lethal as action. He exhaled slowly, muttering, timing and audacity. And if I screw this up, well, at least I'll provide excellent entertainment for Leto. The dropship's engines wound down, a low, vibrating hum underscoring the tense calm before the storm. The staging was complete, the guards poised, the workers corralled, and Leto's manic energy pulsing through every ordered movement. The Lucian adjusted his position, eyes flicking between the symmetry of control and the chaos of fear. He muttered, sarcasm laced with grim calculation. And so begins another day at the office. Only this office features interstellar despair and mandatory panic drills. Perfect. Merneen's presence at his side was a silent reassurance, and yet the tension was palpable, coiling around them both as the first signs of the game prepared to unfold. Observation was no longer optional, it was survival. Every glance, every gesture, every fragment of movement could mean the difference between life and death, and both of them knew it. The air was thick with heat, dust, and anticipation. The first screams were yet to come, but already, the event horizon had been crossed. The Lucian's mind catalogued, analyzed, and prepared, wit intact but sharpened with urgency. The stage was set, the players in motion, and the dropship, now fully landed, was the cruel herald of what was to come. Dust clung to every surface, swirling in lazy, unforgiving spirals as the workers shuffled into position. Their movements were hesitant at first, careful like animals sizing up a predator from a distance. They gathered in small groups, whispering under their breath, voices dry and hoarse from heat and fear. Every glance at the descending dropship or the gleaming guards was measured, a silent calculation of risk. One worker, a wiry figure with hands scabbed from labor and exposure, muttered something unintelligible, eyes darting toward a patrolling guard. A subtle nod passed between him and the person beside him, small, deliberate communication that was almost invisible to the untrained eye. The Lucian crouched behind a rusted supply container, cataloging these gestures. Patterns emerging, tiny signals of cohesion. Good. Not enough to avoid panic, but enough to build on. Merneen moved among them with silent authority, her presence a quiet anchor. Form a circle but leave gaps. Keep your companions close, eyes on the horizon, she instructed, her voice low but carrying the weight of command. Not a shout, not a lecture, just precise, economical words that cut through the ambient fear. A young worker hesitated, lips trembling. I don't know if I can. Merneen's gaze found him, sharp but not cruel. You can, or you can be the first to fall. Which will it be? Her tone wasn't yelling, but it carried the edge of inevitability. The boy swallowed, squared his shoulders, and fell into line. The Lucian whispered beside her, sarcasm barely audible over the wind. Nothing like a little moral calculus to motivate the terrified. Very humane. Merneen glanced at him, eyebrow raised. And your suggestion, or are you cataloging their terror for amusement? Cataloging, purely academic. He offered a half-smile, which she ignored. As the workers aligned themselves, companions shifted against their holders, subtle luminescent pulses marking attention and readiness. The symbiotes hummed faintly, like a nervous vibration running through the circle. The Lucian noted the resonance patterns, the way different companions pulsed when the workers' stress spiked or when orders were whispered. A networked heartbeat. Useful. Very useful. Check your positions, Merneen said, stepping back slightly. Distance matters. Don't cluster, don't hesitate, and keep the signal lines open. Her gaze flicked toward the guards. They watched for hesitation, not action. Hesitation will get you noticed. One of the older workers muttered under his breath, sarcasm tinged with fear. And action won't get us killed, right? Merneen's lips quirked. Depends on what action you take. Smart action may save a life. Dumb action will get us all terminated in spectacular fashion. The Lucian couldn't help a quiet snort. Spectacular fashion. Some people would pay good money for that kind of theater. Lido clearly pays nothing. Facial patterns became apparent as the workers settled. A rhythm emerged. Guards moved in repeated predictable loops, scanning and checking in staggered sequences that allowed minimal blind spots. Lucian's eyes flicked from the soldiers to the workers, calculating, not panic, just assessment. Timing, distance, deviation, every misstep recorded in my brain for future exploitation. Merneen leaned close, voice low. Watch them. Every twitch, every glance, every micro-step. They are rigid but predictable. Anticipate, don't react. Reacting is how they catch mistakes. A small group of younger workers began exchanging quiet signals, hands flicking slightly, companion pulses responding in kind. Lucian noted each motion, silently cataloging, network forming. Intelligence, even under duress. Valuable. Could leverage this, if I can integrate without revealing too much. One of the more timid workers finally spoke, voice barely above a whisper. What if we can't make it? Merneen's eyes swept over them, calm but implacable. Then we adjust. Survival is a variable game. Fail, and the system punishes. Succeed, and we force its hand. But fear itself is optional. Choose action over panic. Lucian muttered, voice tinged with wit. Optional fear, mandatory terror. Sounds like a vacation package. A guard passed within striking distance, motioning a subtle signal to another, and the workers froze for a heartbeat too long. Merneen hissed, low and sharp, move with purpose, pause only when necessary, too long, and they'll notice. The young man who had faltered earlier swallowed hard, correcting his stance. I understood. Good, Merneen said simply. Her eyes flicked to the Lucian. And you, don't just observe. Know them. Know the weaknesses, but don't interfere yet. Patience is a weapon. He grinned faintly under his breath. Patience? Weapon? Sarcasm? Survival. My kind of toolbox. As the sun dipped lower, the workers adjusted to the heat, the dust, and the oppressive presence of armed guards. Their bodies moved in rehearsed, efficient patterns, choreographed by necessity rather than training. Every step, every glance, every interaction with a companion or neighbor was precise, small signs of intelligence and survival instinct in a system designed to break both. Merneen's voice cut through the murmurs. Check your companions, sync signals, maintain awareness. A companion shifted, pulsing a rapid series of soft lights. The worker holding it mirrored the signal, a subtle communication, ready. The Lucian whispered to her, They've learned it more than I expected. Not just endurance, coordination. She nodded, eyes scanning the perimeter. They must. Individually, they are prey. Together, they are something more. And if we survive this game, we will see just how much more. A sharp whistle from Lido split the air, signaling the beginning of movement. Guards took positions, weapons raised, the mechanical symphony of threat and preparation synchronized perfectly with the rising dust. The Lucian crouched lower, noting every motion, every micro-pattern, every slight variation in the worker's positioning. Merneen's hand brushed his arm briefly. Ready. He exhaled slowly, voice barely audible. As ready as I'll ever be, or as ready as the universe lets me pretend. She smirked faintly. Pretending will keep you alive for now. Observation and cunning will keep you alive longer. The first wave of workers began advancing cautiously, companions glowing faintly in rhythm with their movements. Each step was a blend of obedience and improvisation, small adjustments to guard positions and environmental hazards. The Lucian noted every detail. Which guards flinched at slight distractions, which positions left minor blind spots, how the companion's pulses communicated stress or attention. A worker whispered, hesitant, Do we really stand a chance? Merneen replied, dry and measured, Chance is irrelevant. Strategy's everything. Chance gets you noticed. Strategy keeps you alive. The Lucian muttered under his breath, eyes flicking to the guards. Strategy? Yes, and a pinch of chaos never hurt. Let's see who panics first. As the workers continued, the stage was set. Fear was thick, sweat and dust mingling in oppressive clouds. Companions hummed, signaling readiness, attention, and subtle coordination. Every glance, every micro-gesture, every flicker of light from the devices on the guards, was now catalogued, a map forming in the Lucian's mind. Merneen's voice, quiet but commanding, carried a final instruction. Observe, anticipate, and move with cohesion. Hesitation will cost more than discomfort, it will cost lives. He nodded, a grin tugging at the corner of his lips, though it was swallowed quickly. Hesitation already feels like a luxury. Survival now is everything. The workers shifted into formation, companions glowing faintly like stars caught in dust. Every micro-movement was catalogued, every glance assessed, and every subtle deviation marked for potential leverage. The stage, the actors, and the audience were all in place. The game was no longer theoretical. It had begun, and survival demanded full attention, wit, and the smallest sparks of rebellion against the meticulously orchestrated terror. The dropship's engines thrummed through the staging area, low and insistent, shaking the metal floor and rattling dust from the overhead beams. Light struck the swirling particles, turning the air into a haze of glittering ash. Leto's laughter, erratic and piercing, bounced off the walls, a cruel soundtrack for the day's game. Every movement he made seemed designed to provoke tension, stomping boots, abrupt gestures, and high-pitched shouts that reverberated with sadistic delight. Observers might have called it organized chaos. Lucian called it theater built on terror. He ducked behind the nearest stack of crates, crouched low enough to disappear from the casual glance of a guard. His eyes roamed the staging area, noting every twitch, every pause, every subtle misalignment of the guards' mechanical routines. Even their near-perfect drills betrayed micro-hesitations, a brief hesitation in a footstep, a flick of a glance, a subtle adjustment of stance. Patterns emerged where no one intended them, offering potential leverage if noticed in time. The workers clustered together, tense and fragile, their movements measured and cautious. Fear radiated from them in waves, but beneath it lay a thread of determination, a faint resilience that refused to be snuffed out entirely. Lucian watched each face, reading them as carefully as he read the environment. Every glance exchanged, every whisper between the workers, was a data point. Some of the murmured instructions and half-formed strategies were barely audible, but he catalogued them with meticulous attention. Even the smallest hints of collaboration could shift the balance of the day. Leto's voice cut through the haze again, sharp and commanding. "Faster! I want results, don't keep me waiting." He gestured violently toward the workers, the platform beneath him vibrating with each stomp. The guards followed his commands with clinical precision, yet the occasional twitch or hesitation betrayed a flicker of disengagement. Lucian noted it all. Observation was survival. Knowing who could be misled, delayed, or distracted might determine whether anyone walked away intact. Dust swirled over crates and metal panels, rising into the light and settling almost as quickly as it appeared. Lucian's attention shifted to the ground, mapping potential cover, noting spots where a misstep could mean exposure or safety. The staging area itself seemed almost alive, a dynamic environment with hazards that changed with every movement of the guards and workers. He calculated routes, possible diversions, and the tiniest openings where interference might be possible without immediate detection. A group of workers edged closer to the platform, glancing at each other with silent communication. Lucian tracked their movements, noting which individuals seemed more capable, who appeared likely to freeze under pressure, and who held even a flicker of resolve in the face of terror. The internal calculations extended to the guards as well, who might flinch under stress, who observed too closely, who could be momentarily misdirected. Leto continued his tirade, gesturing toward the workers with manic energy. "I want movement, action. Don't waste my time or I'll find someone who can." His presence was a force multiplier for fear, and Lucian catalogued the effect in real time, noting each subtle adjustment in the worker's posture, each instinctive glance toward potential cover. The moral line had been drawn: he would not participate in the killing, would not obey orders that sacrificed lives for spectacle. Compliance was no longer an option. Sarcasm remained a vital tool, a silent commentary on the absurdity of the situation. "Brilliant," he muttered to himself, voice low enough for only the dust and shadows to hear. A playground for sadists, with an audience of terrified adults, couldn't have designed it better. Humor was an anchor, cutting through the tension like a scalpel, allowing him to maintain clarity while processing a scene built on cruelty. The drop ship's ramp began to descend with a metallic screech, releasing the first wave of workers into the staging area. Every movement was noted: who stepped confidently, who hesitated, who fell in line with the smallest ripple of fear. Lucian's mind catalogued guard reactions as well. A slight shift in stance here, a micro-glance there, revealing potential for distraction or misdirection. The balance of power was fragile, and the slightest misstep could tip the scales catastrophically. Small tactical opportunities emerged. A crate tilted just slightly, a shadow cast in a way that could conceal movement for a fraction of a second, a guard momentarily distracted by Leto's tirade. Each was a potential lever, and Lucian mentally filed them for immediate or later use. Observation, calculation, and strategic patience were weapons in themselves, as essential as any physical tool he might carry. Workers murmured to each other, the whispers barely audible but filled with implicit coordination. A glance exchanged between two revealed trust, or perhaps desperation. Lucian analyzed, cross-referenced with guard positions, environmental hazards, and the timing of Leto's outburst. The day's game was a mechanical system, and he was beginning to map it, to understand the clockwork of fear, authority, and survival. The moral line remained fixed. Despite the temptation to intervene rashly, to react to every small injustice, the strategy demanded patience. Every action had to be measured, every interference calculated to maximize survival while minimizing exposure. The workers' lives depended on subtlety, and even a single reckless movement could turn the tide catastrophically. Lucian tracked every step, every shuffle, every silent command exchanged among the workers. The landscape of the staging area, the positioning of crates, the sway of overhead cables, even the reflection of light off metal surfaces, all became variables in a living equation. The internal commentary remained sharp, dissecting absurdity with wit and irony, efficiency in cruelty, elegance in panic. Truly inspired. The first screams came as a worker stumbled, narrowly avoiding a guard's sweep. Ido. Dust rose around the movement, punctuating the scene like punctuation in a sentence too cruel to read aloud. Each reaction was logged, mentally, physically, ethically. How the workers adapted, how they hesitated, how they took advantage of the smallest openings, it was all data, fuel for the next calculated step. Intervention was not only possible, it was necessary, but it had to be precise, invisible, controlled. And still, humor lingered dry and cutting. Yes, a perfect day for morality testing. Nothing says ethical refinement like terror and arbitrary authority. Sarcasm anchored clarity, provided detachment, and maintained perspective in a theater of cruelty designed to erase both. As the day's game unfolded, the pattern became undeniable. Guard movements, worker responses, and environmental hazards formed a rhythm, chaotic on the surface but predictable to a careful observer. Every blink, every footstep, every glance was a piece of the puzzle. Strategy and observation intertwined with the moral boundary, forming a framework through which survival could be orchestrated. By the time the first half of the dropship's wave had navigated the staging area, calculations were complete. Opportunities for subtle manipulation, minor misdirection, and precise interference were logged. Observation was complete, strategy ready. The moral line was untouched, sarcasm intact, and every variable accounted for. The day's game might have been designed to destroy, but within the chaos, the first seeds of controlled ethical action had been sown. The chaos of the staging area had reached a fever pitch. Dust rose in thick clouds, reflecting the harsh glare of the sun as guards barked orders, and workers scurried like nervous insects caught in a trap. Every movement was scrutinized, every misstep punished. Leto's presence was a constant, unpredictable variable, one moment laughing at a guard's misstep, the next screaming at a worker to move faster. The absurdity of the spectacle would have been laughable if it weren't lethal. From a low perch behind a stack of crates, Lucian surveyed the arena, eyes tracing the paths of guards and workers alike. He noted every shift in stance, every hesitation, every micro-expression that betrayed intention. The first opportunity appeared almost accidentally. A guard's boot caught on a loose metal plate, sending a loud clang through the air. The surrounding guards flinched, adjusting momentarily, creating a narrow window for intervention. Lucian's mind catalogued it instantly, the gears of strategy turning, calculating timing, distance, and risk. He crouched low, inching forward, the metal of the crates biting into his palms. All the subtlety of a ballet performed on a minefield, he muttered, voice swallowed by the dust and noise. Sarcasm was necessary. It anchored him to reason amidst the orchestrated madness. Even the smallest burst of wit kept the mental gears from overheating, a lifeline amid the absurd theater of cruelty. The first manipulation was simple, rerouting a minor electrical system controlling one of the automated doors. A flick of a wrist, a twist of a hidden panel, and a door that should have slammed shut now hesitated long enough for a worker to slip through unnoticed. Lucian watched, breath held, as the worker's shadow flickered past the threshold. The timing was exquisite, too early or too late, and the entire sequence would collapse. Across the staging area, another guard barked orders, unaware that his path had been subtly altered by a displaced crate, nudged milliseconds earlier. The guard stumbled slightly, corrected, and moved on, oblivious. Each small success built momentum, a series of dominoes waiting to topple in a controlled cascade. Observation, calculation, and intervention were now intertwined. The moral line remained intact, yet each small disruption was a strike against the machinery of cruelty. A whisper came from a worker tucked near the platform. "Did you do that?" The voice trembled, equal parts fear and hope. Lucian responded with a barest nod, not drawing attention, letting the small gesture convey intent. Communication had to be minimal, precise. Discovery could turn minor advantage into lethal failure. He catalogued the workers' reactions, noting resolve, potential panic, and likely compliance under pressure. The second move required timing and improvisation. A loose cable overhead was rigged to flick a panel that would momentarily distract a patrolling guard. Lucian calculated the angles. Line of sight, shadow of crates, and sun's glare. At the exact moment, the cable shifted, sending a small panel swinging. The guard's gaze flicked to the movement. For a heartbeat he paused, uncertain. A second worker seized the opportunity, moving several paces toward cover. Lucian's jaw tightened. Precision was everything. Hesitation or miscalculation could be fatal. From the far side, Leto's voice cracked like a whip, cutting through the dust and panic. "What are you waiting for? Move!" His erratic attention was both hazard and opportunity. Guards glanced up, some flinching, some overcompensating, revealing cracks in the otherwise disciplined facade. Lucian noted every flicker of attention, every microsecond that could be exploited, while maintaining a mental ledger of risks versus benefits. Workers began to adapt instinctively to the micro-alterations, shadows shifting with purpose, glances exchanged with urgency and silent coordination. Even minor changes, doors hesitating, crates nudged, guards distracted, transformed into strategic advantage when combined with the worker's intuition. Lucian's calculations extended across multiple variables. Each movement, each glance, each tiny breach in surveillance became part of a complex, dynamic plan. A sudden shout drew attention. One worker had been spotted, stumbling while attempting to evade a guard. Dust exploded around the chase, punctuated by the metallic clang of footsteps on grated flooring. Lucian held his position, eyes sharp, noting how the pursuit altered patrol patterns and opened new corridors of opportunity. Every action had consequences, every sound and shadow was data. The dance of chaos continued, and he adapted in real time. A worker darted from cover toward a narrow passage, only to pause, assessing the space ahead. Lucian silently gestured, a minimal movement, and a second panel shifted, nudging the guard in a different direction. Timing and subtlety were everything. The margin between success and exposure was milliseconds. The worker moved, unseen, shadow merging with shadow, unnoticed. Observation and precise interference had yielded the first real victory of the day. Sarcasm laced every thought. Marvelous, Lucian mused internally, a festival of terror, and I get to play puppeteer without ever showing my strings. Humor, as always, was a lifeline, keeping nerves steady, mind focused, and ethical lines intact. The absurdity of coordinating a small rebellion amid orchestrated slaughter demanded both wit and vigilance. The final calculated move required layering several distractions. Lucian nudged another crate, sending a shower of dust into a guard's line of sight. Simultaneously, a minor electrical panel blinked erratically, drawing attention while the first few freed workers advanced toward cover. Each micro-action was synchronized, invisible in isolation but potent in aggregate. The precision was exhausting, the stakes absolute. As the day wore on, the workers adapted further, subtle signals and silent coordination weaving through the chaos. Leto, frantic and unpredictable, became increasingly distracted, his erratic commands revealing openings that Lucian catalogued for future exploitation. Guards adjusted, workers responded, and he adapted in turn. The first moves had succeeded, the system had been nudged, disrupted without collapse, and the moral line remained unviolated. Lucian finally allowed a momentary pause, crouched behind a crate, muscles tight, breath controlled. He surveyed the staging area, noting the flow of movement, the new patterns emerging from chaos, and the workers' growing awareness. Each subtle victory, doors delayed, guards distracted, workers unseen, was a testament to strategy and observation. Compliance was no longer absolute, and the first tangible cracks in the system were visible. Internal commentary persisted, dry and cutting, one step closer to chaos with purpose. Efficiency in subversion, elegance in small victories. Morality intact for now. The balance between survival, observation, and ethical action had been tested and found viable. The day's game was far from over, but the initial moves had proven that even in this brutal theater, careful calculation, wit, and subtle intervention could shift outcomes. By the time Leto's attention flicked back to the workers, the first round of micro-interventions had already reshaped the battlefield. A handful of workers moved with newfound confidence, shadows blending, roots secured, the tiniest victories accumulating like invisible breadcrumbs toward potential survival. Lucian's mind catalogued the success, preparing for the next wave of chaos, each step measured, precise, and imbued with a sharp, sarcastic sense of inevitability. Lucian crouched behind the angular metal bulkhead, eyes flicking over the staging area like a predator counting the exact milliseconds between his prey's movements. The dropship had arrived with a metallic scream, doors hissing open, and the guards moved with mechanical precision. A practiced choreography of intimidation and efficiency. Heat radiated from the sun-baked surfaces, reflecting off the angular metal structures, and the smell of scorched machinery mixed with sweat and ozone. The workers, already keyed into the danger, moved cautiously toward the decoy ship, each step measured, almost ritualistic, as if the slightest deviation could summon a lethal consequence. He nudged a loose panel with a gloved hand, careful not to scrape it against the floor. A small spark hissed and sizzled, and the lights on an adjacent sensor flickered for a heartbeat too long, creating a brief shadow the workers could exploit. Lucian muttered under his breath, nothing like a little smoke and mirrors to keep everyone on their toes. His voice was sarcastic, a private joke in the midst of orchestrated chaos. One worker hesitated at a junction, staring at a blinking panel. Lucian caught the hesitation instantly. Timing mattered down to fractions of a second. A guard's boots echoed across the grated walkway above, footsteps clanging like a metronome counting down disaster. Lucian adjusted a small cable on the floor panel. Sparks popped. The worker dashed through the corridor in the exact instant the guard passed the junction. A tiny victory, invisible to anyone else, monumental in his mental ledger. Finally, hissed one of the workers, crouched behind a crate, sweat streaming into their eyes. I thought that thing would never stop blinking. Lucian offered no outward acknowledgement, simply muttering to himself, "Stop blinking. Oh yes, let's pretend a malfunctioning panel is the universe's gift to patience." The humor was a lifeline, a fragile tether to sanity in a world where a single misstep meant death. A guard adjusted the sensor near the entrance to the decoy ship, unknowingly giving Lucian a narrow window. He flicked a lever hidden behind the bulkhead, and the panel blinked off just long enough for another worker to slip past. Lucian's eyes tracked every movement, noting micro-expressions, shifts in posture, even the tiniest twitch of the hands. Data. All data was potential advantage. Leto's booming voice cut across the area, a whip of chaos against structured motion. "I said move. What is taking so long?" He stomped a foot, metal clanging against metal. Lucian smirked, a flicker of humor under his tense concentration. Ah yes, the harbinger of chaos demanding efficiency from chaos itself. Perfect. No outward movement betrayed the amusement. Timing was everything. A faint hiss from another corridor, another worker's careful slide into shadow, caused Lucian to note yet another variable in his mental ledger. Each successful maneuver was a fleeting victory. Each failure, an unthinkable disaster. One miscalculation, one fraction of a second, and Leto's theatrics could turn the entire plan into carnage. The first worker reached the decoy ship's ramp and paused, scanning the area for signs of detection. Lucian nudged a nearby crate, sending a fine cascade of dust across the floor. A guard blinked, looking away just long enough. The worker slid into cover, shadow merging with shadow. Lucian muttered dryly, "Encouragement through chaos. Elegance, really." Meanwhile, another worker approached a junction controlled by a minor electrical panel. Lucian crouched low, twisting a hidden connector. Sparks danced, lights flickered in a delayed rhythm, and the worker stepped forward, unseen. Each movement, each adjustment, was a high-stakes calculation. "Nice timing," whispered a worker behind him, voice barely audible. Lucian gave a subtle nod, eyes fixed on the next corridor. Words could be dangerous. Every syllable was a potential beacon to the guards. He preferred gestures, slight shifts, silent signals. A guard tripped slightly over a loose bolt Lucian had carefully positioned earlier. Another paused, distracted by the stumble. That hesitation was all Lucian needed. A worker slipped through a narrow opening, moving like liquid shadow, careful not to make a sound. Lucian couldn't resist a mental quip. Timing and gravity, the only friends that matter here. One section of the group gathered near a side hatch, every step choreographed, synchronized, silent. Lucian released a controlled hiss of steam from a vent cover. A guard winced, shielding his eyes for a fraction of a second. That was enough. 2 workers ducked beneath the platform, vanishing from sight. A worker's quiet voice asked, "Did you do that?" The question carried awe and disbelief. Lucian gave a subtle nod. "Keep it tight, no celebration." One exhale wrong and we're all targets. Another electrical panel blinked out near a main walkway. Lucian crouched low, twisting a connector, delaying the sensor's recognition. Sparks flared faintly, a tiny plume of smoke rising. A guard approached cautiously, but the panel remained dark, a silent ally in the unfolding plan. From above, Leto barked orders, pacing like a caged predator. "Stop delaying. The game has started. Every second counts." His voice ricocheted off metal walls, a mix of threat and spectacle. Lucian stayed hidden, moving like a shadow, weaving through corridors, adjusting minor mechanisms, creating distractions and openings. Another worker reached the ramp, hesitated for a heartbeat too long, then moved. Lucian flicked a hidden switch on a nearby junction panel. A low hum echoed, drawing a guard's attention away for the briefest instant. Lucian muttered, subtle, almost theatrical, "Bravo me." Patrols shifted in predictable patterns, but Lucian had memorized every deviation, every micro-gesture that hinted at distraction or error. Each guard became a variable, each movement a potential opening or threat. He tracked them like pieces on a board, calculating sequences, predicting outcomes. The first worker was almost to the ship. Lucian nudged another cable into the circuit, delaying a secondary alarm system. Sparks flickered, a faint mechanical clatter drew one guard to the opposite side. The worker slid aboard, silent and swift. "Made it," whispered a voice. Relief, hope, and terror laced every syllable. Lucian offered no overt acknowledgement, simply a faint tilt of his head, eyes scanning for the next opportunity. Another worker approached the same corridor. Lucian adjusted a vent grate, releasing a hiss of steam that obscured vision and sound. Timing, pressure, precision, all aligned. The worker moved like liquid shadow into the smoke, disappearing from the guard's view. From across the staging area, another guard adjusted a panel, triggering a sequence that Lucian had anticipated. He used it to his advantage, nudging a loose floor panel to create a tiny stumble. Another fraction of a second, another window for escape. "Careful," someone hissed behind him. Lucian grinned internally. "Careful, yes. That's the only thing keeping us alive." The decoy ship's ramp was nearly filled. Lucian moved along a narrow ledge, triggering small distractions. Lights flickering, doors groaning, vents hissing, keeping the guards occupied while the last workers edged forward. Timing was everything. Coordination was life. A guard suddenly glanced down a corridor too late, noticing a shadow slipping past. Lucian adjusted a small reflective panel, bouncing the sun's glare into the guard's eyes. The worker disappeared unnoticed. Lucian whispered sarcastically, "Oh yes, blind luck, absolutely the plan all along." Finally, the last worker approached the ship. Lucian's hand hovered over the final lever, ready to trigger the vent and obscuring mist. The guard's attention shifted unpredictably. Lucian adjusted a small cable at the precise moment. Steam hissed, mist rose, and the worker slid aboard. He exhaled once, silently, tension coiling like a spring ready to snap. Every worker was aboard. Every micro-adjustment, every flicker of light, every hiss of steam had contributed. Leto's yelling reached a fever pitch, but Lucia's calculations had held. "Not bad," a worker whispered. "We actually made it." Lucian's only response was a dry mutter, barely audible. Miracles of timing, smoke, and irony. Elegant work. Sarcasm and wit remained his shield, humor a lifeline. As the dropship prepared to depart, Lucian observed the final patrol shifts, updating mental maps, recalculating contingencies. The escape attempt was successful, for now. But the game was only beginning. Every success was temporary, every window fleeting, and survival demanded relentless observation, precise timing, and cold, strategic wit. The hiss of vented steam faded, alarms realigned, and Leto's furious gesturing from above seemed almost theatrical. Lucian allowed himself a subtle smile. The first move was complete. Chaos manipulated into calculated advantage, humor and sarcasm, his only companions in the relentless heat, under the unforgiving gaze of the dropship, and against a system designed to kill. Shadows shifted along the metal catwalks as a subtle hum of machinery filled the staging area. One guard's footsteps were offbeat, slower than the practiced rhythm Lucian had memorized, and that split-second irregularity screamed opportunity and danger at the same time. He crouched behind a support pillar, hands resting lightly on the controls he'd prepped earlier, eyes flicking to the misstep. Timing was everything. A whisper of motion in the side corridor drew his attention. A worker paused, brow furrowed, lips moving silently in a prayer or curse. It didn't matter. Lucian's mind ran calculations. If the guard noticed even a millisecond early, the whole plan could unravel. He released a small vent to cover, letting a hiss of steam curl into the guard's path. The distraction worked, but only for an instant. "Hey," the guard muttered to himself, squinting into the rising steam. His voice carried a note of suspicion, barely audible, yet enough to set alarms ringing in Lucian's head. Something's off. Lucian exhaled quietly, muttering sarcasm under his breath. "Oh, really? You don't say." The smoke, the flickering lights, the missing workers, completely normal day at work. Another worker, crouched low near the vent, hesitated. Lucian flicked a small panel, causing a low hum to resonate through the metal floor. The guard's head snapped toward the sound. Lucian seized the moment, nudging the worker forward with a gentle gesture, almost imperceptible. The guard's steps quickened, an unusual jitter betraying his growing awareness. Lucian's mind raced. Okay, that's new. Variable detected. Adjust plan. From behind another bulkhead, a worker whispered, "Is he onto us?" Lucian's response was quiet but sharp, laced with dry humor. If he isn't, he should buy lottery tickets. Luck has a taste for irony. His gaze tracked the guard, noting how the man's eyes scanned every shadow, every flicker of movement, the subtle twitch of fingers brushing against a control panel. Surveillance was deliberate, patient, almost surgical. The guard paused near a junction, inspecting a sensor Lucian had disabled moments before. His brow furrowed, suspicion coiling tighter. "Why isn't this responding?" The question hung in the air, an unintentional admission that something was being hidden, a crack in the armor of mechanical precision. Lucian whispered, "Oh yes, nothing suspicious at all. Panel dead, lights off, smoke curling. Perfectly mundane." The irony was a shield, humor a small rebellion against the absurdity of this deadly theater. One worker moved to a narrow access corridor. Lucian's hands danced over a hidden lever, releasing a subtle cascade of steam and forcing the guard to step back. The worker slid through the corridor, unobserved. Lucian's eyes tracked every micro-expression of the guard. Twitching jaw, shifting stance, quickened breathing. Human, or alien, he couldn't be certain. Emotion betrayed attention, impatience, suspicion. Another guard joined the first, patrolling in a mirrored rhythm, seemingly unaware, yet Lucian knew better. The system's redundancy was precise, almost ruthless. He flicked a panel, sending a brief electrical pulse across the side conduit. Sparks arced faintly. The guards reacted instantly, turning toward the light. "Perfect." "Did you see that?" whispered one worker from the shadows. Lucian's reply was sardonic, eyes tracking a blinking sensor. "See?" "Oh, I saw." Timing, smoke, sparks, the trifecta of subtle chaos. Elegant, really. But the first guard paused, scanning, muttering to himself. He's noticing patterns. That thought crawled like ice down Lucian's spine. A single mistake now would unravel everything. The whispers from the workers became tense murmurs of fear and anticipation. Lucian adjusted another small cable, delaying the sensor sequence by milliseconds. Sparks danced. A low hum vibrated through the floor, drawing one guard's attention toward a side hatch. The other, distracted, failed to notice the worker slipping behind a crate. Timing, precision, wit, all engaged in a silent battle with observation, suspicion, and instinct. From above, Leto's booming voice shattered the near silence. "I know something's off. I will find it." His pacing sent metal clanging, each stomp echoing like a hammer against fragile nerves. Lucian's eyes flicked upward, noting the absurd spectacle. Yes, theatrical rage, just what this situation needed. A worker ducked into a shadowed corner, chest rising and falling rapidly. Lucian released another controlled hiss of steam, enough to obscure a second movement. He muttered dryly. Ah, yes, obscured visibility. The universal truth of survival. The first guard's head swiveled, his eyes narrowing. He approached a previously silent panel, tapping and prodding. Something's wrong here, too perfect. The suspicion was dangerous. Lucian catalogued it immediately. Every second counted. Every twitch, every exhale, every glance could be fatal. Another worker approached a junction. Lucian flicked a nearby vent, a hiss of pressure fogging the area. The guard's attention diverted. The worker moved swiftly. Lucian allowed a brief smirk. One moment chaos, one moment control. The dance continues. A whisper came from behind, tense and anxious. He's going to find out, isn't he? Lucian's reply sardonic but quiet. If he does, he'll need more than luck. And caffeine. Lots of caffeine. The guard's steps quickened again, scanning systematically. Lucian's mind raced. Every previous adjustment, every delayed alarm, every flicker of light had bought time. But now the guard was actively investigating anomalies. A misstep here could expose the workers. Lucian shifted a loose panel, creating a soft scrape and a faint arc of sparks. The guard reacted instantly, stepping toward the noise. Lucian's eyes tracked the worker slipping through the side corridor. Timing, manipulation, observation, it all meshed into a precarious ballet. One worker hissed in relief as they reached cover. Lucian muttered under his breath. Congratulations, you've just danced with the system and lived to tell the tale. Applause is optional. The two guards exchanged brief glances, suspicion coiling tighter. Lucian noted their micro-behaviors, their gaze patterns, predicting the next move. The tension was a physical weight, pressing against his ribs, coiling every muscle for action or reaction. A low spark from another circuit caught his attention. He adjusted a nearby lever, sending a flicker of electrical hum across the catwalk. Both guards turned instinctively. Perfect. The worker moved undetected. Lucian's dry mutter. Nothing like forced electrical misdirection to spice up the morning. Another worker ducked under a narrow beam of light, timing their motion with a guard's head turning in the opposite direction. Lucian flicked a control, venting a whisper of smoke. The guard stumbled slightly, distracted. Small victories mounted. Careful, a worker whispered again, voice tense. Careful? My middle name, Lucian muttered sarcastically, eyes flicking to the next sensor array. If middle names were survival tactics and snark. The guard's movements became frantic, searching for irregularities, each anomaly noted by Lucian, each hesitation exploited for another worker to advance. The rhythm was dangerous but predictable, the choreography of suspicion and distraction now fully in his control. The last worker reached a junction, heart racing. Lucian manipulated a small conduit, releasing a hiss of steam, obscuring movement. One guard stepped too close, distracted by a previous anomaly. The worker slipped past, shadow merging with shadow. Lucian whispered, elegance in chaos. Bravo. As the final worker moved toward cover, Lucian catalogued every guard reaction, every minor shift in the environment, mental maps updating in real time. Betrayal within ranks, anomalies, suspicion, had tested the plan, yet manipulation, timing and careful observation had preserved the worker's progress. He exhaled silently, muscles coiled but relieved. The first layer of betrayal had been managed, suspicion deflected, control maintained. Lidido's theatrical rage rumbled from above, a soundtrack of chaos, but the escape attempt, fragile and delicate, had survived the first internal disruption. Lucian's last mutter dry and ironic. Nothing like a little distrust to make a morning interesting. Good work all. Now let's see how the game really begins. Metallic clanging reverberated through the staging area as alarms screamed to life. The moment Lucian had feared, yet anticipated, had arrived. Sparks flared from a misdirected circuit, a flare of fire dancing along the floor, and a guard's boot collided with a worker who had frozen too long in the open. Instincts honed from countless calculated movements kicked in immediately. Lucian ducked behind a support beam, eyes scanning for both threat and opportunity. One guard had lunged at a fleeing worker, baton raised. Lucian twisted a nearby vent lever, sending a hiss of steam across the hall, blinding both the guard and the worker for a heartbeat. Timing, people. It's the only thing between you and becoming floor art, he muttered under his breath, sardonic humor shielding his focus. A worker to his left stumbled over a loose panel. A guard pivoted with lethal precision, baton swinging. Lucian lunged, catching the worker by the arm, dragging them into the shadowed recess of a doorway. Not today, genius, he muttered, teeth gritted. Sweat dripped down his brow as the metallic tang of blood mixed with the ozone from sparking circuits. Weapons fired. Staccato bursts of energy whined through the hall, scorching walls and metal plating. The smell of burnt circuitry, acrid and sharp, invaded every sense. One worker screamed, diving sideways to avoid a glancing shot. Another guard lunged into the chaos, tripping over discarded crates, scattering tools and fragments of shattered metal. The dance of violence was precise and brutal, a deadly game now unmasked as war. Lucian adjusted a control panel, sending a short pulse through the floor's conductive pathways. Sparks arced, creating a temporary barrier of flames between advancing guards and fleeing workers. You might want to reconsider that angle, he muttered dryly, watching a guard flinch and jerk backward, hands splayed to shield from the sparks. The guards were trained, but the chaos worked in favor of the calculated saboteur. A worker lunged toward a control console, desperately trying to override the security locks. One guard spun, baton swinging, striking the console and sending the worker sprawling. Lucian kicked a nearby vent cover, hurling it into the guard's side, creating enough space for the worker to scramble to a safer location. Ah, teamwork, he muttered sarcastically, eyes scanning the mayhem for the next opportunity. The air was thick with tension, sweat, and smoke. Lucian could hear the rapid panting of workers, the harsh boots of guards, the occasional ricochet of energy against metal walls. Every moment was a microcalculation. Which guard would advance, which worker would stumble, which systems could be manipulated without drawing lethal attention. Don't stop moving, he hissed at a group of workers huddled in the shadows, his voice carrying over the cacophony but low enough to avoid drawing direct attention. Even a heartbeat too long, and it's over. Think fast, move faster. One worker faltered, dropping a tool that clattered loudly. A guard's eyes flicked toward the sound. Lucian whirled, sending another pulse through a control panel, triggering a small fire and smoke vent, obscuring vision. The worker seized the moment, scrambling to safety. Lucian muttered under his breath, I should get a medal for subtle chaos management. Two guards collided near the main access corridor, both grappling for control of a fallen worker. Lucian seized a loose conduit, swinging it into one guard's legs, throwing him off balance. The other guard released the worker just long enough for them to dive behind a crate. Subtlety is overrated anyway, Lucian muttered, dry humor cutting through the tension. Energy blasts continued, ricocheting dangerously close to workers. Lucian darted forward, nudging a worker out of the line of fire, pulling them low. Congratulations, you've just survived a high-intensity tutorial. Don't spend your prize money all at once. The grim joke hung in the air as the worker gasped. A guard regained balance and advanced again, baton raised. Lucian spotted a cable overhead and released tension on it, sending it snapping toward the guard, tangling their arm and forcing a stumble. The worker he'd just saved lunged to assist, shoving the entangled guard backward into another, creating a domino effect. Sparks and shouts erupted, and the scene became a swirling maelstrom of bodies, weapons, and chaotic energy. Lucian's mind catalogued everything. Guard positions, worker movements, environmental hazards, each calculated pulse of chaos he could exploit. The stakes were literal. A single misstep could mean death. Not just for him but for those relying on his manipulations. The tension was electric, woven into every motion. From the corner of his eye, he saw Merneen coordinating quietly with a small group. Her movements precise, almost surgical amid the bedlam. Lucian ducked behind another support, muttering, Look at her go. Elegance in violence, a true art form. A worker screamed as a guard lunged too close, baton connecting with arm and chest. Lucian kicked a nearby panel, sending sparks across the hall, blinding both guard and worker for a crucial second die. The worker dove into the shadow of a collapsed crate, chest heaving, adrenaline fueling every motion. Keep it together, Lucian hissed, voice taut with sarcasm and stress. Remember, chaos is our ally, but only if we control it. He flicked a lever, sending a short pulse through the metal flooring, creating an electric hum that forced two guards to step back. Another worker advanced under cover, safe for a moment. Leto's voice boomed overhead, rage and glee mixed into a single inhuman cadence. More, make it interesting, show me they're worth hunting. The guard's brutality intensified, and the hall became a living nightmare. Lucian's dry mutter, ah yes, sadistic theater. My favorite form of morning entertainment. A guard advanced too close to a corner where a worker crouched. Lucian grabbed a loose conduit, swinging it with precise force, knocking the guard off balance just long enough for the worker to slip by. Sparks from another panel flickered, illuminating the chaos in brief, stark flashes. The noise, the movement, the flashing lights, the screams, it all coalesced into a deadly symphony. Lucian's focus sharpened, ruthlessly calculating, anticipating every guard reaction, every worker hesitation, every chance to delay or redirect lethal attention. One worker turned sharply, dodging another baton swing. Lucian flicked a nearby valve, releasing a hiss of pressurized steam that obscured the hallway. The guards swore, stepping back, confusion and alarm mingling in their posture. Yes, confusion, precisely what I was aiming for, Lucian muttered, dryly triumphant. Amid the melee, a guard grabbed a worker from behind, dragging them across the floor. Lucian sprang forward, twisting a conduit to trip the guard, sending both tumbling into a tangle of metal and debris. "And that, my friends, is why you don't underestimate improvisation," he quipped, voice tight with tension. By now, the hall was a chaotic vortex. Sparks flying, fire curling along metal surfaces, energy blasts whirring past. Workers dove and rolled, guards reacted, and Lucian moved with precise, sardonic efficiency, manipulating both environment and perception. Every movement was a calculated risk, every delay a chance at survival. A worker lunged at a guard distracted by sparks. Lucian shoved the worker further, voice sharp. "Move, timing is everything. And in case you forgot, that includes your life." Another guard regained composure, firing a warning shot. Lucian ducked behind a crate, muttering dryly, "Ah yes, polite conversation. Always a pleasure." Through the chaos, patterns emerged. Guards reacted to stimuli, delayed by misdirection, led astray by carefully orchestrated disruptions. Workers advanced, moment by moment, under the protective veil of manipulation, steam, and electric sparks. Lucian's internal commentary was relentless. Predict, provoke, distract, survive. Repeat. Never get comfortable. Never stop thinking. The first wave of violence reached a crescendo as a guard lunged at a worker who had tripped over loose debris. Lucian released another pulse, sparks dancing along the floor, forcing the guard to release his grip. The worker scrambled to cover, breathing hard, eyes wide with terror and exhilaration. Lucian muttered, sarcasm intact despite adrenaline. "Ah, the joys of orchestrated bedlam. My least favorite part of the day, truly." By the time the immediate clash subsided, a tenuous balance had formed. Guards regrouped, assessing the chaotic hall, while workers huddled, shaken but largely intact. Lucian's mind catalogued every micro-event, every reaction, every failure, every success. They had survived the first real surge of violence, but the cost had been visible, the danger unmistakable. The lesson was clear. The game was no longer theoretical. Survival was brutal, immediate, and dependent on manipulation, wit, and the ability to anticipate both human and environmental responses. And Lucian, sardonic, exhausted, and exhilarated, knew that this was only the beginning. The air stank of burned metal and ozone, punctuated by the occasional groan of the injured. Sparks still hissed from scorched panels along the floor, painting the hall in brief flashes of violent orange. Smoke coiled around the ceiling like a living thing, carrying the acrid tang of fear and adrenaline. Workers hunched behind debris, breaths coming in harsh, uneven gasps, while guards regrouped with methodical menace, eyes scanning for lingering signs of resistance. Lucian crouched behind the remnants of a collapsed console, eyes flicking over the scene, calculating, cataloging. A small part of him wanted to exhale, to allow relief to trickle in. But the knowledge of what had just unfolded, what was still unfolding, kept his muscles taut. Every movement, every misstep, could cost lives. His dry mutter, "Congratulations. You just turned chaos into a chessboard, and every piece is fragile." Merneen emerged from a shadowed alcove, scanning the workers. Her hands moved quickly, efficiently, checking for injuries, applying makeshift bandages, assessing breathing, ensuring no one had succumbed to panic. Lucian noted how her composure cut through the lingering terror, a calm core amid the storm. "Status?" he asked, voice low but sharp, eyes on the nearest guard whose attention was still partially diverted by a smoldering vent. "Mostly intact," Merneen replied, her tone clipped. "2 minor burns, 1 sprain, but no fatalities. So far." She gave him a hard look, hinting at both pride and the ever-present tension of survival. "Your improvisation, reckless, but effective. Don't think we'll let you forget it." Lucian smirked despite the circumstances, muttering under his breath, "Ah, gratitude and threats in a single glance." Efficient.I. The workers shifted, some leaning heavily against walls, others crouched low, exchanging quiet words of relief or horror. The emotional toll was visible, pale faces, shaking hands, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and awe. Every small victory had been purchased with adrenaline, terror, and risk. The reality of the game was no longer abstract. Across the hall, guards began to reposition, sweeping the area in methodical arcs. Leto's voice carried, sharp and ecstatic. "You think a little smoke and sparks will slow me down? Amateur theatrics. Keep hunting and remember, obedience is everything." The command was both literal and symbolic, a reminder that the game had rules, even if they were cruelly arbitrary. Lucian observed silently, noting the rotational patterns and subtle cues. Which guards flinched at unexpected movement, which hesitated when confronted with chaos, which were likely to overcompensate. Each detail was data, each hesitation a potential advantage for the next phase. He whispered to himself, sarcasm sharp as ever. Ah, yes, predictive human behavior. Delightful in theory, terrifying in practice. Merneen approached, leaning close, so only he could hear. "You're thinking too far ahead," she murmured, her voice low but insistent. "Right now we survive. After that, strategy can follow. Don't forget what just happened." Lucian nodded, voice equally low. "Not forgetting. Just cataloging. For future reference, of course." A dry smirk tugged at his lips, even in the tense aftermath. Survival didn't preclude humor. It sharpened it. A worker whimpered softly from behind a crate. Lucian ducked, reaching out to steady them, noticing how small movements, hands brushing, whispers of reassurance, could fortify morale even in moments of terror. "Better than whining," he muttered quietly, though not by much. The environmental hazards remained unforgiving. Heat still radiated off scorched walls, vents hissed unpredictably, and dust, mixed with the tang of smoke, clung to every exposed surface. Lucian's mind catalogued each hazard with meticulous care. Which sparks could be harnessed for misdirection, which pathways were safest, which obstacles could double as cover. Every scrap of debris had potential. "Are you sure we can move?" one worker asked, voice trembling. Lucian's gaze swept the hall, noting the positioning of both guards and hazards. "As sure as I can be without volunteering to be the next Human Torch," he said, voice tight with sardonic humor. He gestured subtly to Merneen, who gave a curt nod of agreement. "We move in groups, quietly, strategically. Any heroics, and we lose more than pride." A guard shouted, directing attention toward a lingering worker who hadn't followed the retreat protocol precisely. Lucian ducked low, motioning to the nearest cover. The worker obeyed, ducking behind a large panel just as the guard's baton clipped the corner of it, sending a shower of sparks into the air. "Timing is everything," Lucian muttered, voice carrying just enough irony to mask tension. Merneen guided the small group forward, each step measured, each pause deliberate. Lucian moved alongside, noting subtle changes in guard behavior, mental calculations running continuously. Which paths offered cover, which detours minimized exposure, how to create opportunities for misdirection if needed. Every movement was a mini-strategy, every delay a calculated risk. "Their rotations are tighter than I thought," Lucian observed quietly. "But predictable enough if you keep your head down and eyes sharp." Merneen glanced at him, eyes narrowed. "Predictable, yes. Forgiving, no. One mistake, and it's over. Remember that." The workers pressed forward, guided by whispers and subtle gestures, each movement a testament to both courage and calculated caution. Lucian could feel the weight of responsibility, the knowledge that any misjudgment could ripple outward, causing cascading consequences. His internal monologue remained darkly sardonic. Ah, accountability. Fun in theory, terrifying in execution. A small group froze at a junction, unsure which path to take. Lucian crouched low beside them, scanning both possibilities. "Left," he muttered, voice steady but wry, "because right is apparently the path of glorious mistakes." A faint chuckle escaped one worker, tension eased for just a heartbeat. Behind them, a guard barked orders, redirection, threats. Lucian's fingers flexed near a control panel, ready to exploit a second's hesitation, a misstep, a poorly judged step forward. The adrenaline was continuous, measured in breaths, in heartbeats, in milliseconds. Smoke cleared from a vent, revealing another guard advancing with deliberate precision. Lucian flicked a valve, sending a thin hiss of pressurized air directly at the guard's face, forcing a stagger back. "Ah, gratitude for improvisation," he muttered dryly, watching the guard regain balance and blink, momentarily disoriented. Merneen's quiet voice cut through the tension. "Don't rely on tricks alone. They'll adjust fast if you overplay it." "I was hoping you'd say that," Lucian replied, eyes scanning. "Wouldn't want anyone to get bored." The group moved steadily, navigating hazards, avoiding line of sight, exploiting every misdirected step. Each success was a fragile victory, a combination of observation, timing, and strategic risk. Sparks flared again from another vent, smoke obscured sightlines, and the workers pressed on, hearts pounding, bodies tense. By the time they reached a temporary safe zone, a corner with limited exposure and partial cover, the immediate danger had passed. Guards were regrouping, scanning systematically, workers were shaking but intact, and Lucian allowed himself a brief moment of sardonic commentary. "Congratulations, Team Toy. Survived your first real wave of homicidal theater. Shall we schedule the encore for tomorrow?" Merneen surveyed the workers, assessing injuries and morale. "Not perfect, but intact," she muttered. Her glance toward Lucian was brief, a mix of warning and acknowledgement. They had survived, but the costs had been high, and the stakes were clearer than ever. Lucian exhaled quietly, voice low but sarcastic. "And just think, this is the rehearsal. The main performance is yet to come." He took stock. Minor injuries treated, hazards noted, patterns observed. Every detail catalogued for the inevitable next wave. Trust was cautious but necessary. Strategy was alive, and survival had been temporarily claimed. The grim calculus of rebellion had begun in earnest. The hall, once alive with violence, now simmered with tense anticipation. Sparks died, smoke cleared partially, and the hum of latent systems reminded all that the game was far from over. And in that fragile pause, Lucian's internal voice observed dryly, "Welcome to survival, where victory is measured in inches, and a heartbeat is worth more than gold." Heat radiated through the metal corridors of the base, but it wasn't the sun outside that weighed heavily on the group. It was the sudden, almost palpable surge of energy emanating from the companions. The creatures, small but intricately formed, scuttled across the floor and walls with deliberate precision, limbs and sensors glinting like polished obsidian. Their movements weren't chaotic. They were orchestrated, coordinated, as if some invisible conductor guided them. Lucian stood a few paces away, observing the scene. His breath caught once, then again as Merneen extended her hand toward one of the companions. A ripple of energy surged, subtle at first, then spreading outward, causing panels to flicker, lights to pulse, and a low hum to fill the hall. "Watch," she said, her voice calm but carrying the weight of unspoken threat. One companion scuttled along a control panel, and with what looked like simple tactile manipulation, redirected power from one sector to another. Lucian blinked, unable to hide the awe creeping into his voice. "You're telling me they control the systems? Like, actually?" Merneen's lips twitched in a ghost of a smile. "Not control, exactly. Influence, guide. They think in patterns, but patterns that intersect with machinery, with logic, with biology. You've seen them act." Another companion moved toward a communications console. The lights on the panel changed in response to its presence. Messages rerouting, alarms silenced, data streams shifting almost imperceptibly. Lucian leaned closer, his sarcasm tempered by genuine concern. "Well, isn't this convenient? Organic life forms acting like cybernetic supercomputers, and here I was worried about memorizing guard rotations." Workers nearby shifted subtly, each one attuned to the companion's signals. Where a human hand might falter, hesitation forgotten in fear, the companions acted as amplifiers, guiding limbs, directing decisions, correcting mistakes in real time. Lucian could feel the subtle hum in the air, a resonance that pricked at the edge of perception. It wasn't just electricity, it was intelligence flowing, calculating, anticipating. Merneen crouched beside one worker, whispering a sequence of instructions. The companions scuttled forward, limbs weaving between tools and panels, and within moments, a complex diagnostic had completed itself, systems realigned in perfect harmony. Lucian muttered dryly, voice low. "Subtle, efficient, terrifying. Check, check, and check." "Do not underestimate them," Merneen said, her eyes narrowing. "The companions are part of a living network. What they see, they store. What they guide, they influence. They do not forget, and they do not forgive." Lucian swallowed, watching another companion manipulate a valve with mechanical precision. "So," he said, voice heavy with sardonic disbelief, "we're essentially a small army of glorified pawns, assisted by sentient." "Well, whatever the hell these things are. Got it." Merneen didn't respond immediately. Instead, she extended her hand again, and the companion nearest her leapt onto her palm. The shimmer of its body seemed to meld with hers, a faint pulse of light rippling through the room. Lucian could feel the charge in the air, the subtle shift in temperature, the way every monitor and panel responded almost instinctively. "Observe the integration," Merneen finally said. "The companions don't just act. They enhance. They anticipate. You saw the workers before. They hesitated, misstepped, faltered. Now watch them move with guidance." The workers adjusted positions with uncanny precision, reaching tools, opening doors, and rerouting power, almost as if the base itself had become an extension of their will. Lucian's internal monologue ran wild. Guided puppets? Strategic supercomputers? Or just another way to make us look like amateurs trying to navigate a planet-sized obstacle course? A faint hiss drew Lucian's attention to a panel that had been misaligned. Before a worker could even move, a companion scuttled across it, correcting the alignment in a heartbeat. "They think faster than we do," he muttered, tone equal parts awe and anxiety. "Faster, smarter, and somehow still adorable. Perfect." Merneen's eyes met his briefly. "They are not toys. Every misstep against the companions, against their network, carries consequences. They are the backbone of our survival here. Forget that at your peril." Lucian rubbed his temples, muttering under his breath. "Oh, fantastic. Survival reinforced by creatures with the memory of an entire intelligence network. How comforting." He stepped closer to a console, testing the limits of interaction. A companion moved alongside, guiding his hands with subtle taps, adjusting inputs. His sarcasm gave way to begrudging respect. Okay, maybe terrifyingly useful too. The hum of the bass grew, not mechanical but sentient, an orchestra of organic and synthetic working in tandem. Every flicker of light, every shift in energy, every subtle vibration carried a message, a signal, a guidance system for the workers. Lucian could feel the implications weighing heavily. The companions didn't just enhance. They observed. They stored. They judged. "Do they understand what we're doing?" he asked quietly, voice almost lost amid the hum. Merneen's gaze was steady. "Understand? Perhaps not in human terms, but they sense purpose, pattern, and deviation. They detect risk, anticipate consequence, and optimize outcomes. Think of them as extensions of both mind and environment. You act with them, and your potential increases. You act against them, and risk is magnified." Lucian leaned back against a wall, sarcasm sliding naturally onto his tongue. "Fantastic. So, sentient, tactical, judgmental critters, making us look competent while silently evaluating every tiny misstep. Perfect morale boost." Merneen didn't flinch at the tone. She simply extended her hand again, summoning another companion to merge with a worker who had hesitated. Within moments, that worker's movements were smoother, more deliberate, coordinated with those around them. The base itself seemed to respond, lights dimming and brightening as if breathing, panels adjusting as if they were alive. Lucian watched, mind racing. This isn't just survival anymore. It's integration, manipulation, control, and opportunity, all in one. And yes, terrifyingly effective. One worker paused, glanced at him, and whispered, "I didn't think we could move this fast. It's like we're seeing the plan as it happens." Lucian smirked, voice low and wry. "Welcome to the future, where your co-workers have 6 legs, impeccable timing, and a fanatical commitment to perfection. Don't get used to it." Merneen's eyes flicked toward the next corridor, and a subtle signal went out. Companions scuttled ahead, testing doors, scanning corridors, ensuring that any potential hazard would be mitigated before workers arrived. Lucian's mind cataloged everything: movement patterns, integration points, response times, energy flow. Every piece of information would be vital when the moment came to leverage the companion's full potential. He muttered, half to himself, half as commentary. "So, just to clarify, we're enhanced by creatures that blur the line between army and organism, all while pretending this is just another day in the office." "Got it. Makes perfect sense. Who needs simple lives?" Merneen's voice cut through, calm but commanding. "This is more than just power. It's survival, strategy, and adaptation. Learn to work with them, anticipate them, and respect them, or risk losing everything. Do you understand? Lucian's grin was faint but sharp. Crystal, absolute respect, total deference, and a dash of sarcasm. The companions continued their subtle, precise work, integrating seamlessly with workers, responding to stimuli, and amplifying every action. Lucian realized fully, with a shiver of both dread and excitement, that the upcoming missions would be defined by the companions' presence. Every decision, every step, every tactical choice would be measured not just against the guards or environmental hazards, but against this intelligent, responsive, and unyielding network. And somewhere beneath the tension and awe, his dry internal commentary persisted. Fantastic. Sentient critters, living corridors, and a ticking clock. Just the kind of chaos I wanted today. The control room smelled of ozone and heated metal, and tension thickened the air like the stifling atmosphere of a planet-wide furnace. Workers moved in orchestrated silence, companions scuttling ahead to monitor every panel, every door, every surveillance node. Each step was calculated. Hesitation was a luxury they could not afford. Overhead, the hum of the ship's engines began to vibrate through the floor. It was the real ship this time, not the decoys. The enormity of the moment pressed on everyone's nerves, especially the human mind caught in alien timescales. Lucian's eyes flicked between the panels, noting the subtle patterns in security sweeps, the guard rotations he had memorized, and the pathways companions had marked as safe. Every system, every channel, every moment of inattention could mean detection, or freedom. Okay, Lucian muttered under his breath, fingers brushing the controls as if testing their responsiveness. Let's see if this works, shall we? His voice was low, dry, almost sarcastic, but the tension behind it betrayed him. A companion crawled over the central console, sensors glinting. It tapped lightly on a touchpad and lights on multiple panels blinked in sequence. The engine controls responded with a subtle shift, a small nudge in the right direction. Lucian watched, realizing just how precise every move had to be. One wrong input, one misstep, and alarms would cascade across the ship like wildfire. Merneen stood beside him, her hand briefly brushing a companion that had perched on her shoulder. Remember, she whispered, voice calm yet weighted, timing is everything. If the guards notice even the smallest anomaly, we're done. Companions will cover minor errors, but they cannot cover chaos. Lucian's lips twisted into a wry grin. Chaos. I live for chaos, he muttered. Internally, he thought, and apparently forgetting assisted by the most terrifyingly efficient critters in the galaxy. The first worker approached the main access door, companion leading the way. A low hiss echoed through the metal corridor as locks disengaged. Lucian's fingers danced over the input panel, rerouting power from auxiliary systems to open security gates without triggering the surveillance arrays. Each calculation had to be perfect. He muttered sarcastically. Ah, yes, the subtle art of breaking into a ship while staying invisible. Easy as a Sunday stroll, truly. A guard's boot clanged somewhere down the hall, and Lucian froze, heart thudding. The companions detected the movement before he did, scuttling forward, sending tiny pulses to reroute door locks and dampen sensor triggers. The guard's approach was silently redirected, the path altered, and the tension dissipated just enough for him to exhale silently. Merneen's voice came again, softer this time, threading between the machinery hums. Don't overcomplicate. The companions anticipate, guide, and adjust. Work with them, not against. Lucian muttered under his breath, sure, because nothing screams teamwork like a bunch of six-legged geniuses dictating your every move. The workers reached the primary cockpit, and Lucian's pulse accelerated. Panels flashed, switches hummed, and the main engine array awaited activation. One worker's hand trembled, fingers brushing a switch, and a companion nudged them, steadying the movement with a light vibration that communicated both caution and direction. Lucian admired the subtlety. No force, just guidance, influence without overt interference. You ready? Merneen asked, her eyes sweeping the control room like a hawk. The companions stiffened, sensing the impending activation sequence. Lucian nodded, hands poised. Ready as I'll ever be. Let's see if this circus actually flies. He initiated the start sequence. Panels illuminated, engines thrummed, and the vibration grew more insistent, coursing through the metal floors and walls. The companions amplified minor corrections, ensuring that power distribution remained stable while workers handled the mechanical interfaces. Every second stretched, each input a potential disaster or breakthrough. A guard appeared at the junction, rounding the corner faster than anticipated. Lucian froze, calculating reaction time, backup sequences, and probable detection thresholds. He whispered a rapid command to a companion near the door, and in an instant, the lock engaged, the corridor rerouted, and the guard paused, scanning the hallway for non-existent anomalies. Lucian muttered sarcastically, "Oh, brilliant, perfectly invisible to surveillance, for now. Excellent timing, really." Merneen adjusted her grip on the console, eyes flashing. "Move. Timing is all that matters. Hesitate and it's over." Lucian shifted, fingers moving over auxiliary controls. The engines hummed louder. Intake vents opened with a hiss, and the ship began to respond to the combined influence of human hands and companion guidance. Sparks danced from the secondary power conduits, illuminating the workers' faces in harsh white light. Lucian's internal monologue kept up a running sarcastic commentary. Tiny sparks, massive consequences. Totally relaxing. Feels like a spa day with laser beams. The companions coordinated perfectly, anticipating energy fluctuations, smoothing feedback loops, and even predicting potential human errors. One worker misaligned a throttle. A companion scuttled forward, adjusting just in time to prevent system overload. Lucian's dry observation. All according to plan, which of course is a plan I didn't entirely make. Fantastic. The engines roared. Alive now with full power. Lucian glanced at Merneen, who gave a subtle nod. "Engage primary vectors," she whispered. Companions transmitted micro-corrections to the control panels, ensuring that every calculation matched the real-time engine output. Lucian's fingers flew over the interface, adjusting, monitoring, recalibrating. The hum of machinery became a pulse, syncing with the rhythm of his own heartbeat. A sudden alarm blared. A minor system had tripped, due to an unexpected energy spike. Lucian froze, but a companion already moved, correcting the overload before anyone could intervene manually. Lucian muttered under his breath, "Of course, why wouldn't this work perfectly the first time? Wouldn't be fun otherwise." Workers shouted instructions, voices overlapping, companions chirping and moving in synchrony, panels flickering in perfect timing. Lucian's dry wit surfaced in whispered commentary. Teamwork, alien style. Who needs calm when you can have coordinated chaos? The last hurdle appeared. A set of internal bulkhead doors that required simultaneous manual overrides. Lucian and two workers approached, each companion flanking them, ensuring every lever and panel engaged with millisecond precision. The doors shuttered, locks released, and the pathway cleared. Lucian couldn't resist a muttered quip. Doors dancing to our tune. Beautiful. Just beautiful. Merneen's glance was sharp. Focus. This is not art class. Lives depend on precision. Lucian smirked faintly but obeyed, sliding levers, tapping controls, watching the companions ensure each movement was flawless. The last lock disengaged, and the cockpit access was clear. He leaned back for a brief second, heart pounding. Well, that was fun. Not at all terrifying. Absolutely nothing to see here. The companions shifted, scanning the ship for any latent systems that might compromise the escape. Workers adjusted, breathed, and readied for liftoff. Lucian's sarcasm persisted, low but constant. Perfect timing, precise companions, terrified humans. What could possibly go wrong next? Merneen's voice cut through, calm and commanding. Primary system secured. Engage launch sequence. Lucian hesitated only a moment before initiating the final startup. Engines roared with full power, vibration thrumming through the floor. Panels glowed, alarms silenced, and the ship responded to every command with fluid precision. The companions moved in synchrony, guiding, adjusting, and correcting in real time. As the ship began to rise, Lucian whispered under his breath, tone dry and wry, "And we're off. Flight school with a side of chaos taught by six-legged perfectionists. Couldn't have asked for better instructors." The base shrank below them, corridors and hangars receding, but the tension did not abate. Every second was still critical. Detection remained a threat, and each companion movement had to be monitored to ensure continued stability. Lucian's mind catalogued, planned, and adapted, blending sarcasm with strategy. "All right, brain. Let's see how far this circus can fly without blowing up." The launch bay receded beneath them, massive metallic doors sliding shut with a low, grinding thrum that echoed through the ship's hull. Every vibration, every sound, seemed amplified in the tense silence of the cockpit. Workers adjusted straps, bracing for acceleration, companions moving with fluid, purposeful coordination, each step precise, each sensor flickering with calculated anticipation. Lucian's eyes scanned the panels and readouts, processing information with surgical attention, while a low hum of energy thrummed through the floors. The ship shuddered as the engines reached full output, thrust building in a wave that pushed bodies and companions alike into their restraints. Lucian muttered, voice laced with sarcastic humor. Nothing like a healthy dose of potential death to start the day. Really gets the blood flowing. Internally, he catalogued every jolt, every feedback loop, noting which parts of the vessel responded best under stress. He knew that mistakes in observation here could be fatal, not just for him, but for every worker relying on his guidance. Merneen's hands moved deftly over the controls, her eyes calm despite the violence of acceleration. Steady, she said, voice low but authoritative. Do not focus on fear. Focus on control, on timing, on us. Her gaze met his for a fleeting moment, and though brief, the unspoken communication carried volumes. It was trust born of necessity, fragile yet undeniable. Lucian's internal commentary flickered with wry acknowledgement. Trust. Right. Because we all know how well that's gone in the past. Outside, the barren planet shrank, sands and rocks retreating as the ship climbed through the atmosphere. Heat shimmered around the hull, the engine's exhaust casting a brief molten glow across the cockpit. Alarms had been silenced, but the occasional warning light blinked, reminders that even in victory, danger lingered. Every panel, every gauge, was a test of comprehension, of awareness. Lucian's mind ran calculations in tandem with the vessel's systems, predicting stress points, monitoring trajectories, adjusting for minor fluctuations. His dry mutter broke through the tense focus. Ah, yes, perfectly normal day of mass escape, interplanetary chase, and near-death aerobics. Love it. Companions worked seamlessly, sliding across surfaces, scanning systems, interfacing with the ship in ways human minds could barely comprehend. One emitted a faint pulse that rerouted energy away from an overheating conduit. Another adjusted atmospheric controls to stabilize oxygen levels. Lucian could see the logic in their movements, like a chess game played across multiple dimensions simultaneously. He commented under his breath, sardonic as always. Sure, go ahead and run a symphony of sentient machines while I just breathe and pretend I understand. Workers braced against the mounting acceleration, eyes wide, muscles taut. Fear and exhilaration mingled visibly, expressions flickering across faces with the intensity of someone walking a tightrope over a molten chasm. Lucian noted micro-adjustments, how companions stabilized minor panics, how workers responded to subtle cues, how the ship's controls seemed almost symbiotic with the hybrid crew. Beautiful chaos, he muttered quietly. Coordinated terror with a side of life or death ballet. Couldn't have asked for more entertainment. Suddenly, the communications panel blinked. A garbled transmission crackled through, followed by a clear mechanical voice. All units in orbit report unidentified craft. Protocol Gamma Alpha initiated. Panic tinged the crew's reactions. Merneen's gaze hardened. Ignore it for now, she said firmly. Focus on ascent. We deal with protocols after we're clear of the atmosphere. Lucian's inner voice quipped wryly. Oh, sure, because defying interstellar authority always ends well. What could possibly go wrong? The fleet in orbit became visible through the forward viewport, a cluster of angular ships and docking platforms forming a near-impenetrable barrier. Sensors showed tracking fields engaging, weapon calibrations aligning. Lucian's pulse quickened, though his expression remained dry and sarcastic. Just a casual meet and greet, he muttered. Nothing to stress about. Friendly neighborhood orbiting fleet, right? Merneen's fingers moved across the consoles, companions amplifying her input. Shields engaged, minor thrusters fired in corrective bursts, and the vessel began weaving through the orbital formations with surprising agility. Workers gritted teeth, holding on to whatever supports they could, their companions anticipating each maneuver. Lucian observed, constantly recalibrating mental projections with the ship's trajectory, muttering sarcastically, apparently we're auditioning for interstellar acrobatics, while simultaneously trying not to die. Delightful. A sudden flare from a pursuing ship illuminated the vessel's aft section. Sensors indicated incoming energy bursts. Lucian's mind worked at full speed, noting trajectory, potential deflection vectors, and environmental variables. He issued a soft, dry comment. Oh, perfect. Someone's eager to say hello with fire. How thoughtful. Merneen adjusted the primary thrusters, companions intercepting system feedback, ensuring that every energy pulse was accounted for and mitigated. As the first volley passed harmlessly, the tension did not abate. Every second carried the weight of potential disaster. The workers murmured low encouragements, companions pulsing in rhythmic support, maintaining internal environmental balance, adjusting energy flows and ensuring that the vessel remained fully operational. Lucian whispered, almost for himself, "Chaos Management, Galactic Edition, all in a day's work." The ship rose higher, leaving the immediate orbit of the planet, but the fleet's pursuit remained active. Sensor arrays detected multiple lock-on signatures, signaling that hostile intent would continue until they were well beyond reach. Lucian analyzed each data point, anticipating maneuvers, planning minor course corrections, and integrating companion input seamlessly with human control. "Of course," he muttered, "nothing like near-constant pursuit to spice up what should be a victory lap." Merneen's presence beside him was a grounding force. Her calm, focused demeanor guided the companions, maintained crew composure, and orchestrated the ship's systems with fluid efficiency. Lucian observed the synchronicity, marveling at how alien and human systems had merged into a single operational unit. Symbiosis under fire. Not exactly in the brochure, but works well enough, he thought. The exhilaration of escape was tempered by exhaustion. Adrenaline coursed through every body, human and companion alike. Lucian's internal monologue reflected wry amusement and constant analysis. "We survived. Sort of. But look at the mess we've made. Couldn't have done this without six-legged geniuses and a bunch of terrified humans playing parts in our little symphony of chaos." The first true calm settled only when the planet's silhouette disappeared below the curvature of the atmosphere. Even then, the fleet remained a shadow in the sensors, a reminder that escape was merely the beginning. Lucian allowed himself a wry sigh, muttering, "And now we see what survival really costs. Spoiler alert, it's everything." Workers slumped against supports, companions maintaining vital systems, while Lucian continued to monitor the ship, eyes flicking between panels, sensors, and the horizon. Every system, every micro-adjustment, every movement was catalogued for future action. Internal sarcasm persisted. Well, at least nobody exploded yet. Small victories. Tiny, insignificant, precious victories. Merneen turned slightly, her voice low but carrying weight. "We've made it this far, but the mission isn't over. Everything we've done, every choice, every risk, it leads to what comes next. We plan, we adapt, we survive. No more mistakes." Lucian nodded, muttering dryly under his breath. "No mistakes, just near-death ballet and strategic improvisation. Easy checklist." The fleet in orbit continued to loom, distant but unyielding. The ship's path remained precarious, every correction a testament to careful observation and quick improvisational thinking. The realization settled in. Escape did not mean safety, it only meant a new battlefield. Lucian's mind catalogued each lesson, each misstep, and each variable, preparing for what would inevitably come next. And yet, in the midst of fear, exhaustion, and constant calculation, there was a spark, a sliver of triumph, a fragile acknowledgement that despite everything, they had achieved the impossible. Lucian's final, dry quip, "I'd say we're off to a promising start. If promising means terrified, exhausted, and still entirely in danger. Otherwise, meh." The vessel continued into open space, engines humming steadily, companions monitoring, workers bracing, and the human mind analyzing, planning, anticipating. Escape had been achieved, but the real mission, survival, freedom, and eventual justice, was only beginning. The ship floated silently through the void, the distant stars streaking past like frozen fire. The hum of the engines was the only constant, a mechanical heartbeat against the quiet chaos that had settled in the cabin. Workers leaned against panels and rails, exhausted, breathing shallowly, faces pale under the cold artificial lights. Companions moved among them, scanning vital signs, stabilizing systems, and transmitting subtle pulses of reassurance that seemed almost alive. Silence hung heavy but not comfortably. It was a silence threaded with reflection, fear, and the faint uneasy pride of survival. Every member of the crew, human and non-human, had witnessed horrors, endured orchestrated terror, and taken risks that could have ended in immediate death. The magnitude of what they had done, of what they had survived, began to press against them like a gravitational pull, subtle at first, then relentless. Somewhere near the rear, a worker murmured, voice trembling, We actually did it. We're alive." The words were more question than statement, as if saying them aloud could shatter the fragile reality they clung to. A companion pulsed softly nearby, almost as if in agreement, radiating a comforting rhythm through the hull. Lucian smirked faintly, though the humor was jagged at best. Yes, alive, for now. Congratulations on the obvious. Merneen moved through the cabin, her gaze steady but heavy. She observed the crew, cataloging injuries, scanning for signs of shock or trauma, and coordinating the companion's subtle interventions. Her efficiency was relentless, a professional focus sharpened by years of survival in environments designed to crush both body and spirit. Lucian noted her movements with quiet admiration, muttering under his breath, "Queen of calm in a circus of near-death and chaos." Truly inspirational, or terrifying depending on how you look at it. The companions themselves had shifted into near-perfect synchronicity, interfacing with the ship and its systems in ways that blurred the line between technology and intelligence. Lights blinked, conduits hummed, and energy flows adjusted automatically, all directed by patterns too complex for human calculation. Lucian studied them carefully, tracing their movements, analyzing cause and effect, observing where human oversight was necessary, and where it had become almost redundant. "Delightful," he muttered with sarcasm. "We've replaced intuition with sentient wiring. Perfect upgrade to human incompetence." Merneen's voice cut through the quiet, low but carrying the authority to command attention. "We have survived," she said, "but survival is not enough. We must understand what we've done, what we've lost, and what remains to be done. No one gets to rest while there is a mission unfinished." Her gaze swept the cabin, landing briefly on Lucian. He inclined his head slightly, a dry acknowledgement of both agreement and exasperation. "Of course. Rest is a luxury reserved for the dead," he thought. The magnitude of the losses settled in. Some workers were injured beyond full recovery, companions had pushed themselves to limits that would require recalibration, and every decision made to this point carried consequences that might ripple far beyond the immediate escape. Lucian catalogued every error, every near mistake, and every fortunate coincidence, analyzing patterns, redundancies, and weaknesses in both strategy and execution. A low hum of machinery shifted, signaling minor system failures from the stress of escape. Companions adjusted automatically, yet their pulses carried subtle vibrations of strain, almost imperceptible but readable to anyone paying attention. Lucian noted the patterns, muttering wryly, "Ah, yes. Even sentient machines get frazzled. Who knew?" The comment drew a brief glance from Merneen, who allowed herself a faint smirk, slight acknowledgement of shared humor and a moment heavy with tension. Workers whispered in clusters, recounting moments of terror and survival, sharing fragmented stories of near misses and fleeting heroics. The recounting was careful, measured, almost ritualistic, as though speaking the events aloud could solidify the reality of their achievement. Lucian listened, interjecting occasionally with dry commentary. Splendid, a symposium of trauma with complementary adrenaline. His wit, though sharp, served to keep his own anxiety in check, as much as it entertained the survivors. Merneen approached Lucian, voice quiet, analytical. "We need to reconcile what we've done with who we are now. The companions remember. We cannot unsee what we have experienced. Planning must come next, or survival is meaningless." Her words landed with gravity, and Lucian considered the implications carefully. The sarcastic veneer thinned slightly, replaced by a mental calculus. Every action forward required both moral and strategic consideration. Every decision weighted with responsibility. Outside the viewport, the stars stretched into elongated trails, a visual echo of the fleet they had narrowly escaped. Sensors indicated scattered pursuit ships still attempting to follow, but the trajectory calculated by companions and navigational systems gave them an edge. Lucian noted minor adjustments, plotting potential courses and evasive maneuvers mentally, always weighing risk against reward. "Fantastic," he muttered. "The universe has apparently decided to keep things interesting." In the forward observation deck, workers who had been silent began discussing contingencies, evacuation protocols, and potential landing sites beyond the planet. Their voices were cautious, deliberate, and almost palpable tension in every syllable. Companions interfaced with controls, translating strategy into real-time adjustments. Lucian observed their subtle communications, impressed by the depth of coordination and the instinctive understanding shared across species and systems. Symbiotic war planning. Not exactly a boardroom, but far more dangerous, he noted internally. Merneen gathered a small group near the control center, her presence calm, authoritative. "We cannot act impulsively," she instructed, voice firm. "Each move now dictates the next hour, the next day. Mistakes are magnified. We plan, we observe, we execute. Everything else is irrelevant. Lucian watched the dynamic with a mixture of awe and sarcasm. She really does make dictatorship look competent. The ship hummed with tension, companions adjusting for microgravity shifts. Human muscles tensed against restraints, and all sensors active, monitoring for anomalies, threats, and system feedback. Lucian moved between panels, reviewing each subsystem, providing subtle guidance where necessary, commenting dryly under his breath. Nothing like the thrill of watching everyone's lives hinge on your passive observation and occasional muttered advice. The ethical weight of their mission settled in. Every decision, every small action taken during escape, had altered the trajectory of multiple lives. Even the companions' choices were bound by necessity, moral constraints embedded in their design, or perhaps in their understanding of human survival instinct. Lucian recognized the delicate balance. Intervene too much, and risk is compounded. Intervene too little, and chaos could destroy them all. Merneen approached the main console, her hands steady, movements precise. "Assess what has been lost," she said quietly. "Wounds, trust, time, companions. Catalog each factor and integrate it into the next phase. Reckoning is not sentiment, it is preparation." Lucian nodded, muttering with characteristic dry wit. "Ah yes, because nothing motivates like cataloging trauma for maximum efficiency." The companions pulsed in agreement, subtle vibrations synchronizing with the hum of the ship. Workers, exhausted but alert, followed cues silently, recognizing the importance of meticulous assessment. Lucian's inner voice noted the efficiency with a twinge of amusement. A machine-human hybrid calculating suffering like a spreadsheet. Terrifyingly effective. Minutes stretched into hours, each worker, companion, and system component participating in quiet evaluation, recalibration, and strategizing. Lucian moved deliberately, offering observation, insight, and sardonic commentary. Each note, each adjustment, brought them closer to a functional operational state, not just physically but morally and mentally. A reckoning that encompassed survival, accountability, and the sobering reality of what had been endured. As the ship continued its course into deep space, the crew collectively absorbed the lessons of the mission. Fear, exhaustion, and exhilaration intertwined with analytical thought and strategic planning. Lucian's dry humor persisted as an anchor, a means of cognitive survival. We lived. We bled. We almost died. And we get to do it again, only smarter this time. Lovely. Merneen's final assessment was delivered in calm, unwavering tones. We have survived the immediate threat, but survival is not the endpoint. Every choice from here dictates not only our lives, but the future of those who cannot act for themselves. Reckoning is complete only when understanding meets action. Lucian allowed himself a faint nod, internally appreciating the succinct, brutal accuracy of her words. Companions pulsed, workers adjusted, and the ship sailed through the infinite expanse, a fragile cohort of resilience and strategic awareness. The reckoning was both done and ongoing, a living calculation of morality, survival, and calculated action. Lucian muttered, almost conversationally to no one in particular. "Here's to surviving everything we've seen so far, and hoping the universe is gracious enough to let the next part be slightly less insane." The silence that followed was not peace, it was anticipation, attention held in readiness for the challenges that lay ahead. Each crew member, human and companion alike, understood that the cost of misstep would be absolute. Lucian's gaze swept the cabin, noting micro-adjustments, subtle interactions, and the intricate dance of survival that would define their journey. His inner commentary persisted, sardonic and meticulous. "Congratulations. You've survived a near-impossible ordeal. And now, the real work begins." The corridors of the base were quiet, almost impossibly so considering the chaos that had erupted hours before. Dust swirled in thin spirals around the dim emergency lights, and the lingering hum of distant machinery reminded every occupant that the facility was alive in ways no human or worker fully understood. Lucian moved carefully, every step measured, yet his mind raced with the realization that nothing he had done, or thought he had done, was truly autonomous. The rebellion, the escape, even the subtle manipulations of guards and systems, all of it had been anticipated, orchestrated. And yet, the sting of recognition did not dull his instinct to act, even if the very act itself might be another layer of the experiment. He paused at a junction, leaning lightly against a metallic wall, noting the faint gleam of footprints in the dust. Guards had abandoned routine, caught up in post-game confusion, but it wasn't absence that made him wary. It was the knowledge that even now, someone, somewhere, was watching, cataloging every movement. Sarcasm crept in unbidden. Well, isn't this delightful? A galaxy of observers, all invested in my performance art. The thought barely registered before he pushed it aside, focusing on the immediate task, confrontation. Not with a person, but with the machinery of control that had manipulated him from the moment he arrived. Around him, the facility whispered secrets. Panels flickered in sequences too deliberate to be accidental. Screens reflected distorted images of corridors he had just traversed, and he imagined the system as a sentient audience, critiquing every step. And yet, amid the fear and observation, a spark of purpose remained. He had learned patterns, exploited them, survived them. The same tools that had allowed him to manipulate guards, to coordinate with Merneen, to protect workers, now became weapons against the intangible force pressing down on him. The first real confrontation did not require physical combat. It began with data, streams of information that Lucian had pieced together from files, cryptic documentation, and hidden terminals he had accessed. The details were deliberate, cruel, and precise. Each seemingly minor order, each calculated rotation, each psychological pressure point had been part of a grand schema to test loyalty, morality, and endurance. The realization struck like ice water. Every instruction, every prompt, every delay, designed, he muttered under his breath. I'm not leading, I'm the centerpiece. The internal voice was dry, acerbic, laced with disbelief. Yet beneath it, curiosity and determination coiled like a spring, ready to unspool into action. Merneen joined him quietly, appearing at the edge of his perception without a sound. Her presence was grounding, a reminder that intelligence and agency still existed outside the system's control. Her gaze was sharp, assessing but not accusatory. She nodded once succinctly, and then spoke in measured tones. You've seen it too, haven't you? The orchestration. Lucian did not need to reply immediately. The words hung in the air, thick with the weight of revelation. He finally responded, voice low, sardonic. Orchestration? That's one word for it. I was hoping for at least a hint of genuine chaos, maybe a little randomness. Instead, it's all chess pieces and traps. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant, really. The humor was hollow, but necessary. A way to maintain perspective while acknowledging the magnitude of manipulation. They moved together, careful to avoid surveillance points, toward a sector that had once been sealed, but now offered the first glimpse of the heart of the operation. As they reached the core control area, Lucian's mind catalogued the displays and consoles in rapid sequence. Logs of every worker's movement, every guard rotation, every environmental fluctuation. Each entry carried the fingerprints of calculated intent, the invisible hand of authority reaching across space and time to control outcomes. The cruel sophistication was impossible to ignore, and yet it inspired a grudging respect. All this just to see how far someone can push against invisible walls, he muttered, more to himself than to Merneen. I suppose I should be flattered, or furious. Maybe both. Merneen's subtle grin indicated she shared the sentiment. It's efficient, she said. They learn to anticipate everything. Even our companions are considered variables. Her words carried no bitterness, only clear-eyed observation. The companions, integral to the survival and coordination of the workers, were simultaneously tools and threats, extensions of the system and independent agents of strategy. Lucian considered this silently, calculating leverage points and potential avenues of disruption, even as the weight of ethical responsibility pressed down. The line between tactical advantage and moral compromise blurred. Every action had consequences, and every reaction was anticipated. The confrontation deepened as Lucian approached a terminal displaying the hierarchy of command and experimental parameters. The scope of the mission became horrifyingly clear. It was not merely a test of survival or cunning, but a study of resistance, morality, and obedience under extreme duress. The machinery of the operation had eyes, sensors, and algorithms tracing the trajectory of thought and choice. The rebellion, the escape, and the survival of the workers, all meticulously monitored and recorded. So, Lucian said, letting the words drip with sarcasm, we were never escaping. We were performing for an audience we'll never meet. Fantastic. Really satisfying work all around. Merneen placed a hand on a console, the motion almost protective, almost reverent. Understanding it is one thing, Counteracting it is another, she said. Her tone conveyed not just pragmatism, but a spark of strategy, a suggestion that even within the orchestration, they could carve moments of agency. Lucian felt the surge of familiar thrill. Tactical thinking, improvisation, leveraging intelligence against omnipresent systems. He moved closer, observing, touching screens, accessing hidden folders. The sense of control was intoxicating, even as it remained partial and provisional. Dialogue became sparse, precise, punctuated by muttered observations. Lucian's commentary was sharp, sardonic. Variables everywhere. Even the heat is monitored. Fascinating how they control the sun's angle just to see how it affects endurance. Merneen's responses were similarly clipped. They test focus, patience, aggression. Not just strength. The mind matters as much as the body. Each exchange was more than conversation. It was a mental probe, testing assumptions, recalibrating trust, and assessing tactical alignment. Together, they parsed the information with a combination of wit, skepticism, and grim pragmatism. Hours passed with the two of them immersed in the web of observation, surveillance, and historical data. Lucian traced lines between experiments and outcomes, noted psychological triggers in guards and workers, and considered how partial knowledge could be used to generate unexpected leverage. Each revelation was accompanied by a sarcastic quip or dark humor, a way to acknowledge horror without being consumed by it. "Oh, marvelous," he said, examining a simulation of a failed escape attempt, a perfect disaster, all recorded and analyzed. "I suppose we should write a thank you note." By the end of the confrontation, the picture was clear. The mission had been designed to manipulate, observe, and extract behavioral data, with Lucian's presence as both catalyst and subject. Yet within this clarity lay opportunity. The system's arrogance, the confidence that every action and reaction was predictable, provided leverage. The realization sparked the first conscious thoughts of subversion and resistance on a large scale. It was dangerous, but survival had always been dangerous. And now, with knowledge as a weapon and Merneen as an ally, Lucia's path forward was illuminated, though fraught with peril. Every corner of the control sector, every flickering screen, every silent observer encoded in the machinery, became part of a mental map. Sarcasm and wit persisted as psychological armor. Brilliant planning, absolute oversight, shame they didn't anticipate we might actually think. And with that, the first moves of a deliberate measured counter-strategy were set into motion. The confrontation was not an end. It was the ignition, the spark that would catalyze action, rebellion, and the next layer of survival. The system had engineered rebellion. Now, rebellion would engineer its own consequences. The escape was partial. The ship, once a locked and unreachable vessel, now floated free above the scorched plains of the planet, its engines humming with tentative promise. But freedom was deceptive. Orbital sensors, automated turrets, and the distant glint of the galactic fleet served as constant reminders that liberty here was provisional, an illusion maintained by the fragile balance of chance and careful planning. Lucian watched from the deck, scanning the horizon, each movement measured, each calculation critical. The ship's systems were functional, but the knowledge that complete victory was impossible gnawed at him, relentless and insistent. Below them, the planet's surface remained a patchwork of heat-scorched rock, shifting dunes, and scattered remnants of collapsed structures. Patrols moved in predictable cycles, but the proximity of orbital forces meant that any attempt to return for remaining workers would be fraught with peril. The sense of partial achievement was tainted by what remained unachieved, the people left behind, the companions that could not yet be liberated, the certainty that the authorities would respond. Lucian muttered, his voice low and sarcastic. "Well, that's comforting. We're free-ish. Half a victory is still a win, right? Fantastic metrics." Merneen, standing beside him, did not reply immediately. Her gaze was fixed on the planet's surface, calculating, assessing, and silently evaluating risk. "Freedom is never complete," she said finally, her tone clipped but not devoid of irony. "They always leave the leash long enough to pull you back." Her words carried weight, a reminder that systemic control did not operate through brute force alone, but through carefully maintained limitations and psychological leverage. Lucian noted the subtle acknowledgement in her eyes, a shared understanding of constraints and danger that was both comforting and terrifying. Every system aboard the ship was under scrutiny. Power levels, environmental controls, navigation pathways, all had to be monitored, adjusted, and anticipated. The companions, linked to both workers and equipment, provided critical assistance, but their integration demanded constant oversight. Lucian moved methodically, issuing silent commands, observing displays, and mentally cataloging every anomaly, every irregularity. His internal commentary, sardonic as ever, punctuated each action. Of course, let's make sure the life support is stable. Nothing says victory like an oxygen shortage 5 minutes after launch. Tension mounted as the fleet in orbit became more visible, distant glints of metal moving against the void. They were not aggressive yet, but the presence was undeniable. A reminder that partial success invited scrutiny, and that complete safety was still a distant, almost unreachable goal. Lucian calculated timing, vectors, and potential decoys. Every choice carried weight, every decision was a test, and the stakes were immediate. He muttered again, sarcasm cutting through the anxiety. Oh good, friends in the sky. Nothing says welcome home like a looming armada ready to evaluate our performance. Merneen's observations were quieter, but no less sharp. She noted the positions of remaining patrols on the planet, the active signals from automated monitoring systems, and the latency in communications between orbital units. Her strategic mind worked in tandem with Lucian's improvisation, balancing caution and opportunity. We can't go back for them yet, she said, voice low. But we can prepare for what's next. Observation first, action later. The words were simple, but they carried the weight of survival strategy. A lesson hard-learned in a world where impulsive choices were punished mercilessly. Inside the ship, the crew, workers and companions alike, was silent but alert. Fear, hope, and residual exhaustion mingled in the air, creating a charged atmosphere that demanded careful navigation. Lucian noted every expression, every subtle movement, using both observation and intuition to anticipate reactions. Sarcasm continued as mental ballast. Nothing like a ship full of exhausted, terrified survivors to remind you that leadership is just a fancy word for stress management. The gray zone of partial freedom revealed its moral complexities. Every victory carried cost. Every advantage brought exposure. Lucian reflected on choices that had led to this moment. The sabotage of patrols, the careful misdirection of guards, the subtle manipulations that had allowed escape without detection. Each decision had been tactical, calculated, and morally ambiguous. Right, he muttered. We're free, but not really. We win, but only enough to keep the game interesting. The irony was sharp, a reminder that survival here was never absolute, and that moral compromise was part of every step. External threats were constant. Orbital units adjusted positions, scanning for anomalies. Automated satellites transmitted data in near real time. The very planet itself, with its shifting sands and hidden patrols, remained a dangerous environment. Lucian and Merneen had to balance the thrill of partial escape with a pragmatic assessment of risk. We've got breathing room, Merneen said, but the game isn't over, not by a long shot. Her words reminded Lucian that freedom, when measured against a system designed to constrain it, was always temporary, fragile, and conditional. The companions, silent but perceptive, communicated subtle warnings and strategic cues. Their awareness extended to structural weaknesses, environmental hazards, and potential countermeasures from both planetary and orbital forces. Lucian integrated this intelligence into a growing mental model, planning contingencies, safe zones, and escape sequences. His sarcasm became quieter, replaced by a grim appreciation for the complexity and adaptability of both allies and enemies. Fine, he muttered. Let's hope they enjoy the performance as much as we do. Curtains far from falling. Time stretched as they remained in orbit, the gray zone revealing its cruel paradox. Liberation tempered by restriction, exhilaration tempered by dread, opportunity tempered by oversight. Lucian reflected on the layered strategy necessary to survive, the delicate balance of observation, action, and anticipation. Every choice had to account for hidden variables, every move risked exposure, and every moment demanded vigilance. The mental landscape was as dangerous as the physical one, and he navigated it with sarcasm, wit, and an unyielding commitment to calculation. The final recognition of the gray zone was a mixture of relief and tension. The ship floated free, the immediate threat of planetary pursuit reduced, yet the looming fleet remained a shadow over every action. Morale was fragile, hope conditional, and freedom partial. Lucian's mind catalogued these factors, weighing options, planning next steps, and preparing for the next confrontation. The moral and tactical complexity was overwhelming, yet he thrived within it. Victory, he said quietly, is always a draft, never final. Let's see how long this chapter lasts. And so, in the quiet hum of the ship's systems and the faint glow of planetary light through the viewports, partial freedom was acknowledged. The gray zone was a landscape of paradox, a reminder that survival was never absolute, and that rebellion, even when partially successful, carried ongoing danger and moral ambiguity. Lucian and Merneen had achieved something, escape from immediate imprisonment. Yet the system's reach extended far beyond the surface below, and the future remained a precarious, unresolved horizon. The corridors of the liberated, but still haunted, ship felt emptier than ever. Lucian paced, hands occasionally brushing against control panels that hummed with life, though the sounds did nothing to soothe the gnawing weight of survivors, guilt pressing against his chest. He muttered under his breath, sarcastic and bitter as ever, "Congratulations, genius. Saved some lives, broke a few rules, but the universe still doesn't give a damn." The words were half to himself, half a ritual to keep panic at bay. Merneen moved alongside him, her gaze scanning every surface, every blinking light, her silence more eloquent than words. "You're thinking too much in absolutes," she said finally, voice low but cutting through the thick tension. "Freedom isn't a single moment. It's a process. You can mourn and still move forward." Lucian chuckled dryly. "Process? Sure, process is great. Like boiling water slowly while someone's pointing a gun at your foot." He shot her a sideways glance, almost expecting a laugh, but Merneen's eyes remained steely, unwavering. She wasn't interested in comic relief. She was interested in comprehension and survival. He stopped pacing, leaning against the cold metallic wall. "And the others," he whispered, almost a question to the empty room. "We left people behind. Every calculated move, every bit of sabotage, every clever misdirection, they didn't all make it." The realization was heavy, pressing, and he hated how much it hurt. Merneen rested a hand on his shoulder, a gesture brief but grounded. "Loss is inevitable," she said. "You can't control everything, but the companions, those we saved, they carry the knowledge, the history. That's a form of continuity. It matters." "Continuity," Lucian muttered, sarcasm creeping back into his tone despite the weight. "Sure, history preserved in some alien brainlet. Perfect consolation prize. Nothing says moral victory like a filing cabinet of people's suffering." He ran a hand through his hair, frustration blending with fatigue. "And yet," he added quietly, "somehow, it feels like survival is only the first insult. Everything else is just paperwork." Merneen's sharp gaze caught his, and her voice softened just enough to cut through the sarcasm. "Paperwork keeps us alive. Rules, plans, contingency. Call it what you want, but survival is the prerequisite for changing anything at all." Lucian exhaled, pacing resuming, albeit slower this time. "Change," he muttered. "Yeah. Right now, I'm still processing that the universe threw me into some intergalactic circus, ripped a body out of me, handed me a clipboard, and expected me to run logistics like I wasn't slowly losing my mind." He shook his head, voice bitter. "And I did it. Somehow, successfully, but nobody wins clean. Nobody walks out without scratches, moral, physical, or emotional. Just scratches or scars." Merneen leaned against the console nearby, arms crossed, observing Lucian with patient scrutiny. "And yet you're still standing. That's not nothing. That's leverage. You can learn, adapt, plan for what comes next. You can act." Lucian's gaze flicked to her, a sardonic smile tugging at the corner of his lips. "Act, huh? Sure. Let's just dive headfirst into the next layer of hell with strategy and spreadsheets in hand. My kind of fun." His muttering evolved into quiet self-commentary. "Seriously though, morality versus survival 101, and I'm the TA who keeps failing the pop quiz." The hum of the ship, the faint clatter of equipment being secured, and the distant pulse of orbital fleets formed a symphony of tension around them. Lucian's eyes traced the lines of the vessel, noting the wear, the adjustments, and the improvised solutions that kept them alive. "You know," he said finally, voice half jest, half confession, "there's this charming little thought that hell isn't just somewhere you go. It's what happens when you're awake, aware, and still breathing. Layers, complexity, moral ambiguity. That's our curriculum. Welcome to class. Welcome to class." Merneen's lips twitched, a ghost of humor she allowed herself. "And you're the only one complaining about it?" "Complaining?" Lucian said, voice dripping with mock horror. No. Just commenting on the syllabus. It's extensive. It has a surprise exam every damn day." They moved through the ship together, a rhythm forming, quiet but synchronized. Lucian muttered at every panel that beeped too long, every automated display that flickered, every minor hazard. "Marvelous," he hissed under his breath. "Nothing like a rogue panel to remind you that life, liberty, and oxygen are all optional privileges." Merneen's hand brushed over the same panel, correcting a minor misalignment with deft fingers. "Optional," she said, matching his sarcasm, "until it kills you. Then mandatory." Lucian grinned faintly, allowing himself a brief release of tension. Mandatory death. Now there's a comforting concept. Really makes you feel like the universe has your back. They fell silent for a while, walking among consoles and systems, checking redundancies and planning contingencies, each aware of the precariousness of what they had achieved. Words became sparse, weighed with meaning. Observing Merneen, Lucian realized the depth of her resolve and the subtle ways in which she guided decisions, shaped outcomes, and ensured survival without theatrical display. He muttered one final time as they passed the rear viewport, watching the stars scattered beyond. Hell isn't just the planet, the guards, or the games. It's the waiting, the unknown, the knowledge that freedom is provisional, that every victory has a price. Merneen nodded once, expression unreadable but firm. "And the waiting," she said, "is the time to prepare, to learn, to survive the next layer." Lucian exhaled, letting the sarcasm mix with genuine acknowledgement. "Next layer? Sounds cozy. I'll grab a chair, thanks." He smiled faintly, grim but defiant, muttering under his breath. "And somehow we keep moving, because standing still is the only death that doesn't come with a game master's commentary." The reflection was ongoing, heavy, and layered. Survivor's guilt coexisted with tactical observation, moral reckoning intertwined with dry humor, and every breath carried the weight of partial victory and partial loss. Every step, every word exchanged, every internal quip and outward glance reinforced the reality. They had survived the immediate hell, but the process was unending, the moral and physical consequences lingering like shadows in every corridor. By the time they reached the forward control deck, Lucian paused, hands resting on the rail, looking out at the black void. "You know," he said softly, tone edged with wit and weariness, "hell has layers, sure. But I didn't realize the curriculum came with pop quizzes in ethics, survival, and sarcasm, all at once. Delightful." Merneen, standing beside him, didn't reply immediately. Her silence carried understanding, agreement, and shared resolve. In that moment, Lucian allowed himself a rare pause, recognizing that reflection was not merely introspection. It was the preparation for action, the mental sharpening necessary to navigate the cruel, layered reality in which they now existed. The ship drifted slowly through the black void beyond the planet, a fragile speck against the cold infinity of space. Lucian's eyes traced the distant glimmer of the orbital fleet, noting the precise formation, the calculated positions of each vessel. The sense of partial freedom weighed heavily, a bittersweet reminder that the rebellion had succeeded in some ways, but the system remained vast, omnipresent, and relentless. He muttered under his breath, sarcasm threading his exhaustion. "Oh, perfect. Victory with handcuffs. Nothing says job well done like freedom with strings attached." Merneen moved beside him, quiet, her eyes scanning the ship's systems with meticulous care. She spoke only when necessary, each word deliberate, measured. "Partial freedom," she said finally, voice low, almost a murmur. "It's all we have. The fleet above ensures the rules of the game aren't broken too easily, but rules are fluid if you know how to read them." Lucian's gaze flicked to her, expression sharp, skeptical. "Rules? Fluid? I'm fairly certain I've spent the last 5 years dancing in compliance, sabotage, and dry sarcasm, only to learn that the universe still keeps score. You're saying there's wiggle room now?" He allowed a faint smirk, more from habit than amusement. "Careful, Merneen. I've been burned enough to know that wiggle room is usually a euphemism for invisible landmines." Merneen's lips twitched, a brief acknowledgement of humor she allowed herself. "Maybe," she said. "Or maybe it's an opportunity. You survive because you see patterns others don't. You observe, calculate, act. That skill doesn't vanish just because the next layer of hell is watching." Lucian exhaled, pacing slowly along the deck, fingers brushing the edge of the console. "Patterns, observation, act, right, yes. Also known as do the impossible without getting vaporized, correct? I'm getting really good at it, in case anyone's taking notes." His voice carried the weight of irony, a shield against the creeping dread that the orbital fleet imposed. The hum of the ship and the faint vibrations of its engines were a constant background, yet every creak, every shift, Every blinking panel was a reminder. Survival was contingent, provisional. No victory was final, no freedom absolute. Lucian muttered quietly to himself, sarcasm serving as ballast. Nothing says existence like trading one hell for another, slightly less literal but exponentially more bureaucratic. Merneen turned toward him, her gaze steady. You can't dwell on the past or the limitations imposed by those above. What matters is what you do with the time, the leverage, the companions and the crew that remains. They rely on action, not complaint. Action, Lucian echoed, tapping his fingers on the rail. Yes, action. The kind that leaves you wondering if your moral compass is broken, or just slightly melted from exposure to the sun of 1,000 ethical dilemmas. But, yes, let's act carefully, calculated, maybe with a hint of theatrics for flavor. They moved through the ship together, each step measured. Lucian noted every panel, every subtle modification, every system adaptation the workers had installed. Ingenious little bastards, he muttered quietly, acknowledging their work. I'd almost compliment them if my life didn't feel like a constant trust fall with invisible consequences. The fleet above remained silent but imposing, a constant reminder that their freedom was temporary and conditional. Lucian's mind catalogued possibilities, contingencies, and the moral calculus of the next moves. Partial freedom, he muttered again. It's like being handed a sword and told the dragon is friendly. Sure. I'll just wave it around carefully while pretending the tail isn't wagging a guillotine. Merneen adjusted a control panel, her motions precise. The dragon isn't friendly, but it can be distracted, misled, or engaged on our terms. We've survived the games. Now we adapt to the oversight. Lucian snorted, a mix of disbelief and reluctant admiration. Adaptation. I'll pencil that into my resume under skills acquired under extreme duress. Seriously, who writes a reference letter for surviving intergalactic oppression? Oh right, no one. They just keep scoring you on ethics, sarcasm, and reflexive survival skills. Silence fell for a long moment. The hum of the engines and the distant stars filled the space between their words. Lucian's mind, however, never ceased cataloging threats, opportunities, and moral landmines. The real test isn't survival anymore, he muttered softly. It's strategy. Manipulate, mislead, protect, all while keeping enough integrity to sleep without self-immolation. Merneen's eyes softened slightly, though she didn't let down her guard. Integrity, she said, is relative here. Moral clarity is rare, survival is primary, but we can still act with thought, with purpose. Every decision is a risk, but every decision is also a step forward. Lucian's shoulders tensed, then relaxed slightly. Purpose, yes, purpose. That's the part where sarcasm becomes a tactical tool instead of just a coping mechanism. It'll start a dossier. He gave a faint, humorless grin. Purpose in hell. Who knew? They continued forward, moving toward the observation deck where the void stretched in infinite black. Lucian's voice dropped to a mutter, more to himself than anyone else. Every step, every decision, every glance. It all matters now. No longer a game. Or at least, the rules just got rewritten by someone with a much better understanding of terror management. Merneen followed, noting the subtle shifts in his tone, the combination of humor, vigilance, and careful observation. Rules aren't gone, she said softly. They're just adaptable if you can see the patterns, and you're already noticing them. Lucian gave a dry laugh, shaking his head. Patterns, rules, moral ambiguity, partial freedom. Next on the curriculum. How to sleep without dreaming of orbital overseers and the smell of scorched sand. His muttering evolved into a quiet soliloquy, sarcasm tempered by genuine reflection. Hell is layered, sure, but the best we can do is walk through each one, limping if necessary, but still walking, and maybe, just maybe, occasionally pointing out the absurdity of it all to keep the mind intact. The observation deck provided a clear view of the planet they had left behind. Its heat-shimmered deserts and ruined structures were a stark reminder of the cruelty and the stakes. Lucian's eyes softened momentarily, though the edge of his sarcasm remained. So that's home, he muttered. A big, cruel, cosmic laboratory. I'm sure the residents miss it dearly, or maybe they just enjoy counting bodies like inventory. Merneen's gaze remained steady, analytical. We cannot change the past, only the future, and we will, step by step, decision by decision. The layers of hell may be many, but so are the ways to navigate them. Lucian's hands rested on the rail, eyes fixed on the distant black void. Navigate, he whispered. Yes, That's all we can do. Navigate, adapt, sarcasm in tow, survival first, maybe one day actual freedom, and until then, we endure. The silence between them was not empty. It was charged with anticipation, strategy, and the weight of incomplete victories. Every word spoken, every unspoken observation, and every quiet, muttered commentary added to the growing understanding that hell was not a location. It was a crucible, a process, and a lesson in layered survival. He finally exhaled, a quiet, sardonic laugh escaping his lips. Layered hell. Check. Partial freedom. Check. Orbital overseers glaring. Check. Next move. TBD, and yes, Merneen, I'll try to avoid stepping on any moral landmines while doing it. Merneen allowed herself a faint nod, a mixture of acknowledgement and determination. Next move matters, she said, voice low. Every choice, every step, every action. That is how we survive hell's layers. Lucian muttered under his breath as they walked back toward the ship's main deck, each step measured, each observation catalogued. Hell's layers, indeed. But hey, at least we get to keep walking, talking, and snarking at the universe while...
Thanks for listening. Like, subscribe, comment or review, and tell your friends if you liked it. All my books are available from Amazon and other book retailers. Buy an ebook and show your support.